The streets of Rome whispered of legends older than the stones beneath them. As the sun dipped behind the Colosseum, painting the sky with strokes of amber and crimson, the ancient city exhaled its timeless breath. People hurried past, unaware of the marvels that stood silently around them, keeping their secrets close. In the gentle glow of twilight, the structures seemed alive, their scars of time transformed into badges of honor. The walls of the Pantheon, unyielding to centuries of wind, rain, and war, seemed to speak. "I am eternal," they murmured to anyone willing to listen. A lone figure stood in the shadow of the towering structure. Their fingers traced the cold, smooth surface of the wall. It wasn't just stone, it was something far greater. The material felt almost like it had a soul, forged not only by hands, but by something unspoken. Something sacred. A tremor passed through them as they thought of the countless hands that had touched these stones before them, hands that had built them, prayed before them, sought shelter within them. And yet, here it all stood, defying the decay that claimed everything else in its path. The bricks of their childhood homes had crumbled to dust. Their favorite corner cafe had been torn down in the name of progress. But this was invincible. Some said it was magic. Others, the work of the gods. Whatever it was impossible not to feel small in its presence. Nearby, an older man with a grizzled beard leaned against a weathered column. His voice carried the weight of someone who had seen the passage of time, much like the monuments around him. He spoke softly to no one in particular, as if recounting a tale to the city itself. "They say the secret is in the stone, but it's more than that," he murmured. His words hung in the air like a thread waiting to be pulled. It wasn't just the materials, it couldn't be. Volcanic ash, lime, seawater. These were common things. No, it was the combination, the balance, the harmony. It was as if the ancients had stumbled upon a recipe that merged earth and sky, life and eternity. Or perhaps the gods had whispered it to them in the dead of night. But why hadn't the secret survived? Why had it been allowed to slip away? The thought weighed heavy, like a stone pressing down on the chest. It wasn't just a formula that had been lost, it was an idea, a vision of what humanity could achieve when it worked with nature instead of against it. A young boy, no older than 10, ran past, his laughter echoing against the hallowed walls. He stopped abruptly, drawn to the massive arches of the aqueducts. He touched them, his small hands dwarfed by their magnitude. His mother called to him, her voice filled with the warmth of a long day spent wandering the city. "Come on, Luca," she said, but he lingered, his gaze locked on the stones. "What are they made of?" he asked, his voice tinged with wonder. "Stone, I suppose," she replied, brushing his dark curls from his face. "No," he said firmly, shaking his head. "It's more than stone." His mother smiled, the kind of smile adults give when they don't have the answers but don't want to admit it. She tugged gently at his arm, and he followed, though his eyes stayed fixed on the structure until it disappeared behind a corner. The boy was right. It was more than stone. In the heart of the city, a small gathering of tourists stood before the Pantheon. Their guide, a man with a crisp suit and a polished tone, recited dates and figures with the precision of a clock. Built in 126 AD. A temple to all gods. Its dome remains the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the world. His voice lacked the reverence the building deserved, but his words still caused the group to murmur in awe. One woman, standing slightly apart from the group, stared upward at the oculus. The circular opening at the top of the dome seemed to draw in the heavens, connecting the earthly with the divine. She thought of how many storms had raged over that opening, how much rain had poured through it, yet the dome remained. How? The question pulsed through her mind, refusing to let go. Legend swirled around the material like mist. Some said the formula had been stolen from the gods and cursed, which was why it could never be replicated. Others believed it was a gift, a token of divine favor that had been carelessly lost. A storm was coming. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and a cool wind swept through the piazza. As the first drops of rain fell, they hit the ancient stones and seemed to vanish, absorbed as if the structures themselves were alive, drinking in the elements. The guide ushered his group toward shelter, but the lone woman stayed, rooted to the spot. She pressed her palm against the cold stone, her heart pounding with something she couldn't quite name. It wasn't just awe. It was grief. Grief for a world where things no longer seemed built to last. Grief for the fleeting nature of all things human. And yet, beneath the grief, there was hope. If these stones could endure, perhaps so could something else, an idea, a memory, a legacy. The rain intensified, but the buildings stood unbothered, their surfaces glistening like jewels under the stormy sky. The woman finally turned away, her face streaked with rain, or perhaps tears, and disappeared into the winding streets of Rome. Night fell, wrapping the city in its velvet embrace. The ruins seemed to glow in the moonlight, as if proud of their resilience. Somewhere in the distance, church bells tolled the hour. The stones remained silent, their secrets tucked safely away, as they always had been. But for those who listened closely, they weren't silent at all. They whispered of strength and fragility, of time and eternity, of hands that built and hearts that believed. They whispered of the eternal. The fire roared, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky. Flames licked hungrily at the edges of the stone pit, their light casting flickering shadows across the faces gathered around. There were craftsmen, builders, and priests, their robes streaked with the dust of the earth and the sweat of their labor. Tonight, however, they were something more, conspirators in a ritual older than memory itself. At the center of the circle stood an old man, his beard as white as the moonlight that bathed the scene. His hands were steady despite their gnarled appearance, and his voice carried the weight of centuries. "What we do tonight," he began, his tone heavy with reverence, "is not just for us. It is for those who come after. For the ones who will stand where we stand now and wonder how we shaped the world to last forever." The words hung in the air, thick as the smoke rising from the pit. No one dared speak. The old man reached into a clay jar and withdrew a handful of pale gray powder. "Ash," he said, holding it up for all to see. "Not just any ash, but born from fire and earth, where the gods themselves have walked. It holds their power, their fury, and their promise." He sprinkled it into the glowing coals, and a hiss rose, sharp and sudden, like a serpent's breath. The younger men exchanged uneasy glances. They had heard the stories, the whispers that this ash came from the slopes of Vulcan's forge, the volcanoes where gods shaped the bones of the world. To work with it was to invite both blessing and curse. "Do you fear it?" the old man asked, his eyes piercing as he looked around the circle. No one answered, but the silence spoke loudly enough. He smiled, a small, knowing curve of his lips. "Good. You should. For this is no ordinary task." He turned to a second jar, this one containing a fine white powder. "Quicklime," he said, almost as if he were speaking to an old friend. "It burns hotter than fire, hungrier than the sea. But mixed with care, it will bind even the strongest of stones." He poured it into a shallow basin, its surface already slick with water. Steam erupted in a violent burst, drawing gasps from the men. "The balance must be perfect," the old man said, his voice calm even as the mixture bubbled and spat. "Too much, and it crumbles like dust. Too little, and it will not hold." It was then that a young apprentice stepped forward, his hands trembling slightly as he carried a bowl of coarse gravel. "Master," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "will this be enough?" The old man took the bowl and ran his fingers through the gravel, as if feeling for some hidden truth within its rough texture. He nodded. "Yes. Stone to give strength, just as the mountains endure. Remember this, boy, strength does not come from one thing alone. It comes from many parts, working together." The apprentice nodded, though his eyes betrayed his nervousness. He had heard the tales whispered in the quiet hours of the night, that the mixture was alive, that it had a will of its own, and that to disrespect it was to invite disaster. The process continued, each ingredient added with a precision that bordered on ritual. volcanic ash, lime, gravel, and water, elements of the earth and sky brought together in a dance as old as the city itself. As the mixture thickened, the men began to stir it with long wooden paddles, their muscles straining with the effort. "It is not just the materials," the old man said, his voice rising above the rhythmic scraping. "It is the spirit we give it. Our labor, our sweat, our belief. That is what makes it strong." The words seemed to settle over the men like a warm cloak. Their movements grew more confident, their fear replaced by a quiet determination. When the mixture was ready, they poured it into a wooden mold, the sound of the wet slurry filling the air like a heartbeat. The old man knelt beside the mold, his hand resting on its surface as if offering a silent prayer. "Let it set," he said, rising slowly to his feet. "And when it hardens, it will be more than stone. It will be the will of men and the gift of gods, bound together in a bond that time cannot break." The fire began to die down, its once fierce flames now soft and flickering. The men gathered their tools, their faces marked by exhaustion but also a quiet pride. They had done their part, and now it was up to the mixture itself to prove its worth. But as the men dispersed, the old man lingered. He knelt once more beside the mold, his fingers brushing its edge. His lips moved, forming words too quiet to hear, though his expression spoke of gratitude and perhaps a touch of sorrow. For he knew what the others did not. He knew that this was more than a recipe, more than a craft. It was a covenant, one that came with a cost. The materials would endure, but the knowledge might not. Time had a way of eroding even the strongest of things, and he could already feel its pull. And so, he placed a small object, no larger than a pebble, into the wet mixture. It was a token, carved with strange symbols, its meaning known only to him. Perhaps it was a safeguard, or perhaps it was a message for those who would one day uncover the mold and wonder how it had come to be. The old man rose, his knees protesting with the effort, and walked away into the shadows. The fire had gone out completely now, leaving only the faint glow of the coals. The night was quiet once more, but the air felt charged, as if it too had been a part of the ritual. The mold sat undisturbed, the mixture within it hardening with each passing hour. In time, it would be shaped into a pillar, a wall, or perhaps even the foundation of a temple. But for now, it was simply stone, and yet, not simply stone at all. The stars wheeled overhead, indifferent and eternal, as the mixture began to bind itself together. The ash, the lime, the gravel, the water, they were no longer separate. They were one. And in that oneness, there was strength. Strength enough to hold up empires, to defy the ravages of time, and to whisper stories to those who would one day stand before them and wonder. The shadow of the aqueduct stretched long across the valley as the sun sank lower in the sky. Farmers in the fields paused their work to glance at the towering arches that carried life itself to the city. Whispers floated among them like the wind through the olive trees, soft but persistent. They spoke of the man who had built it, the one no one dared to name too loudly. Some said he was a genius, others swore he was cursed. A few dared to suggest he wasn't entirely human. All agreed on one thing: his works were unlike anything the world had seen. They called him Marcus Silanus. Whether that was his true name, no one knew. He had arrived in Rome one spring morning, his presence unannounced but impossible to ignore. His dark robes set him apart from the bright tunics of the city's workers, and the staff he carried was etched with symbols that shimmered faintly in the light. He had walked straight to the Senate Hall, his steps confident yet measured, and demanded an audience. When the senators asked what he wanted, he had smiled, a slight, enigmatic curve of his lips. "I offer Rome the power to defy time," he had said. At first, they had laughed. Rome was eternal, they told him, its walls impenetrable, its people unyielding. But then he had unrolled the parchment, revealing plans for structures that seemed to leap from the page. Bridges that spanned impossible chasms, domes that touched the sky, and aqueducts that bent the will of rivers. His voice was calm, almost hypnotic, as he spoke of materials that could outlast the centuries. The senators were not fools. They saw the promise in his designs, but they also saw the danger. A man who could bend stone and water to his will was not someone to trust lightly. Still, the allure of his vision was too great to ignore. Over the years, his creations transformed Rome. Temples rose where there had been ruins. Roads stretched like veins across the empire, uniting distant lands. And always, there were whispers. Where does he find his knowledge? Who taught him to work the stone like it breathes? Have you seen his eyes? They shine like molten gold. Marcus rarely spoke of himself, but those who worked under him noticed things. He never seemed to age. The harsh sun that darkened their skin left his untouched. He spoke in a voice that carried authority, yet he often murmured to himself in a language no one understood. One night, a curious apprentice decided to follow him. He had heard the stories and wanted to know if they were true. Was Marcus Silanus truly blessed by the gods, or was there something more earthly and more dangerous behind his power? The apprentice kept to the shadows as Marcus left the city, his staff tapping lightly against the cobblestones. He followed him into the hills, his heart pounding with every step. The moon was high when Marcus stopped near an ancient grove. There, under the silver light, he knelt and began to work. The apprentice crept closer, his breath caught in his throat. He saw Marcus draw a circle in the dirt, its edges marked with strange symbols. From a small satchel, he pulled out powders that sparkled like crushed stars and poured them into the center. The mixture began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter, until it illuminated Marcus's face. What happened next, the apprentice would never be able to fully describe. Marcus whispered words that seemed to hang in the air, vibrating with an energy that made the very ground tremble. The light grew, pulsing like a heartbeat, until it surged upward in a flash that blinded the apprentice. When he opened his eyes, Marcus was staring directly at him. "You should not be here," Marcus said, his voice quiet but filled with something that felt like thunder. The apprentice tried to stammer an apology, but Marcus raised a hand to silence him. "What you saw tonight," Marcus said, "you will carry with you until your last breath. Speak of it, and you will wish for the mercy of the gods." The apprentice fled, his heart racing as if it might burst. He left Rome the next morning and was never seen again. But Marcus Silanus remained. Over time, the rumors grew darker. Workers claimed to hear voices when they laid the foundations of his buildings. Some swore they saw shadows moving where no one stood. A few disappeared entirely, their names whispered only in fear. Yet no one could deny the brilliance of his work. The Pantheon, with its unyielding dome that seemed to defy gravity. The aqueducts, carrying water as if guided by an unseen hand. Each structure was a testament to his skill, and perhaps something more. One evening, as the sun set over the Tiber, Marcus stood alone on the banks of the river. His staff was planted firmly in the ground, and his eyes were fixed on the horizon. He looked tired, more so than anyone had ever seen him. A senator approached, his steps hesitant. "You've given us so much," he said, his voice wavering. "But I must ask, what is the cost?" Marcus didn't answer immediately. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with an emotion the senator couldn't place. "Everything comes at a cost," Marcus said. "But some prices are worth paying." The senator frowned, but before he could press further, Marcus turned and walked away, his silhouette disappearing into the twilight. The next morning, he was gone. No one knew where he had gone or why. His name was spoken in hushed tones for years, his absence only adding to the mystique. Some believed he had returned to the gods, his work on earth complete. Others thought he had been cursed, doomed to wander forever. But the buildings he left behind stood firm, their walls unyielding to time. And sometimes, on quiet nights, when the wind swept through the streets of Rome, it carried a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like the whisper of a man who had given everything to build eternity. The mountain groaned as fire burst from its peak, a torrent of molten rock pouring down its sides like liquid fury. In the heart of the eruption, Vulcan stood, his forge glowing brighter than the sun. His hammer rose and fell in steady rhythm, each strike sending sparks showering into the darkened skies. His face, streaked with soot and sweat, betrayed no exhaustion. He was the god of fire, the master of creation and destruction, and this was his domain. Around him, the raw elements of the earth danced to his will, iron flowed like rivers, stone cracked and reformed, and the very air trembled with heat. But even Vulcan, with all his power, knew there was more to the world than fire. His creations, as mighty as they were, could not endure alone. Stone could shatter, and metal could melt. The forge needed balance, a force that could temper its unrelenting heat. It was Neptune, god of the sea, who brought that balance. He rose from the depths on a stormy night, the waves crashing against the shores with a roar that shook the land. His trident gleamed as lightning split the sky, illuminating his fierce, unyielding gaze. Where Vulcan burned, Neptune flowed. Where fire consumed, water sustained. Their meeting was neither planned nor peaceful. "You scorch the earth," Neptune bellowed, his voice carrying the weight of the oceans. "You leave nothing but ash in your wake. Your strength is a curse, not a gift." Vulcan's laughter rumbled like the mountain behind him. "And you drown it all," he retorted. "Your floods swallow the land, leaving it barren and broken. You think yourself a savior, but you're a destroyer, no different than I." Their words clashed like thunder and steel, each accusing the other of chaos and ruin. For days, they argued, their tempers as wild as the forces they commanded. The earth trembled beneath their feet, and the skies darkened as their quarrel filled the heavens. But as time wore on, their fury gave way to something else. Vulcan watched the waves lap at the shore, their rhythm steady and relentless. "Your waters," he said, his voice quieter now, "they shape the earth, smoothing its rough edges. They bring life where there was none." Neptune gazed at the fiery glow of Vulcan's forge, the molten rivers carving paths through stone. "And your flames," he admitted grudgingly, "they create as much as they destroy. Without them, the earth would be cold and lifeless." An understanding began to form, born not of words but of respect. They were opposites, yes, but they were also inseparable. Fire and water, strength and stability, one could not exist without the other. It was then that they decided to create something together, something that would embody their shared power. Vulcan reached into the heart of his forge and pulled forth volcanic ash, its heat still pulsating with the energy of the mountain. "This," he said, "is my gift. It is fire made solid, strength born of destruction." Neptune stepped forward, his hand sweeping through the air as a wave rose and crashed at his feet. From the foam, he gathered seawater, cool and brimming with life. "And this," he said, "is mine. It tempers the fire, giving it purpose and endurance." They combined their offerings, mixing ash and water with a precision that seemed almost ritualistic. Vulcan added lime, ground from the bones of the earth itself, while Neptune provided sand, shaped by the tides over millennia. Together, they stirred the elements, their movements synchronized like the ebb and flow of the tides. As the mixture thickened, Vulcan poured it into a mold he had forged from the mountain's rock. Neptune raised his trident, summoning the winds and waves to cool it. When the mold was broken open, what emerged was not stone, nor metal, nor anything the world had ever known. It was something greater. The material gleamed faintly in the light, its surface smooth yet unyielding. Vulcan struck it with his hammer, and it did not crack. Neptune poured water over it, and it did not erode. Together, they had created a substance that could withstand both the fury of fire and the relentlessness of water. They called it opus cementitium, a bond as enduring as their alliance. Vulcan and Neptune agreed to share their creation with mortals, but only those who proved themselves worthy. It was not a gift to be taken lightly, for its strength came with a cost. The formula, they decided, would be passed down through whispers and symbols, guarded by those who understood the balance it represented. Over time, the myth of their collaboration spread across the lands. Builders spoke of the gods' quarrel and their eventual truce, of the fire and water that had forged something eternal. The knowledge of opus cementitium became a legacy, its origins woven into the very fabric of Rome. But there were those who said the gods' presence lingered in every stone and every arch. They claimed to feel the heat of Vulcan's forge in the walls of the Colosseum, to hear the crash of Neptune's waves in the aqueducts that carried water to the city. And sometimes, on stormy nights when the winds howled and the earth shook, the builders would pause and look to the horizon. They swore they could see a faint glow in the mountains, a fiery beacon that refused to be extinguished. Others said they heard the distant roar of the sea, its rhythm steady and unyielding. It was a reminder, they believed, of the gods who had once quarreled and then united. A reminder of the strength and stability that could be born from even the most chaotic of forces. The night was heavy, the sky cloaked in clouds so thick they swallowed the stars. Two figures stood at the edge of the Palatine Hill, their faces shadowed, their breaths visible in the cold air. Romulus and Remus, twins bound by blood and destiny, stared out at the dark expanse that would one day become the Eternal City. The silence between them was tense, charged with a hunger that neither could ignore. This was their land, their future, but the earth beneath their feet was raw, unyielding. How could they build something that would last forever? How could they leave a mark that even time itself would fail to erase? It was Romulus who spoke first, his voice low and firm. The gods watch us, brother. They see our struggles, our ambition. If we are to carve Rome into history, we must gain their favor. Remus turned to him, his expression wary. And what would you offer them? The gods are not kind, Romulus. They do not give without taking. Romulus said nothing, but his gaze didn't falter. His silence was answer enough. The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of rain and the distant sound of rushing water. It was then that an unnatural stillness fell over the hill, the kind that made even the bravest men pause. The twins looked at each other, their unease mirrored in each other's eyes. A voice, deep and resonant, broke the silence. You call to us. The twins turned, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. But what they saw froze them in place. A figure stepped from the shadows, cloaked in flame that danced without consuming. His eyes burned like molten gold, and his presence radiated power. Vulcan, the god of fire and forge, stood before them. Beside him, the earth trembled, and from the shifting ground rose another figure, his form shimmering like sunlight on the sea. Neptune, god of the sea, his trident glinting like a blade of pure light. The twins fell to their knees, their mortal frames trembling in the presence of divinity. You seek to build a city that will stand the test of time, Vulcan said, his voice like the roar of a blazing furnace. A city that will not crumble, even when the earth shakes and the sky weeps. Neptune's gaze was as cold and unyielding as the ocean's depths. But to claim eternity, you must pay its price. Romulus, though his heart thundered in his chest, lifted his head to meet their gaze. Tell us what you ask, he said, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped him. The gods exchanged a glance, their expressions unreadable. It was Vulcan who spoke first. You will be given a gift, he said. A knowledge so powerful it will shape the bones of your city, rendering them unbreakable. Your walls will stand against the wrath of men and gods alike. But this gift cannot be wielded lightly. Neptune stepped forward, the ground beneath his feet slick with water that wasn't there before. The pact requires more than courage. It demands sacrifice. Blood for strength. Loyalty for stability. Are you prepared to offer what is asked? Romulus hesitated for only a moment. Anything, he said, his voice unwavering. Rome will rise, and it will endure. Whatever the gods demand, we will give. Remus, however, looked uncertain. His brow furrowed, and he turned to his brother. You cannot make such a promise lightly, Romulus. The gods' gifts are never free. What if they asked for too much? Romulus placed a hand on his brother's shoulder, his grip firm. We have no choice, Remus. This is our fate. The gods watched, their expressions as immutable as the forces they commanded. Vulcan raised his hand, and it appeared a bowl carved from volcanic rock, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the darkness. Blood, Vulcan said. The foundation of all strength. Offer it willingly, and the pact shall be sealed. Romulus stood without hesitation, drawing a blade from his belt. Its edge caught the faint light of the god's glow as he pressed it to his palm. Blood welled up, dark and rich, and he held his hand over the bowl, letting the drops fall into its depths. The air seemed to thicken, the weight of the moment pressing down on them all. Neptune stepped forward, his trident tapping the ground once. Water surged from nowhere, filling the bowl until the blood swirled within it like a storm. "Loyalty," he said. "The heart of stability. Swear it now, and the pact will hold." Romulus raised his voice, clear and strong. "I swear by the gods, by the land beneath my feet and the stars above, that my loyalty lies with Rome. I will give my life to see it endure." The bowl glowed, its contents shimmering with a light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Vulcan and Neptune exchanged a look, then raised their hands in unison. "Then it is done," they said. The ground trembled, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from the Earth's very core. The air around them crackled with energy, and for a moment, it felt as though the world itself held its breath. When the light faded, the bowl was gone, and in its place stood a small, unassuming stone. Its surface was smooth, its color unremarkable, but the twins could feel the power it radiated. "This," Vulcan said, his voice quieter now, "is the first key to your city's strength. Guard it well, for it holds the essence of the pact." Neptune's gaze swept over them, his expression unreadable. "Your city will rise, and it will endure. But never forget the cost you have paid. The gods do not grant their gifts lightly." With that, the gods faded, their forms dissolving into fire and water. The silence that followed was deafening. Romulus and Remus stood alone on the hill, the stone resting between them. It was Romulus who picked it up, his hand trembling slightly as he cradled it. He turned to his brother, his expression somber. "This is only the beginning," he said. Remus nodded, though his heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling that their pact with the gods, though necessary, had set something in motion that could not be undone. The sound of rushing water filled the air, a melody of life coursing through stone veins that stretched across the horizon. The aqueduct stood, unyielding and proud, its arches cutting through the landscape like a procession of giants. It was a marvel of human ingenuity, but to the Romans who walked beneath its shadow, it was more than mere engineering. It was a gift, a guardian, and, as the old stories whispered, something far greater than stone and mortar. The legend began in a time of desperation. The city was young, its ambitions vast, but its resources stretched thin. The Tiber River, though mighty, could not sustain the growing populace. Droughts came, parching the earth and turning fertile lands to dust. Crops withered, and wells ran dry. The people cried out for salvation, their voices rising to the heavens. It was said that the gods heard their pleas, and among them, Neptune stirred. The Lord of the Sea, known for his tempests and tides, was moved by the resilience of these mortals who dared to build a city destined for eternity. He descended in the guise of an old man, his hair silver as moonlight, his eyes reflecting the endless depths of the ocean. He approached a group of laborers struggling to carve a canal from the river. Their tools were crude, their hands blistered, but they toiled on with unwavering determination. Neptune watched in silence until one of the workers, a young woman named Lucia, collapsed from exhaustion. The others rushed to her side, their concern evident in their whispered prayers. The old man stepped forward, his presence commanding. "Why do you labor so, when the task before you is impossible?" Lucia, though weak, lifted her head. Her voice was hoarse but firm. "We labor because we must. Without water, our city will die." Neptune's gaze softened, and he knelt beside her. "What if I told you there was a way to bring water to your city, a way that would ensure it never thirsts again?" The laborers exchanged uncertain glances, but Lucia met his eyes, hope flickering in her weary expression. "What would it take?" Neptune smiled, a gesture tinged with both kindness and mystery. "Your strength, your trust, and your willingness to guard what is given." The workers hesitated, but Lucia nodded. "If it will save our people, we will do whatever is required." Neptune rose and struck the ground with his staff. The earth trembled, and from its depths emerged a shimmering stream of water, clear and cold as a winter morning. It twisted and coiled like a living thing, carving a path across the landscape. The workers watched in awe as the stream solidified into stone, forming a series of arches that stretched toward the city. "This," Neptune said, "is the aqueductus, a lifeline that will endure the tests of time and trial. But remember this, it is bound to your city's spirit. So long as Rome stands strong, so too will the aqueduct. Should you falter, it will falter as well." The workers bowed their heads, their hearts filled with gratitude and reverence. Neptune disappeared, his form dissolving into mist, but the aqueduct remained, a testament to his gift. As the years passed, the aqueductus became the lifeblood of Rome. It brought water not just to the palaces of the wealthy but to the public baths, fountains, and fields that sustained the people. Its arches, crafted with uncanny precision, stood firm against earthquakes and storms, defying the forces of nature. But the legend's true power revealed itself during the city's darkest hours. Invaders came, their armies vast and ruthless. They sought to break Rome's spirit by cutting off its water supply, believing the aqueducts to be vulnerable. The first attack came under the cover of night. Soldiers scaled the arches, their blades poised to sever the flow. But as they struck, their weapons shattered against the stone, the impact reverberating like a roar of defiance. The invaders fell back, regrouping for another assault. This time, they brought fire, hoping to weaken the mortar that held the aqueduct together. Flames licked at the arches, casting eerie shadows across the land. But when the smoke cleared, the aqueduct stood unscathed, its stone cool and untouched as if the fire had never been. It was then that whispers began to spread among the attackers. They spoke of the aqueductus as a living thing, protected by unseen forces. Some claimed to have heard voices in the wind, a chorus of guardians warning them to turn back. Others swore they saw figures walking the arches, their forms flickering like the light on water. One tale told of an invader, a young soldier who climbed to the highest arch, determined to destroy it. As he reached the top, he was met by a figure cloaked in shadows, its eyes gleaming with a cold, unearthly light. The figure spoke no words but raised a hand, and the soldier felt a wave of icy dread wash over him. He fled, abandoning his mission, and later described the figure as neither man nor god but something in between. The invaders eventually withdrew, their morale shattered. Rome's walls had withstood their siege, but it was the aqueductus that had broken their will. The people of Rome celebrated its resilience, their faith in the legend renewed. Lucia, now an elder, often visited the aqueduct, her steps slow but steady. She would rest her hand against its cool surface, her eyes filled with a quiet pride. To her, it was not just a structure but a symbol of the city's spirit, a reminder of the pact they had made with Neptune all those years ago. The aqueductus became more than a lifeline, it became a guardian, a symbol of Rome's unyielding strength. And though centuries passed, and empires rose and fell, the legend endured, whispered from one generation to the next. It was said that on quiet nights, when the moon was high and the air was still, you could hear the sound of rushing water, even when the aqueducts were dry. Some claimed it was the echo of Neptune's gift, a reminder that the spirit of Rome was alive and unbroken. Others believed it was the voices of those who had labored to build it, their determination woven into the stone itself. And so, the aqueductus stood, a silent witness to history, its arches stretching toward eternity, its story flowing like the waters it carried, endless, unyielding, and eternal. The night was restless, a tumultuous symphony of waves crashing against jagged cliffs and winds howling through the darkened skies. Aeneas stood at the edge of the shore, his cloak whipping around him, his eyes scanning the horizon as if searching for answers in the chaos. The remnants of Troy weighed heavy in his heart, and the cries of his lost city echoed in his memory. He was a man without a home, leading a weary band of survivors across an unforgiving world in search of a destiny he could barely grasp. The earth beneath his feet trembled subtly, a sensation he couldn't ignore. It wasn't the roar of the sea or the fury of the wind. It was something deeper, something alive. The feeling crept through his boots, into his bones, until it was impossible to dismiss. Do you feel that? Aeneas asked, turning to his closest companion, Achates. Achates nodded, his expression mirroring Aeneas's unease. "It's as though the ground itself breathes," he said, his voice barely audible over the storm. Aeneas tightened his grip on his sword. The storm, the trembling earth, the strange pull in his chest, it felt like a summons. He turned toward the cliffs, their jagged edges cutting into the sky like broken teeth. There was something there, he was certain of it, though he couldn't explain why. Without a word, he began to climb. The rocks were slick with rain, each step a test of his resolve, but he moved with purpose. His men called out to him, their voices laced with concern, but he didn't stop. Achates followed, his loyalty unwavering, and together they ascended into the storm. When they reached the summit, the wind seemed to still, the storm holding its breath as if acknowledging their arrival. Before them lay a fissure in the earth, its edges glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Aeneas approached cautiously, the warmth of the glow brushing against his skin. The fissure widened into a shallow crater, its center filled with a strange, silvery ash that shimmered like starlight. Aeneas knelt beside it, his hand hovering over the ash, drawn to its warmth. It was volcanic ash, but unlike any he had seen before. It pulsed faintly, as though alive, and its scent carried a hint of sulfur mingled with something sweet and unplaceable. Achates looked over his shoulder, his expression a mix of awe and trepidation. "What is it?" Aeneas didn't answer. He reached out, his fingers brushing the surface of the ash. It was soft, almost weightless, and as it clung to his skin, a vision overtook him. He saw fire, a roaring inferno that consumed and created all at once. He saw mountains splitting, rivers boiling, and the earth itself reshaping. But within the chaos was a sense of balance, a harmony between destruction and creation. And then, he saw a city vast and magnificent, its walls glowing with an inner strength that defied the ravages of time. When the vision faded, Aeneas gasped, his chest heaving as though he had run a great distance. The ash still clung to his hand, and he could feel its power coursing through him, a connection to something ancient and profound. "This is no ordinary place," he said, his voice steady despite the wonder in his eyes. "The gods have led us here." Achates looked down at the ash, his skepticism giving way to reverence. "What does it mean?" Aeneas stood, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "It means our path is clear. This ash is sacred, a gift from the earth itself. It holds the strength to build something eternal, something that will honor the memory of Troy and the promise of what is to come." The storm began to abate, the wind softening to a whisper as if the gods themselves approved. Aeneas gathered a handful of the ash, wrapping it carefully in a cloth before tucking it into his satchel. As they descended the cliffs, the weight of the ash seemed to grow heavier, not in burden but in significance. Aeneas felt the shift in his heart, the realization that this discovery was more than a tool, it was a symbol, a cornerstone for the future he was destined to create. Days later, as his group made camp near a riverbank, Aeneas shared the story of the sacred ash with his people. They listened intently, their eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and awe. Many wept, for they saw in Aeneas's vision a glimmer of the home they had lost and the promise of a new beginning. The ash became a sacred relic among the Trojans, its presence a constant reminder of their purpose. And though they didn't yet know where their journey would lead, they carried the ash with them, guarding it with their lives. Legends grew around the sacred ash, tales of how it protected their group from disasters and misfortune. Some claimed it glowed faintly at night, a beacon guiding them through the darkness. Others swore it whispered to them in dreams, offering glimpses of the city that would one day rise from its power. Aeneas carried the ash with a quiet reverence, his resolve unshakable. He knew it was more than a gift, it was a charge, a sacred duty bestowed upon him by the gods. The ash was a fragment of the earth's soul, a reminder that even in the face of destruction, creation was always possible. As they continued their trek through foreign lands, the story of the sacred ash became a part of their identity, a thread woven into the fabric of their survival. And though the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, the ash remained a source of strength, its presence a silent promise that their journey was not in vain. Aeneas often thought of that stormy night on the cliffs, the strange pull that had guided him to the fissure. He would remember the warmth of the ash, the vision of fire and creation, and the unshakable sense of purpose it had given him. And he would hold fast to the belief that the gods had not abandoned them, that they had bestowed upon him the key to a future that would outlast even the stars. The night was heavy with silence, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves under a foreboding sky. A solitary figure stood on the wall of the great city, gazing out into the darkness. Beneath him, the earth trembled, a subtle, almost imperceptible vibration, but one that carried an unmistakable threat. Marcus, a young engineer, tightened his grip on the cold stone parapet. He knew what was coming. The ground heaved, and a low rumble rose, swelling into a deafening roar. An earthquake, fierce and unyielding, tore through the landscape, its force consuming everything in its path. Marcus felt the wall beneath him quiver but stand firm, as though rooted in defiance. Around him, soldiers and citizens clung to each other, their prayers swallowed by the quake's fury. The shaking subsided, leaving a fragile stillness in its wake. Dust settled over the city like a veil, and Marcus's heart pounded as he looked down at the structures below. Temples, aqueducts, and homes, all crafted with the material that had become both his life's work and his deepest fascination. They were intact. Marcus descended the wall, his legs unsteady but driven by purpose. He passed through the streets, his eyes scanning for cracks, for evidence of failure. The buildings stood tall, their facades unmarred. The arches of the aqueduct loomed in the distance, their elegant spans unbroken. Tears burned in his eyes, not of fear or despair, but of pride. The people began to gather, their whispered fears giving way to awed murmurs. The structures that encased their lives, that protected their children and their futures, had stood against nature's wrath. It was the miracle material, Roman concrete, that had defied the quake. A voice called out to Marcus, and he turned to see the elderly architect Severus approaching, his gait slow but steady. "You doubted, didn't you?" Severus asked, his tone gentle but piercing. "I didn't know if it would hold," Marcus admitted. "I believed in the design, in the formula, but against this." Severus placed a weathered hand on Marcus's shoulder. "It's not just stone and mortar. It's resilience. It's the will of every hand that shaped it and the wisdom of those who came before us. The earthquake was not the first test, nor would it be the last. The material had faced storms that turned rivers into raging torrents, waves that pounded harbors with relentless fury, and sieges that tested the limits of human ingenuity. Each time, the structures stood as monuments to something greater than engineering, a defiance of impermanence. Years before Marcus's time, a flood swept through the coastal city of Neapolis, its waters rising with terrifying speed. The people scrambled to higher ground, their voices drowned by the roar of the sea. Yet when the waters receded, the harbor walls remained, their surfaces polished smooth by the force of the waves but unbroken. The townspeople spoke of it as an act of the gods, a sign that Neptune himself had spared them. In truth, it was the volcanic ash mixed into the concrete that gave it its strength, its uncanny ability to resist the wear of time and nature. The ancient engineers, guided by wisdom passed down through generations, had chosen their materials carefully, blending the ash with lime and stones to create something that seemed alive, something that healed its cracks with the salt of the sea. During a siege on the city of Beneventum, the enemy battered the walls with trebuchets, their stones smashing into the fortifications with relentless force. The defenders braced for collapse, their cries of desperation filling the air. Yet the walls absorbed the blows, their surface crumbling only slightly where the impacts struck hardest. When the attackers breached the gates, they found themselves funneled into narrow corridors where their advantage in numbers was neutralized. The walls held, and the city survived. Marcus had grown up on such stories, tales told by his father as they walked the ruins of old fortifications or studied the aqueducts that carried water to distant cities. His father, a stonemason, had always spoken with reverence about the concrete, calling it the soul of the empire. As a boy, Marcus hadn't understood. To him, it was just a material, a means to build. But now, standing in the aftermath of the earthquake, he finally saw it for what it was, a force that defied the fragility of human existence. In the days that followed, Marcus joined the inspections, checking every arch, every column, every wall. The material had not only survived, but seemed to have adapted, its tiny cracks filled with crystalline growths formed from the reaction between water and ash. It was as if the structures themselves were alive, repairing their wounds like living beings. The people of the city began to return to their lives, their fear replaced by a sense of awe. The concrete became a symbol of their survival, of their ability to endure in the face of overwhelming odds. Craftsmen and builders gathered in the forum, sharing their stories and their gratitude for the knowledge that had been passed down to them. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Marcus sat with Severus on the steps of the basilica. The older man's eyes were fixed on the horizon, his expression thoughtful. "You've seen what it can do," Severus said. "But its greatest strength isn't in the material itself. It's in the hands and minds that use it. The courage to trust in what we've learned, to face what comes, and to keep building, no matter what." Marcus nodded, the weight of the words sinking into him. He thought of his father, of the countless engineers and masons who had come before him, each adding their knowledge and skill to the legacy of the material. It wasn't just concrete, it was the embodiment of human resilience, of the desire to create something that would last, something that would outlive its creators. As night fell, Marcus felt a renewed sense of purpose. The tests of nature and war would come again, as they always did. But he knew now that the material, and the spirit of those who wielded it, would endure. The walls of the city, the arches of the aqueducts, the foundations of the temples, they were more than structures. They were promises, carved into stone and ash, that time itself would have to reckon with. The flames danced, vivid and untamed, their light flickering across the faces of the gathered crowd. They stood in silence, watching the sacred fire that seemed to hold the very soul of Rome within its golden embers. The air was thick with reverence and the faint aroma of burning olive oil, as though the gods themselves had descended to witness this moment. Among the crowd, a young girl named Livia clutched the hem of her tunic, her eyes wide with awe. This was the night she would never forget, the night she first laid eyes on the Temple of Vesta. They said it was more than a building. It was a living embodiment of the goddess's protection, her promise that Rome would endure. The circular walls gleamed in the firelight, their surface smooth and unyielding, as though shaped by divine hands. Each stone seemed to hum with an energy that spoke of something ancient and unbroken. But the stories of how the temple came to be were even more captivating. Whispers among the elders spoke of a time when Rome was still finding its place in the world, when its leaders sought a way to bind the city's fate to something eternal. It was then, they said, that the Vestals were chosen, priestesses who would guard the sacred flame, ensuring it never extinguished. For as long as the fire burned, so too would Rome's strength endure. The creation of the temple was said to be unlike any other. The legend began with Numa Pompilius, the wise and pious king who succeeded Romulus. It was during one of his meditative walks in the hills that he claimed to have heard Vesta's voice carried on the wind. She spoke of a fire that would protect Rome, a fire that could never die, and she entrusted him with the task of building a sanctuary worthy of her gift. Numa returned to the city with a vision etched into his mind. He gathered Rome's most skilled builders and artisans, but their task was not merely architectural, it was spiritual. They believed the materials themselves needed to be blessed, infused with the essence of the goddess. The legend claimed that volcanic ash from Mount Vesuvius was brought to the city under the cover of night, carried in secrecy to prevent its power from being corrupted. As the foundations were laid, the builders chanted prayers to Vesta, their voices rising with each stone they placed. They worked tirelessly, their hands guided by a sense of purpose that transcended their understanding. And when the circular walls began to rise, there were those who swore they could feel a warmth emanating from the stones, as if the goddess herself approved of their work. The true marvel, however, was the roof. Unlike other temples, which bore grand, angular designs, the roof of Vesta's sanctuary was said to be crafted in a perfect dome, symbolizing the heavens above. It was made of a special mixture of lime and ash, its surface polished to a radiant sheen. When sunlight struck it, the dome glowed as though touched by divine fire, a beacon visible across the city. But the most sacred part of the temple lay within, a simple hearth where the eternal flame burned. The Vestals, chosen in their youth and bound by vows of purity, tended to the fire day and night. They were more than priestesses, they were the heart of Rome, their devotion a shield against misfortune. One winter, a terrible storm swept through the city, bringing with it winds that howled like wolves and rains that lashed the streets. Trees were uprooted, roofs torn away, and the Tiber swelled to dangerous levels. People huddled in their homes, praying for mercy. Yet through it all, the flame in Vesta's temple never faltered. The storm could not extinguish it, and when dawn broke, the sight of the still burning fire gave the people hope. But not all legends of the temple were peaceful. There was a tale of an invading army that once surrounded the city, their intent to raze it to the ground. The people prepared for the worst, their courage faltering as the enemy drew closer. It was said that the Vestals, sensing the city's desperation, gathered in the temple and knelt before the flame. They prayed with such fervor that the fire blazed higher than ever before, its light piercing the night like a second sun. The invaders, awestruck by the sight, hesitated. To them, the fire seemed unnatural, a warning from the gods. Fear spread through their ranks, and by morning, they had retreated. The people of Rome celebrated, not with feasts or revelry, but with solemn gratitude. The flame had saved them. Livia's mother had told her these stories many times, her voice low and reverent as they sat by their own modest hearth. Yet standing here now, in the presence of the temple, Livia felt the weight of those tales in a way she never had before. She stepped closer, her sandals scuffing the stone steps, and craned her neck to see the flame. One of the Vestals noticed her and smiled gently. "Do you see it, child?" the priestess asked, her voice like the soft crackle of a comforting fire. Livia nodded, her throat tight. "It is not just fire," the Vestal continued. "It is faith. It is strength. It is the spirit of those who came before us and those who will come after." The words settled over Livia like a warm blanket, and for a moment, she felt as though she were part of something far greater than herself. She turned her gaze back to the temple, her heart swelling with a quiet resolve. The elders often said that the temple was indestructible, but Livia understood now that it wasn't because of the stones or the concrete, or even the flame itself. It was the belief that bound them all, the unshakable conviction that as long as the fire burned, Rome would endure. The Colosseum stood in the heart of Rome, its stone walls weathered by centuries, yet still towering with a defiance that made the earth beneath seem small. For years, it had watched as time passed, and countless lives were spent in the dust of its arena. But beneath the grandeur, whispers of a dark legend had clung to the great amphitheater, murmured in hushed voices by those who still remembered the ancient stories. The legend of the curse that bound the Colosseum to time and to suffering was born on the night it was completed. They said that as the final stone was placed, a tremor ran through the earth, and the air grew thick with an unnatural stillness. The workers, tired and covered in the dust of their labor, stepped back to admire their masterpiece. But in the quiet that followed, there was something more, a distant, ominous sound, like the grinding of unseen teeth. It was on that very night that the high priest of Jupiter, the king of the Roman gods, entered the great arena to offer thanks. He had witnessed the bloodshed in the arena, the gladiators who fought for their lives beneath the watchful eyes of the emperor. And he knew the price of such spectacles. The life force of the city itself seemed to be drained by each fight. In the dark corners of Rome, there were those who spoke of the ancient gods' displeasure. They feared that the blood spilled in the Colosseum had awakened a darker power, one that would never let the monument fall to ruin. It was said that the gods cursed the arena, condemning it to stand as a reminder of Rome's brutality. And so it was, though the centuries passed, the Colosseum would never crumble, never be forgotten. Generations came and went, and the Colosseum stood unchanged, its majestic arches and columns towering against the sky, witnessing the rise and fall of empires. But those who were sensitive to the whispers of history felt something lingering in the shadows of the arena, something that watched, waited. It was the curse of the Colosseum, some said. They spoke of it in whispers, though few dared to claim it aloud. The arena had been built on the backs of slaves, on the sacrifice of men who had died for entertainment. It was as if the gods had allowed the bloodshed to echo through the centuries, chaining the structure to a fate it could not escape. And so, when storms swept through Rome, devastating the city and leaving destruction in their wake, the Colosseum stood firm. When the earth trembled beneath the weight of the city, sending shockwaves through the ground, the Colosseum remained unshaken. The legends of its curse grew stronger, for even the mightiest forces seemed to respect the ancient structure. One evening, as a tempest howled through the streets of Rome, a young scholar named Lucius stood in front of the Colosseum, his mind heavy with the weight of the past. He had heard the stories of the curse, but he had always dismissed them as superstition. He was a man of reason, a man of science. Yet, as he gazed up at the Colosseum's towering arches, something unsettled him. The wind seemed to howl louder here, and the shadows around the ancient structure felt darker than they should. He stepped closer, his footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness. As he moved beneath the archway, a cold shiver ran down his spine. The temperature seemed to drop, the air thick with a sense of unease. Lucius could almost hear the distant roar of the crowds, feel the weight of 1,000 years of bloodshed and violence pressing down upon him. He had studied the history of the Colosseum, the gladiators who had fought within its walls, and the emperors who had sat in their grand seats, watching with cold eyes as men died for sport. But tonight, something felt different. The air was charged with energy, a strange, electric hum that seemed to vibrate through his chest. He had come to learn, to uncover the truth behind the legend, but what he found was more than he could have imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled. Lucius staggered, his heart racing. The wind screamed louder, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw something, movement, shadows shifting, or perhaps it was just his imagination. He turned back toward the Colosseum's dark interior, where the echoes of forgotten lives seemed to whisper his name. And then he heard it, a low, rumbling voice that seemed to come from deep within the stone itself. "You seek to know the truth?" it asked, its tone heavy and ancient. Lucius froze, his breath catching in his throat. The voice, though faint, was unmistakable. It was the voice of the gods. Or something far older. The price of knowledge, the voice continued, is to face the past. To understand the cost of what has been built here. The ground trembled once again, more violently this time. Lucius stumbled back, his pulse racing as the stone beneath his feet seemed to hum with an unnatural energy. The shadows around the Colosseum deepened, and for a moment, it seemed as though the arena itself had come to life, its walls breathing, pulsing with a dark force. In that moment, Lucius understood. The Colosseum was not just a structure, it was a living memory, a monument to a time of violence and bloodshed that had never truly ended. The curse, he realized, was not merely one of longevity. It was a punishment, a consequence of the atrocities committed within its walls. The legends were true, then. The gods had condemned the Colosseum to stand for eternity, to witness the suffering it had caused. The arena would never fall, never fade into ruin, for it was bound to the city's sins, its scars. Each stone in its vast structure was steeped in the blood of those who had perished, and each passing year only deepened the bond between the gods and the cursed monument. Lucius turned and fled, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew that the Colosseum would remain, unbroken, forever standing in the heart of Rome, a reminder of the past that could never be forgotten. The curse, it seemed, was not just a myth, it was a truth, one that would echo through the ages, until time itself could no longer remember. The night Rome fell was unlike any other. The city, which had once stood as the heart of a mighty empire, now trembled beneath the weight of its own collapse. The streets, once bustling with merchants, soldiers, and citizens, were silent. In the distance, the thunder of approaching invaders echoed through the air, a grim reminder that the empire that had ruled for centuries was crumbling. The once mighty walls of Rome, filled with the echoes of gladiatorial combat and political power, now stood like fragile sentinels, unable to protect the heart of the empire. Inside the city's grandest structures, something even more insidious was happening. The knowledge that had fueled the empire's greatness, the genius of Roman engineers, architects, and builders, was slipping away, lost to the chaos that consumed the city. The secrets of Roman concrete, the intricate aqueducts, the great domes, and arches that had once defied time were slipping through the fingers of those who had once understood them. It was as if the very spirit of Rome, the knowledge of its people, was being erased. In the midst of this collapse, one man, a scholar named Gaius, stood in the shadows of the crumbling Roman Forum, watching the great city he had once known as a beacon of civilization fall apart. His heart was heavy with grief, but there was also a bitter understanding in his eyes. Gaius was one of the last of the engineers, one of the few who had studied the ancient texts, who had once believed that the knowledge of Rome would endure for all time. He had spent his life learning the secrets of the aqueducts, the roads, and the remarkable material that had made Roman architecture so indestructible. But now, as the empire fell, those secrets were slipping away, lost in the destruction. The flame of knowledge that had once illuminated the empire's greatest achievements was flickering out. Gaius knew this better than anyone. He had seen it in the fading libraries, in the crumbling scrolls, in the whispers of the scholars who were now too frightened to speak of the great inventions of the past. The chaos of the empire's collapse had cast a shadow over everything. What had once been known, what had once been revered, was now just a faint memory, fading into the past. As Gaius walked through the darkened streets, the weight of history pressed on him. He passed by the remnants of great buildings, once towering symbols of Roman might. The Pantheon, with its perfect dome, seemed to sag under the weight of its own age, its walls cracked and broken, its secrets hidden beneath layers of dust and decay. The Colosseum, once a stage for glory and violence, now stood abandoned, its arches empty and hollow. The city's great aqueducts, which had once carried life-giving water to every corner of Rome, were now dry and silent, their waters lost to time. In the silence of the night, Gaius could almost hear the voices of the great engineers of the past, their whispers carried by the wind. They had been masters of their craft, able to create wonders that seemed impossible. The formula for Roman concrete, a mixture that had allowed structures to last for millennia, was one of their greatest achievements. Yet now, no one remembered how to make it. The knowledge had been passed down through generations of engineers, but as the empire fractured, the wisdom that had made Rome great was lost. Gaius stopped before a small, crumbling library that had once been a place of learning and enlightenment. The scrolls inside were now little more than brittle fragments of a time long gone. As he stepped inside, the smell of mildew and decay filled his nostrils. He could barely make out the faded letters on the ancient scrolls, but he knew that what had once been written there was no longer accessible to anyone. The knowledge of the Romans, their understanding of engineering, architecture, and construction, was slipping away. The world had changed. The invaders who now threatened the city did not understand the importance of what was being lost. They came with their swords and their fire, intent on taking what they could, but they did not know the true cost of their destruction. They did not know that, with the fall of Rome, the world was losing something far more valuable than gold or land. The secrets of the Romans' enduring structures, their genius in construction, would fade into the dust of history, lost to the chaos of war and invasion. Gaius stood still for a long time, gazing at the remnants of the city. His mind raced, filled with memories of his studies and the ancient knowledge he had worked so hard to preserve. But he knew it was too late. The empire was falling, and with it, the great empire's greatest secret, the ability to create enduring, timeless structures that could withstand the ravages of time. The fall of Rome wasn't just the end of a civilization, it was the end of an era of knowledge, of ingenuity that had changed the world. For centuries, the Romans had built with the understanding that their structures would last, that their achievements would stand as a testament to their greatness. But as the empire crumbled, so did the knowledge that had made all of it possible. It was as if the earth itself had swallowed the wisdom of the past, leaving nothing behind but ruins. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the collapse continued. Gaius, like many others, fled the city, carrying with him only fragments of the knowledge he had once believed could be passed down for generations. The fall of Rome wasn't just the fall of an empire, it was the fall of an idea, the collapse of a world where knowledge was sacred and eternal. In the years that followed, the secrets of Roman engineering would be lost to the ages, forgotten in the tumult of time. The formula for Roman concrete, the incredible knowledge that had allowed the Romans to build aqueducts that carried water for miles, the great structures that had withstood the ravages of nature and man, all of it faded into myth. The world, caught in the chaos of the Dark Ages, would never fully understand what had been lost. The empire was gone. Its glory was no more. But the true tragedy lay in the silence that followed, the silence of knowledge lost, and the world that would never again understand the incredible genius that had built the eternal city. The night was still. The air held a strange, almost palpable tension, as though the world was waiting for something unseen to unfold. Beneath the shadows of the crumbling walls of ancient Roman buildings, a small group moved with quiet purpose. Clad in dark, simple robes, they walked with a sense of importance, their faces obscured by hoods. These were not just any travelers, no, they were the last of a long-forgotten guild, guardians of a knowledge so precious, so powerful, that it could shape the fate of the world. The city around them was a shadow of its former glory. Streets once teeming with life were now empty, save for the whispers of the wind and the distant sounds of a world in turmoil. It was the fall of the empire. The great Roman civilization was crumbling under the weight of its own ambition, its power slipping away like sand through an open hand. But within this chaos, these quiet figures moved in silence, unnoticed, their footsteps echoing only in their own hearts. For centuries, the guild had been sworn to protect the most sacred of Roman secrets, the recipe for their legendary concrete, a substance that had defied time and nature, allowing the Romans to build monuments that had lasted millennia. The walls of the Colosseum, the aqueducts that carried water to the heart of the city, and the grand dome of the Pantheon, all were made with the same mysterious material. A substance so powerful, so enduring, that the knowledge of how to create it had been passed down through the ages, locked away from the hands of those who might use it for the wrong purposes. The guild had always been a secret, a shadowy order that worked in silence, its members bound by an oath to guard the recipe with their lives. But now, in these final days of the empire, that oath had become more than a vow, it had become a burden. As the empire teetered on the edge of destruction, the guild knew that its time was running out. Soon, the world would forget what had made Rome great. The great works of the empire would be lost, and the knowledge of the concrete that had supported them would vanish into the dust of history. But there was hope. The guild's most trusted members had spent their lives safeguarding the secret, passing it on in whispers and hidden scrolls. Only a select few had ever learned the formula, and even fewer still knew how to use it. These men and women were not simply protectors, they were the keepers of a legacy. They were the last to remember. As they moved through the city, the weight of their task pressed heavily on their shoulders. In the darkened streets, they passed by familiar landmarks, buildings that had once stood proudly, now crumbling under the weight of time and neglect. The great temples, the grand amphitheaters, the roads that stretched across the empire, all of them had been built with the secret concrete. But now, they were just ruins, fading memories of a past long gone. At the heart of the city stood a building that still stood strong, an ancient library that had once been a beacon of knowledge, but now lay dormant, its doors locked and its halls silent. This was where the guild would meet. Inside, they would protect the last remnants of the secret, hidden away in a secret chamber, far from the eyes of the world. The guild had spent generations keeping the knowledge hidden, ensuring that it would never fall into the wrong hands. As the members entered the library, the air seemed to shift, as if the very stones of the building recognized their presence. The faint light from the torches flickered across the walls, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out like ghostly fingers. The guild members moved silently, their steps soft and measured, as they made their way to the heart of the library, to the chamber where the secret had been kept safe for centuries. There, in a small, hidden alcove, lay the last of the ancient scrolls. The formula for the Roman concrete, written in the same elegant script that had adorned the walls of the grandest buildings, was carefully preserved. The guild members, their hands trembling, reverently approached the scrolls. They knew that once the knowledge was shared, there would be no turning back. The world would change forever, and not all would use the power for good. One of the members, a man named Titus, looked down at the scrolls with a mixture of pride and fear. He was the youngest among them, but his mind was sharp and his loyalty unwavering. He had spent years learning the secrets of the concrete, understanding the precise mixture of lime, volcanic ash, and seawater that had made Roman construction so durable. But even he knew that there was more to the recipe than the ingredients. The true secret was in the hands of those who knew how to use it, those who understood the delicate balance between science and art, between fire and water, between the earth and the sky. Titus' fingers brushed the ancient scroll, and for a moment, he felt a connection to the men and women who had built the empire. He could almost hear the distant roar of the crowds in the Colosseum, feel the pulse of the city at its height. The knowledge he held in his hands was the key to it all, a key that had been passed down through generations, through times of peace and times of war. The guild had guarded it well, but now, with the empire falling to pieces around them, it seemed as though their duty was coming to an end. Outside, the sound of battle could be heard. The invaders were closing in. The empire was crumbling, but the guild's mission remained unchanged. They had to protect the secret, no matter the cost. As the guild members huddled together, their heads bowed in silent prayer, Titus made a vow. He would protect the secret, even if it meant losing everything. The world was changing, but the knowledge of the Romans would survive. The guild had been the silent keepers of the greatest treasure of all, an enduring legacy that had built an empire and would, if kept safe, survive the test of time. The recipe for Roman concrete was more than just a formula. It was a symbol of the strength, resilience, and ingenuity of a civilization that had shaped the world. And as long as the guild remained, that legacy would not be lost. The wind howled through the cracks in the stone, as if the gods themselves were whispering their approval. The guild, with its sacred duty, stood at the crossroads of history. The end of an empire had come, but the beginning of something new was already taking shape. The secrets of the Romans, though lost to time, would never be forgotten. The sun had begun its slow descent behind the hills, casting long shadows across the ruined buildings of the ancient city. A wind, thick with the scent of earth and dust, swept across the landscape, rustling the pages of a worn, leather-bound book. Beneath the shadow of a crumbling stone tower, a man sat hunched over the book, his fingers tracing the faded words, his face drawn in concentration. He was one of the many wandering scholars who had been drawn to this forgotten land, seeking something lost to time, something that could change the course of history. His name was Ammon, and he was not alone. All across Europe, in the aftermath of the fall of the great Roman Empire, men like him had embarked on quests that were half legend, half madness. They were alchemists, scholars, dreamers, men who believed that the secret to the glory of Rome, its unmatched engineering, and its mysterious materials still lay hidden beneath the rubble of time. The knowledge of the ancients, they thought, had not died but had simply been buried, waiting to be unearthed by the right hands. Ammon had spent years traveling from one ruined city to the next, following whispers and rumors, tracing the paths once taken by the Romans themselves. Each city he visited left him with more questions than answers, each library he searched through was missing volumes, and every so-called treasure he uncovered seemed to lead to yet another dead end. But there was something that kept him going, some pull deep within his heart, as if the Roman gods themselves had chosen him for this impossible task. As he sat there in the fading light, turning the pages of his book, he found a passage that seemed to speak directly to him. It was a reference to a long-lost scroll, rumored to have been buried with a high-ranking Roman engineer, a man who had once commanded the building of the great aqueducts and temples that still stood, defying the centuries. The scroll was said to contain the formula for the concrete that had made the Romans immortal. Ammon's heart skipped a beat. Could it be true? Was this the key to everything he had spent years searching for? The lost knowledge that had been hidden away by the alchemists and scholars of the Middle Ages, forgotten as empires rose and fell? His fingers trembled as he read the passage again. The scroll had been hidden in a tomb in a desolate corner of the empire, far from the great cities of Rome and Constantinople. It was said that whoever found it would gain the power to shape the very earth itself. Buildings that could withstand time. Roads that could never crack or crumble. A formula that would change the world. Ammon didn't hesitate. He knew that he had to find that scroll. The next days were filled with the kind of feverish energy that only comes when a man believes he is on the brink of something world-changing. Aemon gathered his belongings, his tools, his maps, his books, and set out, crossing mountains, rivers, and forests. Every step seemed to bring him closer to the heart of the mystery. But as he journeyed deeper into the wilderness, he could feel the weight of history pressing down on him. There was something ancient in the air here, something that whispered of power and lost knowledge. But there was also a darkness, a warning, that seemed to follow him at every turn. As Aemon approached the hidden tomb, he found that the land itself had been shaped by the forces of time. Trees twisted in unnatural ways, their roots knotted around rocks and stones as if the earth itself was trying to keep the secrets buried. The air grew colder, and the once clear sky seemed to cloud over, as though the heavens were watching him, unsure of whether he should continue. With his heart pounding in his chest, Aemon arrived at the tomb. The stone entrance was almost completely obscured by ivy and overgrowth. It took all his strength to pry the heavy stones apart, the sound of crumbling rock echoing through the silent valley. When the tomb finally opened, he was greeted by a darkness so deep that it seemed to swallow the light. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for him to step inside. Aemon lit a torch and stepped into the tomb. His footsteps echoed off the stone walls, the sound stretching endlessly through the passageways. The air was thick with dust, and every breath seemed to carry with it the weight of centuries. He felt as if he were walking into the very heart of the Roman Empire, stepping into the footsteps of men who had built wonders that had withstood the ages. Deeper and deeper he went, guided by the faint glow of his torch. At last, he found the chamber. It was small and simple, but the walls were lined with ancient stone carvings, images of buildings, aqueducts, and bridges, all constructed with the same mysterious material that had made the Romans immortal. In the center of the room, there lay a stone pedestal, and on it, an object wrapped in cloth. Aemon's pulse quickened as he stepped forward, his hands trembling with excitement. With great care, he unwrapped the cloth, revealing an ancient scroll. The scroll was yellowed with age, but the ink on it was still visible, faint but legible. Aemon could barely contain his excitement as he unrolled it, feeling as though he were holding the key to the future in his hands. His fingers traced the words, deciphering the ancient script. The formula for Roman concrete was written there, just as the legends had said. But then, a strange feeling swept over him. A shiver ran down his spine, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. It was as if the tomb itself was alive, watching him, judging him. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had crossed a line, that something had been set in motion that could not be undone. The scroll, the knowledge it contained, it was both a blessing and a curse. In that moment, Aemon realized that the pursuit of ancient knowledge was not without consequence. The alchemists and wandering scholars who had come before him had all sought the same thing, the power to change the world, to unlock the secrets of the past and harness them for their own purposes. But in doing so, they had risked everything. They had awakened forces beyond their control. As he stood there in the darkness of the tomb, Aemon understood that he was no different from the men who had sought the secret before him. He was a part of the endless cycle of knowledge, power, and loss. The secret of Roman concrete, he knew, could change the world, but at what cost? The wind outside howled, carrying with it the whispers of the past. And Aemon, standing there in the tomb, felt a weight settle upon his heart. The wandering scholars had always searched for the same thing, a chance to bring back the glory of the past. But in the end, no one could escape the consequences of their desires. The rain fell in sheets that night, the heavy drops echoing against the stone walls of the library. Inside, the flickering light from a lone candle cast dancing shadows across the shelves, creating an eerie, almost magical atmosphere. No one had visited this library in years, not since the monks who had once cared for it disappeared into the past, leaving behind only their ancient books and forgotten knowledge. But tonight, in the silence that filled the vast, dusty room, a lone figure moved with purpose. Benedict was a scholar, but not just any scholar. His passion for lost knowledge had led him to places most would have avoided, deep into the world of forgotten manuscripts and lost languages. He had heard the rumors, the whispers of a codex, an ancient book that contained a secret so powerful it could reshape the world. A codex that had disappeared centuries ago, buried beneath the weight of time and history, but one that had never quite been forgotten. It was said to hold the secret formula for the concrete that had made Rome's greatest structures last for centuries. Benedict's heart pounded in his chest as he walked between the towering shelves. He had been searching for this book for most of his life. The stories he had heard, the cryptic hints dropped by other scholars, had all led him here, to this remote, neglected library in a forgotten corner of Europe. It was a place few knew about, even fewer had visited in centuries, and yet it was said to be home to the very manuscript he had sought for so long. He stopped in front of a shelf, his eyes scanning the spines of the leather-bound books. He could feel the weight of history in the air, a presence that seemed to hum with power. Somewhere among these books, buried in the labyrinth of time, was the Codex. Somewhere, hidden in this forgotten corner of the world, was the last chance to uncover the secret that had eluded scholars for generations. With trembling hands, Benedict pulled a book from the shelf. It was heavy and old, its leather cover cracked with age. But as he opened it, he found nothing more than faded words that had long since lost their meaning. He replaced it on the shelf and moved on to the next, then the next. The search felt endless. Each book was a dead end, each volume a disappointment. But there was no turning back now. The legends, the whispers, the fragmentary clues had all brought him to this moment, to this place. He would not leave empty-handed. As the night stretched on, Benedict's hope began to wane. His eyes were tired, his fingers numb from pulling book after book from the shelves. But then, just as he was about to give in to frustration, his hand brushed against something different, a book that felt out of place. It was smaller than the others, its spine decorated with intricate symbols he had never seen before. It seemed ancient beyond measure, and yet it was untouched, as if waiting for him to find it. He hesitated for a moment, his fingers lingering on the cover. There was something about this book that felt right. Something about it felt as though it belonged to him, as if it had been waiting for his touch all these years. With a steady breath, Benedict pulled the book from the shelf. The dust settled around him as he carefully opened the cover. The first few pages were written in a hand so old it looked like it had been etched into the paper itself. The ink was faded, but still legible, and as his eyes scanned the lines, he felt the weight of history pressing down on him. The text described the creation of a concrete so powerful, so durable, that it had made the Romans masters of construction. The very formula that had allowed them to build the aqueducts, the temples, and the Colosseum. The very same formula that had been lost to time. Benedict's breath caught in his throat as he read the words. The formula was here, in his hands, written out in detail. The ingredients, the process, the steps that had made the Roman concrete so indestructible. It was all there, waiting to be rediscovered. The ancient knowledge, the secret that had been buried for centuries, was now within his grasp. But as he continued to read, something strange began to happen. The words on the page seemed to blur, shifting before his eyes, as if the book itself was alive. The symbols, once clear, now appeared to writhe and twist, their meaning slipping away like water through his fingers. The room grew colder, and Benedict could feel the weight of the centuries pressing down on him. He had come so far, but now that he had found the Codex, he wasn't sure he wanted to know the full truth. The book seemed to pulse in his hands, and for a brief moment, Benedict wondered if he had made a terrible mistake. The power of the knowledge it contained was beyond anything he could have imagined. What would it mean for the world if he could recreate the formula? Would it bring about a new age of prosperity, or would it awaken something far darker, something that should remain hidden? Suddenly, a sound broke through the silence of the room, a low, rumbling noise that seemed to come from deep within the earth. Benedict froze, his heart racing in his chest. The book trembled in his hands, as if responding to the distant, ominous sound. The walls of the library seemed to groan, and the air grew thick, heavy with a sense of foreboding. For the first time, Benedict felt the weight of the knowledge he had uncovered, the knowledge that had been hidden for so long for a reason. The book seemed to call out to him, urging him to continue, to learn more, to unlock its final secret. But deep inside, Benedict knew that some knowledge was too dangerous to possess. Some secrets, no matter how tempting, were better left buried. The very fact that this manuscript had remained lost for so long, hidden away in the shadows, was proof enough that it was never meant to be found. For a moment, Benedict simply stood there, holding the codex, unsure of what to do. The air around him seemed charged, as if the very fabric of reality was shifting. The wind outside howled louder, rattling the windows of the library. The whispers of the past seemed to grow louder, as though urging him to take the next step, to push forward, to claim the knowledge that was rightfully his. But then, in the quiet that followed the storm, Benedict closed the book. The secrets it held would remain hidden, for now. The world was not ready for such power. He knew that much, and he would not risk the same fate that had befallen those who had sought the formula before him. The rain continued to fall, and the library returned to its peaceful silence. As Benedict placed the manuscript back on the shelf and turned to leave, he felt a strange sense of peace. The codex was lost once more, and with it, the secrets of the past. Perhaps one day, someone else would find it, but for now, the world would remain unchanged. And so, the last manuscript, the final clue, faded back into the forgotten corners of history, waiting for the next wandering scholar, the next dreamer, to come seeking the knowledge that had shaped an empire. The flames roared like a beast awakened from slumber. They crackled and twisted, licking the sky with an orange fury that seemed to devour everything in its path. Smoke rose like an endless, black pillar, curling toward the heavens, as if reaching out to the gods for mercy. The Library of Alexandria, the heart of knowledge in the ancient world, was being consumed by fire. For centuries, scholars and philosophers had walked its halls, their minds weaving ideas that would shape the world. The library was more than just a collection of scrolls, it was a symbol of the endless pursuit of wisdom. It was a beacon in the darkness, a place where the brightest minds of the time could gather and share their discoveries. Ideas from all corners of the world converged in those grand chambers, from the writings of ancient Egyptians to those of the distant Greeks, from the philosophies of the East to the teachings of the West. There was no limit to the knowledge it held, no horizon it did not reach. But now, as the fire consumed it all, the air was thick with a sense of loss. What could be salvaged? The scrolls, the manuscripts, centuries of human thought and discovery, were turning to ash, slipping through fingers of fire. In those final moments, as the library burned, no one knew what had been lost. No one could imagine that the future would look back and see this as the moment when much of humanity's knowledge was swallowed whole by flames. The streets outside were filled with the screams of the people. Some cried in desperation, not understanding why their great center of learning was being destroyed. Others, with faces twisted in fear and anger, hurled curses at the invaders, but it was all too late. The fire was unstoppable. The Library of Alexandria was dying, and with it, an entire era of intellectual achievement. Among the flames, a man stood in the distance, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was a scholar, just like the many others who had spent their lives within these walls. His heart pounded in his chest as he watched the destruction unfold. His name was Callimachus, and he had once worked among these great minds. He had written for the library, pouring his own heart into the work. And now, it was all gone. His life's work, the knowledge of countless others, reduced to nothing. He had watched in horror as the city around him had fallen to the invading forces, as ships of war had arrived in the night. The attackers came not just for treasure, but for the knowledge contained within these walls. There was power in what the library held, power in the thoughts and inventions and discoveries that could shape the world. But there was also fear. Fear of what such knowledge could do if it were to fall into the wrong hands. The fire, the destruction, it was not just an act of war. It was an act of betrayal. Callimachus felt the sting of betrayal deep in his soul. The flames before him were not just consuming wood and paper, they were consuming the heart of human progress, burning away years of labor, of knowledge, of possibility. It was not only the invaders who had betrayed this sacred place, it was the very people who had stood by, silent, watching as their intellectual inheritance was slowly stolen from them, piece by piece. His thoughts turned to the leader who had ordered the burning. The name echoed in his mind like a hammer striking stone: Caesar. Julius Caesar. A man whose ambition knew no bounds. He had sent the Roman forces to Alexandria, not just to expand his empire, but to erase something dangerous, something that could challenge his rule. The irony was not lost on Callimachus. Rome itself had once been a city on the rise, built upon the foundations of knowledge and strength that had been nurtured in places like Alexandria. And yet, here was Rome, now ready to sacrifice that same knowledge to preserve its hold on power. It was not the knowledge itself that had been feared, but the people who might use it, the ideas that might spring from it. Ideas were dangerous, Callimachus knew. Ideas could challenge empires, tear them apart. But no matter how hard they tried, how many scrolls they burned, how many libraries they destroyed, the flame of knowledge would never be truly extinguished. Knowledge had a way of escaping, slipping through the cracks, surviving in unexpected places. Perhaps that was the true tragedy of Alexandria, that it was not the flame of wisdom that was being destroyed, but the dream of its preservation, the hope that mankind would continue to seek, to learn, to grow. The roar of the flames grew louder, and Callimachus' heart twisted in agony. He had spent his life within these walls, surrounded by ideas that had changed the world. He had learned from the greatest minds in history, Pythagoras, Euclid, Herodotus. But it was not just the men who had come before him that haunted him now. It was the students, the future scholars, the generations yet unborn, who would never know what had been here. In the chaos, a single thought settled over him, cold and heavy like a stone. The knowledge that had once lived here would be lost. But perhaps, just perhaps, there would be a few who would carry it with them, hidden away in their minds and their hearts. The great secrets of Alexandria might be buried under the weight of history, but they would not die. He turned away from the burning library, knowing that there was nothing left to save. But as he walked through the streets, his mind raced with plans. The stories, the discoveries, the knowledge, he could not let them slip away completely. He would gather what he could. He would carry what remained of the old world with him, passing it on, keeping it alive until the time was right. The fire raged on, consuming the heart of Alexandria. But in the depths of the night, a small group of scholars, hidden in the shadows, worked in silence. They knew that the true power of the ancient knowledge would never be silenced. They were the keepers of the forgotten truths, the protectors of the lost manuscripts. They would not let the flame of Alexandria burn out entirely. They would preserve its wisdom, even if it meant hiding it, keeping it safe until the day when it would rise again. The flames of betrayal would fade with time, but the spark of knowledge, however dim, however distant, would never die. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden light over the dusty streets of Florence. It was a city alive with the hum of transformation, a city that had become a beacon of hope, a place where the impossible seemed just within reach. In workshops cluttered with sketches, blueprints, and scattered tools, men bent over their drafts, their minds burning with a single, unyielding question: how did the Romans do it? Lorenzo, an engineer with a fierce passion for the lost arts of the ancients, stood in his cramped studio, staring at the crumbling remains of a Roman aqueduct. He had seen it all his life, perched against the hills on the outskirts of the city. Yet today, something in the way the sunlight played off its stones caught his attention in a way it never had before. The arches, their perfection still intact after centuries of storms, earthquakes, and time itself, seemed to whisper a secret to him, one that had long been forgotten by the modern world. How, he muttered under his breath, his fingers tracing the rough surface of the stone as if the answers lay hidden within it. He had studied the works of Vitruvius and Pliny, read through the surviving manuscripts, but there was something deeper, something beyond the written word, that he was missing. Around him, the great minds of the Renaissance were tirelessly searching, pushing the boundaries of what they thought was possible. They marveled at the magnificent feats of Roman engineering, their buildings, roads, aqueducts, and colosseums, but there was a barrier they couldn't quite break through. The ancients had done things that, even with all their brilliance, the Renaissance engineers could not replicate. The formula for making concrete that could endure the ravages of time, the arches that could support the weight of entire cities, the designs that seemed to defy every law of nature, they were all but forgotten. But Lorenzo couldn't let go. He couldn't stop wondering how the Romans had managed to build such enduring structures without the knowledge he and his peers possessed. What had they known that they didn't? What lost secrets had slipped away like sand through their fingers? The quiet sound of a door creaking open interrupted his thoughts. A figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the dim light. It was Giovanni, his lifelong friend and fellow engineer, holding a bundle of scrolls wrapped in faded cloth. His eyes, usually full of energy and wit, were now clouded with a mix of frustration and something deeper, an unspoken fear. "I've found something," Giovanni said, his voice trembling slightly. He unwrapped the bundle and laid the scrolls carefully on Lorenzo's workbench. "But it's not what we hoped for." Lorenzo leaned forward, his heart racing. These scrolls, ancient texts, were rumored to contain the wisdom of Rome's greatest engineers. They were the key, the missing link that could unlock the mystery of their success. But as Giovanni unfurled the scrolls, Lorenzo could see the problem. The words were there, but the meaning, the crucial details, were gone, lost to time, war, or worse, deliberate destruction. Giovanni sank into the chair across from him, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. "It's as if they knew the world would forget. As if they wanted us to fail." Lorenzo's fingers hovered over the parchment, tracing the faded lines. "Maybe they didn't want us to forget," he said softly. "Maybe they wanted us to remember, but only if we could understand the challenge." The work, it wasn't just about the material. It was about the philosophy behind it. A spark of realization flashed in Lorenzo's mind. The Romans had understood something more than engineering. They had understood the harmony between man, nature, and the gods. Their structures were not merely products of science, they were a reflection of their deep understanding of the natural world. The concrete they used was not just a building material, it was a symbol of their ability to shape the world around them. It was a blend of art and function, of faith and reason. In that moment, the frustration that had consumed him for years seemed to lift. It was not just about decoding the formula for concrete. It was about understanding the mindset of the Romans, their belief that their creations would stand as eternal testaments to the gods' favor. Perhaps the secret lay not in the mix of lime and volcanic ash, but in the very essence of Roman ambition itself. Giovanni shifted in his chair, breaking Lorenzo's thoughts. "What now, then? We don't have the answers we need. The knowledge is lost to us." Lorenzo paused, letting the silence hang in the air. Then he looked at Giovanni with renewed determination. "We will not stop. We will rebuild, piece by piece." The Romans built their world from their understanding of nature. So must we. For weeks, Lorenzo and Giovanni worked side by side, poring over the texts, revisiting Roman ruins, and experimenting with materials. But as the days passed, they began to see a pattern emerging. It wasn't just the physical materials they needed, it was the alignment of their designs with the natural forces that governed the world. The arches, the curves, the weight distribution, they had all been carefully planned to withstand centuries of stress, just as the human body was designed to endure its own trials. The fire of the Renaissance had sparked within them a drive to reconstruct what had been lost. They no longer viewed the Romans' designs as insurmountable feats of genius, they viewed them as challenges. The engineers of their age were not simply copyists of the past. They were the torchbearers, the ones who could carry forward the flame of knowledge and turn it into something new. Yet as they worked, the shadow of doubt lingered. Would they ever truly capture the mastery of the ancients? Would their design stand the test of time as the Romans had? In the silence of the night, Lorenzo sometimes found himself wondering whether the secret they sought had already been buried too deep, whether the fire of Rome had burned too brightly for them to catch. But in the quiet moments, as he stood beneath the arches of his own creations, looking out over the city, he felt something shift. Perhaps it was the weight of the centuries, the legacy of the Romans, pressing down on him. Perhaps it was the realization that the answers were within reach, but not in the way they had expected. For in the end, the true secret wasn't in copying what had been done before, it was in continuing to question, to learn, and to build, just as the Romans had done, with an unwavering belief that what they created would outlast them. As the sun set over the city, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Lorenzo felt the stirrings of something ancient and eternal. The fire of knowledge had not been extinguished. It had simply been passed from one generation to the next, waiting for the right hands to grasp it once again. The air was thick with heat, the earth beneath her feet trembling as if it was alive. Sabina, a young scholar from a distant city, stood on the edge of the volcanic plains, her heart pounding in her chest. She had heard the stories, the ones passed down through generations, about the mountain that whispered, about the power hidden deep within the molten heart of the earth. The ancient Romans had built their empire on the strength of the land, and it was said that the very soil beneath her feet held the secret to their unrivaled engineering prowess. The connection between fire, stone, and the formulas lost to time was buried here, in the volcanic regions, waiting to be rediscovered. She had come to the mountain at the suggestion of an old man in the village below, whose wrinkled face was etched with a mixture of fear and reverence. "You seek knowledge," he had told her, his voice a low whisper, "but beware. The mountain does not give up its secrets easily. It listens, and it remembers." Sabina had laughed it off, thinking it a local superstition, but now, as the heat from the volcano seeped into her skin, she understood there was something more. The ground trembled again, more violently this time, and the distant rumble of the mountain's heart seemed to pulse in sync with her own. Her eyes scanned the jagged cliffs and the winding paths leading deeper into the volcanic landscape. It was here that the Romans had once gathered their precious volcanic ash, the key ingredient to their concrete, the secret behind the great aqueducts, roads, and buildings that had withstood the ravages of time. They had known something about the land, something that had been lost when their empire crumbled into dust. Sabina took a deep breath and began her climb. The mountain slopes were steep and treacherous, the air thick with ash. It was said that the Romans had come to this very place to extract the precious substance that made their concrete so enduring, but there were other stories, darker ones, that hinted at a more mystical connection between the volcano and the formula. The ancients had always believed the earth to be alive, teeming with spirits and forces beyond comprehension. And some whispered that the very volcanoes were sentinels of forgotten gods, watching over the secrets of the past. As Sabina reached the summit, she felt the temperature rise to an unbearable level, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse. She paused for a moment, allowing the heat to wash over her, listening to the mountain. It wasn't just the rumble of distant eruptions she heard now. It was as if the earth was speaking directly to her, the very stones beneath her trembling with a rhythmic, almost hypnotic hum. Her thoughts drifted to the stories of ancient priests, the keepers of knowledge, who had once roamed these lands. They spoke of a divine pact with the gods of fire, with Vulcan, the god of volcanoes and forging, who had granted them the knowledge of how to use the land's gifts to build something eternal. Sabina's breath caught in her throat as she realized that perhaps this was more than just a formula, it was a bond with nature itself. The volcano had given the Romans not just its ashes, but its essence. And it had demanded something in return. Suddenly, the ground beneath her cracked, and a cascade of warm stones tumbled down the slope. Sabina stumbled back, heart racing, her eyes wide. Was it the volcano? Or something more? She remembered the old man's words again. The mountain listens, and it remembers. Could the stories be true? Was the knowledge hidden in the ashes of the volcano more than just a material resource? Was it something sacred, something that could not be recreated unless one understood the mountain's language? The Romans had built their empire on the strength of concrete, but the strength was not just in the material, it was in the understanding of the forces that controlled the earth. The volcanic ash was not simply a component, it was a part of something greater, something that had been given with purpose and taken with consequences. Her mind raced with the possibilities, but there was little time. The sky darkened, and a storm began to roll in. Sabina knew that the mountain, like all great forces, was not to be trifled with. It had been dormant for centuries, but now it seemed to be awakening. The whispers in the wind grew louder, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to come from deep within the earth. She had come here to understand the Roman secret, to uncover the formula, but now she realized she was searching for something far more profound. As the storm grew fiercer, the earth trembled beneath her once more, and the volcano's roar echoed in the distance. Sabina's heart pounded in her chest, but her mind was clear. She had come seeking knowledge, but it wasn't just about the ashes or the concrete, it was about the connection between humanity and the earth, the delicate balance between creation and destruction. The Romans had known this, and it had been their greatest strength. They had understood the earth as a living, breathing force that demanded respect. The storm raged around her, lightning flashing across the sky, but Sabina stood firm. She felt the power of the volcano beneath her feet, felt the heat rise from the cracks in the earth, and for a brief moment, she understood. The formula was not just a recipe, it was a relationship. It was a respect for the forces of nature, a willingness to work with them rather than against them. The volcanic ash was not merely a material, it was a symbol of the earth's raw power, and it demanded humility. And just as quickly as the storm had come, it passed. The air grew still, and the rumble of the volcano faded into silence. Sabina stood alone, the wind gently brushing her face, the volcano now quiet once more. She knew then that the secret wasn't just in the ash. It was in the bond the Romans had forged with the earth, a bond that could never be broken, only respected. As she descended from the mountain, Sabina felt something stir within her. It wasn't the answers she had expected. It was something deeper. The volcanic whispers had given her no simple formula. Instead, they had shown her that the key to the Romans' engineering genius wasn't in copying their techniques, it was in understanding the land and respecting the power beneath their feet. And with that understanding came a responsibility, one that the ancients had embraced, but that had been lost to time. She returned to her studies, her heart filled with a quiet resolve. The mountain had given her a glimpse of something greater, a wisdom not found in ancient texts or forgotten formulas, but in the very earth itself. The whispers had faded, but their message would stay with her forever. The power of the volcano was not just in its ashes, it was in its ability to shape the world, to create and destroy in the same breath. And it was that power that had once shaped the Roman Empire. Now, it was up to her to bring it back. The wind howled through the valley, a constant whisper, almost as if the land itself was breathing. Sebastian stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down at the valley below. His boots were dusty, and the sun beat down harshly on his neck, but he didn't mind. He had walked for days, following nothing but old legends, clues whispered on the wind, tales passed down through generations. And now, after all this time, he was finally here. The forgotten quarry. He had heard it spoken of in hushed tones, the kind of legend that hung in the air like smoke, half believed, half feared. There were stories about this place, tales of its beauty and its terror. Some said it had been the quarry of the gods themselves, where the finest stones were mined for the grandest of buildings. Others said it was hidden for a reason, buried in the mountains, a place no one could find unless they were meant to. Sebastian didn't believe in myths. Not really. He was a man of reason, a scholar who had spent years studying the ancient techniques of the Romans, their mastery over concrete, their ability to build empires that stood the test of time. But this quarry, it wasn't just stone. It wasn't just the perfect aggregates for Roman concrete. There was something more to it, something beyond logic. He stepped forward, cautiously, as if the land itself might reject him. His breath came out in short gasps as he descended the narrow path leading to the quarry below. The air seemed thick here, heavier than it should have been. The ground was uneven, and the rocks underfoot felt different, ancient in a way he couldn't explain. There was an energy to the place, something primal. The first thing that struck him when he arrived at the heart of the quarry was the silence. The wind had stopped, the air still and heavy. In the distance, he could see the jagged outline of the mountains, their peaks towering over the valley. The earth here was rich with the scent of damp stone, the kind of smell that spoke of age and hidden depths. But there was something else too, a faint shimmer in the distance, as if the air itself was alive with a kind of warmth that didn't belong. Sebastian's eyes narrowed. He had read of quarries like this, quarries that weren't just places of labor, but places where something else was at work. The Romans had understood the secrets of the earth in ways no one truly understood today. They had known how to use the land's raw materials, its essence, to create something that could endure beyond time itself. Was this the quarry they had used? His heart quickened as he walked further into the quarry. The rocks here were unlike any he had ever seen before. The aggregates, smooth, perfectly shaped, glowed faintly in the dimming light, like they were absorbing the very essence of the earth. Sebastian's hand reached out to touch one of them, and the moment his fingers brushed against the stone, a jolt ran through him, as though the earth itself had made contact with his soul. For a long moment, he stood still, breathless, trying to understand what had just happened. There was something about these stones that felt alive, as though they were more than just rock. He had studied Roman concrete for years, but this was different. The aggregates were perfect, yes, but there was a quality to them, an energy, that no scholar could have predicted. The air around him seemed to thrum with power. And then he heard it, a low rumbling, almost like the earth itself was speaking. The sound reverberated through his chest, the ground beneath his feet vibrating as if it was waking up. He stumbled backward, his pulse racing. What was happening? He looked around wildly, but there was no sign of anything unusual, no shifting ground, no crack in the sky. Yet the stone beneath his hand seemed to grow warmer, pulsing with a strange, rhythmic heartbeat. Sebastian's mind raced. The Romans hadn't just found perfect aggregates here, they had found something more. The stones in this quarry weren't simply the building blocks of empires. They were vessels of power, channels of energy that could shape the world itself. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. The quarry wasn't just a place to extract materials, it was a sacred site, a place where the forces of the earth, of fire and stone, converged. The Romans had known this. They had understood that to create something eternal, they needed more than just the right ingredients, they needed the right connection to the earth. But how had it all been lost? Sebastian's thoughts swirled in confusion, but before he could gather himself, a voice, quiet but clear, whispered in his ear. "Leave this place." He froze, heart pounding, the hairs on his neck standing on end. The voice had not come from anyone else. It was a whisper carried on the wind, a command that seemed to come from the very stones around him. The land was alive here, watching him, waiting. He swallowed hard and took a step back, but as he did, he realized something was different. The stones were not just glowing, they were shifting, rearranging themselves as if the quarry itself was changing. The ground seemed to pulse with life, as though it was warning him, trying to protect something too powerful to be understood by human hands. The quarry had been hidden for a reason. Not to be found, not to be claimed. It was a place of ancient power, a secret that could never be repeated. The Romans had built empires on this very knowledge, but that power had come at a cost. The quarry had given them the strength to build, but it had also demanded something in return. What had they sacrificed? As the rocks around him seemed to rearrange themselves once again, Sebastian felt a deep sadness rise within him. The quarry wasn't just a place of ancient knowledge, it was a place of loss. The stone was not a gift. It was a reminder of what had been lost to time, a warning of the consequences of tampering with the forces of the earth. The knowledge, the formula for that perfect concrete, had been hidden away, lost not just through time, but through betrayal and fear. And the quarry had been abandoned, left to whisper its secrets only to those brave or foolish enough to seek them. Sebastian turned away from the quarry, his heart heavy with the weight of what he had learned. The stones had given him something no book could, an understanding of the fragility of knowledge, of the power of the earth and what it demanded in return. As he made his way back up the path, the wind picked up again, the whispers fading into the distance. He had come seeking answers, but what he found was a warning. The quarry wasn't just a place to mine stone, it was a place that held the earth's memory, its ancient power, waiting for those who dared to understand. And in that understanding, there was more to be learned than any scholar could ever imagine. The air was thick with the smell of old parchment, the kind that clung to your nostrils and made your eyes water. The library was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of paper and the soft tapping of a quill. Gabriel, an unremarkable scholar by all accounts, was just another man lost in the endless stacks of books, journals, and scrolls. But today, As his fingers brushed over the brittle edges of an ancient manuscript, something stirred within him, something deep, almost primal. It was a map. The parchment was yellowed with age, edges frayed from years of neglect. Yet, there was an undeniable sense of importance about it. Gabriel spread it out carefully on the table, his heart pounding in his chest as his eyes traced the cryptic lines drawn across it. The symbols, the strange markings, the path that seemed to wind in impossible directions, it wasn't like any map he had ever seen. It felt different. As if it had been made not just to show a location, but to guard a secret. He had been searching for something buried in the distant past, something that had haunted his dreams for years. The formula. The lost recipe of Roman concrete, the one that had allowed the Romans to build empires that still stood today. He had read about it in old texts, heard whispers of it in forgotten corners of libraries, but no one had ever truly uncovered it. Yet here he was, holding something that could lead him to it. A chill ran down his spine as he examined the map. It wasn't just any map, it was drawn in a way that suggested it had been made by someone who knew the importance of what they were hiding. The lines didn't just point to a place, they seemed to pull Gabriel toward something, somewhere, far beyond the walls of the library. His fingers trembled as they traced the route. A series of symbols were scattered across the map, strange, alchemical symbols mixed with ancient Roman letters. They weren't just directions, they were warnings. He could feel it, like an invisible force that made his heart race with anticipation and fear in equal measure. The map had been created to protect something, and Gabriel was beginning to understand that this was no ordinary discovery. It was the beginning of something far bigger, something that could change everything. He looked around the room. The other scholars were too engrossed in their work to notice the map spread across his desk. Gabriel glanced back at the parchment, his mind racing. The path was clear, yet mysterious. It led him through mountains, across forgotten forests, past ruins untouched by time. The map seemed to be leading him to a place that had been erased from memory, a place where the secret of Roman concrete had been buried for centuries. It wasn't just a search for knowledge. It felt like a calling, a pull so deep it was almost as if the earth itself had whispered the way to him. He had spent years in libraries, piecing together fragments of knowledge, and now, here was the answer, right in front of him. But there was one thing he still didn't understand. Why had it been hidden? The answer came to him in a rush, as if the map itself had spoken. The formula had not just been lost. It had been buried. Forgotten on purpose. The Romans had known the power they wielded with their concrete. They had built monuments, roads, and buildings that stood through centuries, but they had also known that such power could not fall into the wrong hands. Perhaps it was too dangerous, too mighty to be uncovered by just anyone. And now, centuries later, Gabriel was standing on the precipice of something far greater than mere discovery. He took a deep breath, his hand steadying as he studied the map further. The path it outlined wasn't easy to follow. It twisted and turned, crossing vast distances, leading to places that only existed in the shadows of myth. But Gabriel couldn't turn back. The knowledge he had been searching for was now within his grasp, and nothing would stop him from finding it. The map seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the inked symbols shifting under his gaze, almost as if they were guiding him. His eyes lingered on one symbol in particular, a circle with an intricate design inside it. It seemed to hold the key to the entire mystery, the heart of the map's secret. He had seen that symbol before in his research, in the margins of ancient texts that spoke of forgotten knowledge. It was the mark of an alchemist, a sign that whoever had drawn the map was someone who had not only understood the power of the material, but the very essence of the earth itself. Gabriel knew he had to follow the map. But the path it set before him was dangerous. There were rumors of those who had sought this secret before him, men who had vanished into the wilderness, never to be heard from again. The very idea of following in their footsteps sent a shiver down his spine. But he couldn't let fear hold him back. The map had chosen him, and the answer was within reach. He glanced up at the archivist, who had been silently observing him, and something in the man's eyes shifted. There was a glint of knowing, a silent acknowledgement that Victor had crossed into a place from which there would be no return. The scroll was just the beginning. The true secret, Victor suspected, lay not in the formula itself, but in the power it held, and the way it had been hidden, buried, and guarded for centuries. For the first time, Victor understood. The Vatican had not only been a guardian of faith but of knowledge, a protector of something much more dangerous than belief. And as his fingers traced the ancient script, he knew that he had uncovered something that could change the world forever. It was an age of empires, of towering walls that kissed the sky and magnificent structures that reached for the heavens. Yet none were as ambitious as the Romans. From the Colosseum to the Pantheon, they built wonders that withstood time, the very essence of endurance. But it wasn't just the structures that stood tall, it was the secret behind them, a formula, a creation so powerful that it would shape civilizations beyond their borders. In the bustling heart of Rome, beneath the thrum of activity, there was an unspoken pride in the air. Roman concrete. A simple name for a material that had come to symbolize strength, resilience, and timelessness. The empire had built roads that stretched like veins through the land, bridges that arched gracefully over rivers, and walls that defended against any enemy. Roman concrete had been their backbone. Its origins were a mystery wrapped in the mists of time, and as centuries passed, whispers began to reach distant lands. In a far corner of the world, in the ancient city of Persepolis, the mighty Persian Empire had begun to hear the stories. Traders, travelers, and warriors brought with them tales of a concrete that could defy nature. A material so strong, so enduring, that it could outlast entire generations. The mighty kings and queens of Persia, always looking to strengthen their empire, heard the rumors with growing intrigue. It was said that once, in a grand banquet hall beneath the shadow of the Persepolitan citadel, a scholar from the east had whispered into the ear of King Darius, his voice laced with both excitement and disbelief. He spoke of the Roman wonder, this marvel of engineering. Darius, with his unquenchable thirst for power and grandeur, ordered his craftsmen to begin experimenting with Roman designs, their concrete formulas perhaps the key to advancing his empire's ambitions. For months, the work continued in secret. A hidden chamber beneath the royal palace hummed with activity as the best minds in the kingdom bent their efforts to recreate what had been whispered in stories. But the process was slow, frustrating. How could they replicate the magic that had helped Rome stand tall for centuries? They had the ideas, the tools, and the labor, but the formula eluded them. It wasn't until a stray wind carried the dust of a forgotten text into the hands of a Persian alchemist that the breakthrough came. Buried deep within the ancient scrolls of a Greek philosopher, there was a forgotten mention of volcanic ash. The Romans, it read, used ash from the volcanoes to create a mix that would bind the earth itself. A concrete that would live forever. The scholar's hands shook with excitement as he read those words aloud. The missing piece had been found. The Persians, who already stood at the crossroads of civilizations, were now armed with a new power. Their mighty cities began to rise, their roads stretching even farther, their temples taller, and their fortresses stronger. They did not simply build, they built with purpose, with a vision that echoed the Romans, but now in their own image. The Persian Empire had been gifted with a power that would alter its destiny forever. But it wasn't just Persia that would be influenced. Word spread across the lands, carried by merchants, diplomats, and spies alike. The secret of Roman concrete began to find its way into other distant corners of the world, into kingdoms, cities, and empires, all of whom sought to strengthen their own reign. In the land of Egypt, beneath the relentless sun, the pharaohs had long looked for ways to secure their power. Their mighty pyramids had already risen to the heavens, but they were not satisfied. Their cities needed to be more resilient. Their roads needed to stretch further. The legends of Rome's concrete had captured their attention, and soon Egyptian craftsmen were experimenting with volcanic ash, lime, and seawater. Slowly, cautiously, they began to understand how to create the strong, durable substance they had longed for. The Egyptians, with their obsession for the divine, believed that this concrete could bind not just the earth, but also the very heavens themselves. Their temples became grander, their palaces stronger, their monuments more majestic. It was said that when the sun set over the Nile, the reflection of the great structures could be seen gleaming in the water, an eternal testament to their newfound power. To the far west, in the windswept hills of the Celtic tribes, the stories had also reached eager ears. The Romans had built roads, had shaped the very land to serve them, and the Celts, fierce and untamed, could not help but wonder, what if they could harness such power for themselves? What if they could use this strange substance to strengthen their forts, to shape their villages, and, perhaps, even to challenge the might of Rome itself? In secret, in caves and humble workshops, the Celts began their own experiments. Their knowledge was rudimentary, yet the desire to emulate the Romans burned in their hearts. They had no grand temples or towering city walls like the Persians or Egyptians, but what they lacked in grandeur, they made up for in tenacity. And slowly, their own version of Roman concrete began to take shape. They used what they had, local stones, lime, and ash, and before long, their stronghold walls, their watchtowers, and even their simple homes began to take on the strength of the Romans. But it wasn't just the great civilizations that felt the impact. There were those far to the east, in the distant lands of China, who had also heard whispers of this mysterious concrete. The stories were strange to them. What use was concrete to a people who had already perfected the art of brick and wood? And yet, the power of the Roman Empire, its ability to build, to endure, sparked something in their hearts. The Chinese craftsmen, with their brilliant ingenuity, began experimenting with what little they knew of the substance. Their Great Wall, which had already spanned miles, grew stronger with every layer, fortified by the ancient knowledge that had traveled across the world to find its way into their hands. The influence of Roman concrete, once a humble invention of the Romans themselves, now lay scattered across the globe. Every empire that touched it, every kingdom that dared to recreate it, had done so with a sense of awe, of reverence, and perhaps a little fear. For this was no mere building material, it was a symbol of power, of endurance. A symbol of the empires that had once reigned and of the legacy they left behind. Roman concrete did not just belong to Rome. It belonged to every empire that had touched it, every civilization that had stood in awe of the Romans' mastery over stone and earth. It was a thread that connected empires, from the towering monuments of Egypt to the great walls of China. And though time would wither these creations, the concrete itself, this ancient material, would endure. It would continue to whisper its stories long after the empires that had once depended on it had fallen into the dust of history. It was a place of whispered legends, of stories passed from one generation to the next. The winds of Britannia howled across the hills and valleys, carrying with them an ancient secret, a story so old, it had been nearly forgotten by all but the most determined of seekers. In the dense forests of the island, beyond the reach of Roman roads, a temple stood. Or, at least, that was what the stories said. It was not a temple like any other, not like those that dotted the Roman world, with their marble columns and sprawling courtyards. No, this was different. This was a place built with something far greater, far more powerful. It was said to be made of a material so indestructible that it could not be damaged by time, fire, or even the hands of man. The temple in Britannia was not just a monument to the gods, it was a mystery, a riddle locked within the earth itself. For centuries, no one knew where it was, but the whispers never stopped. It was said that the Romans, in their conquest of Britannia, had built this temple in honor of a god, one so powerful that his name had long since been erased from history. The temple was hidden from the eyes of all who might seek to destroy it, buried beneath layers of earth and forgotten by those who once worshipped there. But the legend remained, clinging to the land like the fog that rolled over the hills at dawn. A small group of Roman soldiers, sent by their commanders to quell uprisings in the far reaches of the island, had stumbled upon it. Their leader, a man named Marcus, had heard the rumors from an old druid. The druid spoke of a temple beyond the reach of time, a temple that no army could destroy. He spoke of the gods of Britannia, of their strange powers, and how they had gifted this temple with a substance that could withstand anything. Marcus had dismissed the old man as a fool, but something in the druid's eyes, something that glinted with the knowledge of ages, had stayed with him. Driven by a sense of duty, Marcus and his men had trekked through the wild forests of Britannia, following the druid's cryptic directions. They had passed through thick underbrush, crossed turbulent rivers, and climbed jagged hills that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. But when they reached the place, they were not prepared for what they found. The temple was not grand, not in the way one might imagine Roman temples with their towering statues and intricate mosaics. It was small, almost humble in its appearance. Yet there was something about it that made it impossible to ignore. The stones that made up its structure were unlike any the Romans had ever seen. They were black, polished, and glimmered faintly in the pale light of the forest. No chisel or hammer had touched them, and yet they fit together with a precision that seemed beyond belief. There were no gaps between the stones, no signs of mortar or any joining material. It was as though the stones themselves had been formed to fit perfectly together, as if the very earth had molded them into shape. Marcus stood at the entrance, staring in disbelief. His soldiers, who had spent their lives fighting in battle, now stood in awe before the temple, their weapons forgotten at their sides. Some of them whispered prayers, not to the Roman gods, but to something else, something ancient, something that belonged to the land itself. As they ventured deeper into the temple, they noticed something even more remarkable. The walls, though made of the same indestructible material as the rest of the temple, seemed to pulse with an energy all their own. There were no carvings or inscriptions, nothing to suggest the gods had ever been worshipped there. It was as though the temple was not a place for devotion, but for something far more mysterious. Some of the soldiers claimed to hear voices, low murmurs that seemed to come from the very stones themselves. Others swore they saw shadows moving across the walls, shifting in ways that were impossible for human eyes to comprehend. It was then that they found the center of the temple, the heart of it. A stone altar, polished and smooth, stood in the middle of the room. Upon it, there was nothing but dust that had settled over the centuries, untouched by wind or time. The soldiers gathered around it, their breath catching in their throats. It was at that moment that the full weight of what they had discovered hit them. This temple was not just a place of worship, it was a monument to something far greater, a power that had been lost to time. And yet, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find the key to the temple's secret. The altar, though perfectly intact, seemed to hold nothing. The stones around them were silent, as if the very land was holding its breath, waiting for something. The soldiers had come all this way, had braved the wilds of Britannia, and yet there was nothing they could do to unlock the temple's mystery. The days that followed were filled with uncertainty. Marcus and his men had spent hours in the temple, searching every corner, touching every stone, but the secrets remained locked away. As the days turned into weeks, they grew restless. They began to argue among themselves, some wanting to leave, others determined to stay and uncover the truth. Marcus, though, remained steadfast. He believed the temple held something that could change the course of Roman history. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep shade of purple, something happened. The air in the temple shifted. The soldiers, who had grown accustomed to the eerie silence, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The murmurs in the walls grew louder, and the shadows seemed to dance with a life of their own. For the first time since their arrival, they felt the full weight of the temple's power pressing down on them. Then, as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The murmurs faded, the shadows retreated, and the temple seemed to fall silent once more. But in that silence, something had changed. Marcus knew it then. The temple was not just indestructible. It was alive. The soldiers, terrified, fled into the night, leaving behind the temple and the mystery it held. They had uncovered something they were not meant to find, a power beyond their understanding, beyond even the might of the Roman Empire. The temple, hidden in the forests of Britannia, remained untouched by time. Its walls, its stones, its secrets, forever locked away, a forbidden testament to a civilization long gone. And so, the legend continued to grow, whispered by those who still believed in the magic of the ancient world. The temple was not just a relic of the past, it was a place where the power of the gods still lingered, waiting for those who were brave enough to seek it, or foolish enough to try. There is a place, long forgotten by most, that once stood as the pride of a civilization known for its might and its engineering genius. It was not just a fortress. It was the fortress, immovable, impervious to the very forces that brought down empires and crushed kingdoms. It was a place of power, a citadel that no weapon, no army, no siege could bring to its knees. And at its heart lay a secret, a formula so powerful that it made the stone walls of the fortress seem like the very bones of the earth itself. For years, its location was the subject of legend. The stories passed from one generation to the next, each telling of a fortress so strong, so indestructible, that it was said to be built with a material the likes of which the world had never seen before. The secret of its construction, the lost formula of the ancients, had vanished, buried with the fall of the empire. Yet the fortress itself, standing tall against the ravages of time, had become a symbol of that lost greatness, a reminder of a power that could never be erased. Somewhere in the vast, desolate hills of an ancient land, that fortress still loomed. Its towering walls, thick and unyielding, had withstood countless storms, earthquakes, and the relentless march of centuries. Kings and conquerors had tried, over and over, to breach its gates, to lay waste to the fortress that mocked them from afar. Yet none succeeded. The fortress had been built to withstand not just the weapons of its time, but the ones yet to come. The formula used to craft the stones, a mixture so perfect and so strong, had never been seen again. Even the fiercest siege engines, the sharpest swords, and the mightiest catapults had failed to leave a mark on it. When the warlords came to lay siege to it, they found their weapons useless. They could strike, pound, and shoot arrows, but nothing could break the surface. It was as though the stones themselves were alive, absorbing the impact and returning it with the cold indifference of nature itself. And yet, as the centuries passed, even the invincible fortress began to fade into obscurity. No one was left who truly knew the secret of its construction. The soldiers who had defended it were long gone. The knowledge of its creation was lost to the pages of history, swallowed by time, leaving only whispers. The legend of the fortress grew, more myth than fact, as the empire that had once built it crumbled, leaving behind only the ruins of its former glory. But the story didn't end there. The land around the fortress, rich with history and dark with forgotten truths, held more than just the silent, watchful walls of the citadel. It held the whispers of those who had once stood on its battlements, who had once fought beneath its shadow. They spoke of something else, a feeling, perhaps, something that lingered in the air, something unnatural. They spoke of a presence, something that went beyond the stone, something that seemed to watch. But no one had ever dared to return. Fear gripped them. The fortress was more than a relic, it was a warning. It was not until centuries later, during a time of great war and unrest, that a single man dared to seek it out. A young engineer, desperate to prove himself in a world where empires had risen and fallen, heard the stories and decided to uncover the truth behind the fortress's indestructibility. His name was Elias, a scholar of the forgotten ways, who believed that the key to true power lay in unlocking the ancient knowledge that had been lost to the ages. He traveled for months, through dense forests and across barren fields, until he finally found the fortress. At first, it was only a silhouette on the horizon, but as he drew closer, the sheer scale of it took his breath away. The walls stretched impossibly high, casting long shadows over the earth. The closer he got, the more he could feel the weight of it, the way the fortress seemed to hold the land, to have been a part of it for centuries. It was as if the very earth had fused with the stones, locking them together in a way that defied all understanding. Elias stood before it, overwhelmed by the enormity of the task ahead. He could see no entry point, no way in, no signs of a gate or door. The fortress was sealed, as though it had never been meant to be opened. The only way in, he realized, was from within. But how? He spent days circling the structure, searching for any weakness, any hint of an opening. Nothing. The stones were flawless, untouched by the wear of time. But he was not deterred. He knew that the key to the fortress's strength lay in its design, in the perfect marriage of material and technique. It had been built with something more than just stone, it had been forged with an understanding of the earth itself. Elias had studied the ancient texts, the ones that had survived, the ones that spoke of a time when the boundaries of science and magic blurred. One day, after weeks of searching, he noticed something, a faint line running across one of the stone walls, almost invisible unless you knew where to look. He ran his fingers along the crack, and to his astonishment, the stones shifted. Slowly, painfully, they moved, revealing a narrow passage that seemed to lead into the heart of the fortress. His pulse quickened, and with trepidation, Elias stepped forward. Inside, the air was thick with dust, but it was not stagnant. There was something alive here, something ancient. The walls were lined with symbols and markings, etched into the stone with precision, some of which Elias recognized from his studies. These were not the markings of a civilization lost to time, they were the keys to understanding the fortress, the lost formula that had made it invincible. He followed the narrow passage deeper into the heart of the fortress, and there, in the center of the structure, he found it. A room, untouched by the ravages of time, stood before him. In its center lay a stone altar, beneath which was a vault, its door carved from the very stone of the fortress. The door was inscribed with the same markings he had seen earlier. Elias placed his hand on the stone, and as if in response, the markings shifted, revealing the formula, the lost knowledge that had made the fortress invincible. It was a combination of materials, a recipe that blended the natural and the supernatural, a formula that had harnessed the power of the earth itself. It was perfect, flawless, and in its presence, Elias understood the secret. He had found the key to an empire's greatest weapon, but he also understood something else. The fortress was not just a monument to power, it was a warning. A warning that some knowledge was not meant to be uncovered. Some powers were not meant to be unleashed. As the realization hit him, Elias knew that the invincible fortress was not just a relic of the past. It was a symbol of what humanity could achieve, and of the dangers that came with trying to control the forces of the earth itself. In the heart of the Roman Empire, amid the bustle of market streets, the clash of swords, and the steady thrum of chariots on cobblestone roads, there stood something that surpassed the usual symbols of power. It wasn't a statue of a god or an emperor, those were plentiful and scattered throughout the empire. No, this was different. It was a pillar. A towering column of stone, rising high above all else, gleaming white under the sun and casting its shadow across the land. It was called the Pillar of Eternity. Its name was not just a title, it was a promise. A promise that Rome's supremacy would last, that its glory would never fade, and that its legacy would endure forever. The pillar stood as a beacon of the empire's might, a marker in the world that reminded everyone who saw it of the invincible force that was Rome. For centuries, travelers came from all corners of the known world to gaze upon it. They came not just to see the magnificent stonework, or the grandeur of its scale, but because the pillar seemed to hold something more, something intangible. It was said that if you stood beneath it, you could feel the pulse of Rome itself. A vibration, deep in the earth, that resonated in your chest and made your heart beat in rhythm with the empire's power. It wasn't a physical force. No, this was something much more ethereal, a connection to a time when Rome ruled the world with an iron fist. The pillar had no equal. It was forged not only of stone but of a mystery, a symbol that seemed beyond explanation. No one knew exactly how it had been built, how it had withstood the elements, the passage of time, and the wear of centuries without cracking or crumbling. Some said the secret to its endurance was the same secret that had made Rome itself so unyielding, the formula, lost to time, that gave the city's concrete a power like no other. Others whispered of darker forces at play, of gods or magic woven into the very foundation of the pillar. The tales surrounding the Pillar of Eternity were as old as the empire itself, passed down through generations. The stories were told in hushed tones by those who had seen it firsthand, eyes wide with awe and respect. The pillar was more than a monument, it was a living testament to Rome's power, a relic that could not be replicated, no matter how hard one tried. The stone that made up the pillar was said to be unlike any other, impervious to the elements and immune to decay. It was a material of such strength and resilience that it seemed to defy all logic. No matter how many years passed, it would not fall. But there was a danger in the stories, too. The empire was built on conquest and bloodshed, and the Pillar of Eternity was a symbol of that. Its very existence was a reminder of the suffering that had been inflicted upon the lands Rome had conquered. It was not just a beacon of Rome's supremacy, it was a declaration that there would be no end to its reign, that the world would bend to its will. And for those who had felt the iron grip of Roman control, the pillar became a symbol of oppression. As time wore on, the empire began to crumble, like the ancient stones of its crumbling walls. The pillar of eternity, however, remained standing tall, as if mocking the very notion that anything could defeat Rome. The pillars of empires fell, but this one stood, unyielding, as though it had been crafted by the gods themselves. But as the centuries passed and the world moved on, something began to change. The stories about the pillar no longer spoke of a glorious future, but of something that had been lost. The world had changed, the empire had collapsed, and with it, the true meaning of the pillar began to fade. What had once been a symbol of strength and pride became a symbol of nostalgia, of a world that was no more. The empire that had created it was gone, its greatness lost to history. The people who once saw it as a promise of eternity could no longer even understand its significance. One winter's day, a traveler arrived at the foot of the pillar. He had heard the legends, of course, but had never thought he would see it in person. Now that he stood before it, however, he felt only a cold emptiness. The pillar, despite its grandeur, seemed out of place, like a ghost haunting the earth long after its time had passed. He reached out a hand, brushing it gently against the stone, and for a moment, it felt as though the weight of history had settled onto his shoulders. The hum, the vibration, the connection to Rome itself, was gone. It was as if the empire had died along with its people, leaving nothing behind but this silent, lifeless monument. The traveler closed his eyes, taking in the eerie stillness of the place. There was no triumph in the air, no sense of eternal power. Only the quiet, steady march of time. And yet, there was still something haunting about the pillar. Its presence, its unwavering solidity, lingered in his thoughts. It wasn't a reminder of power, or glory, or supremacy. It was something deeper. Something that spoke of what had been lost, and what might never be regained. The traveler stood there for a long time, gazing up at the stone. It had seen centuries pass, witnessed the rise and fall of kings and empires, and had endured all the forces of nature. But the truth was clear, it was no longer a symbol of Rome's supremacy. It had become something else, something that carried the weight of history with a quiet sadness, a longing for the greatness that could never be again. The traveler turned and walked away, leaving the pillar behind. But as he walked, he couldn't help but feel its weight pressing on him, as if the echoes of Rome still lingered in the air, fading like the last notes of a forgotten song. And though the pillar would remain standing for many more years, it would never again stand for what it once did. It was no longer the beacon of a mighty empire, it had become a symbol of time's cruel passage, and the knowledge that nothing, no matter how great, could last forever. There's a place beneath the ground, forgotten by most, where the walls whisper of ancient footsteps and the faintest sound echoes from the distant past. It's dark down there, so dark that it swallows the light, leaving only shadows to guide the way. But there is more to this place than just darkness. There's a history buried deep, a history that the earth has kept secret for centuries. In the heart of Rome, beneath the bustling streets and the grand ruins, there lies an entire world untouched by time. It's not just a series of tunnels or catacombs, those are known, and their stories have been told. No, these are something different. Hidden chambers, secret passageways, and vast bunkers built by Roman hands for a purpose that no one truly understands. Some say they were places of refuge for emperors in times of danger, while others believe they were secret vaults that held treasures far beyond gold, knowledge, sacred relics, and perhaps even the formulas that made Rome invincible. The first time a curious soul stumbled upon these hidden depths was long after the empire had crumbled. A simple man, an architect by trade, had been walking through the old city, searching for a new foundation to build upon. He had heard the rumors, of course, the stories of hidden tunnels and long-lost passageways that twisted beneath the earth like veins of an ancient heart. But he had dismissed them as nothing more than the fantasies of old men and dreamers. Until the day he found the entrance. It was tucked away in the most unassuming of places, a stone door, hidden behind ivy and cracked bricks, nearly invisible to the casual observer. He had pushed it open, unsure of what he would find, and stepped into the dark. The air was cool and damp, and the silence around him was thick, too thick. It was as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. The deeper he went, the stranger it became. The passageways were vast, like a city beneath a city. They twisted and turned in unnatural ways, as though the very earth had been shaped by hands far more skilled than his own. The walls were smooth, too smooth for stone. And as he walked, he began to feel something more than just awe, a creeping sensation that something was watching him, waiting for him to discover what had been lost. He came across rooms filled with old, crumbled maps and scrolls, remnants of a time when the Roman Empire's reach extended far beyond the city's walls. There were markings, symbols etched into the walls that he couldn't understand, and strange chambers, some filled with nothing but dust, others holding objects that looked as though they hadn't been touched in centuries. But it wasn't the objects that captured his attention most, it was the sense that, somehow, this place had been built to withstand time itself. As he ventured deeper, he could feel the weight of the earth above him pressing down. It was as if the Roman Empire had known that someday it would fall, and in preparation, they had created this underground world to survive the collapse. It was a place meant to protect something important, something precious. What was it? What could have been so important that it needed to be hidden away, preserved beneath the earth for thousands of years? Days passed, but he couldn't bring himself to leave. The more he uncovered, the more he realized that the tunnels were far more than just a shelter. They were a part of something bigger, something that had been hidden from the world on purpose. They were connected, not just to each other, but to the very heart of Rome itself. There were stories that floated around in the dark corners of the city about these tunnels. Legends that spoke of Roman senators and high-ranking officials meeting in secret, away from prying eyes, to discuss matters of the empire's future. But there were other, darker stories too, tales of those who had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the earth as they ventured too deep into the forgotten chambers. Some said that the tunnels were not just for the living. They were meant to protect the dead too, the emperors, the generals, the men and women who had given everything to Rome. And perhaps, it was not just their bones that lay buried beneath the earth, but their knowledge as well. The secrets of Roman engineering, the lost formulas that had made their buildings stand the test of time, the mysteries of their society, these too had been sealed away, hidden beneath layers of stone and soil, away from the hands of time. One night, as the architect traced the walls of a long-forgotten room, he came across a strange engraving. It was subtle, barely visible against the worn stone, but it was there, an inscription that seemed to pulse with a quiet power. He traced his fingers along the markings, feeling an odd warmth rise from the stone beneath his hand. The inscription seemed to speak, its message cryptic but clear. It was as if the Romans had known that this moment would come, that someone would one day find their secrets, buried beneath the earth, and that the knowledge they had hidden away would eventually be uncovered. His heart raced as the realization hit him. The tunnels were not just built for survival, they were built to preserve something far greater. Perhaps they weren't just hiding knowledge. Perhaps they were hiding the very thing that had made Rome invincible, the lost formula that could shape the future, that could change the course of history if it fell into the wrong hands. The architect wasn't the first to stumble upon the tunnels, and he wouldn't be the last. There were others who had tried, some who had succeeded in finding their way through the twisting passageways, but none had ever come back the same. The allure of the lost knowledge was too great, and the tunnels had a way of pulling you in, deeper and deeper, until you could never escape. The walls whispered of things long forgotten, of a time when the Roman Empire was not just a memory, but an unstoppable force. In the end, the architect too was lost. No one ever heard from him again. But his discovery lived on, buried beneath the earth, waiting for the next curious soul to wander too close to its hidden depths. The tunnels of Rome remain a secret, a forgotten empire, hidden away underground, where the ghosts of the past still linger, waiting for the world above to remember. The sky was dark, not from the weight of clouds, but from the very earth itself, pouring its wrath into the heavens. The air was thick with the stench of fire and sulfur, choking those unlucky enough to breathe too deeply. Beneath the rumble of the volcano, there was a whispered tale, one that had been passed down for centuries, hidden within the ash that fell like rain from the sky. It was said that the gods had gifted the earth with their power, a gift wrapped in destruction, but also in creation. Vulcan, the god of fire, had sent his ashes down upon the world, not to curse it, but to change it. His gift was hidden in the layers of volcanic ash, waiting for the hands of mortals to discover its true power. The ash was not just a residue of destruction, it was something far greater. It carried with it a secret that the ancient Romans had used to build the empire that stood as the greatest the world had ever known. When the eruption first began, there was no warning. The ground shook violently, the air thick with smoke and heat. People scrambled for safety, their hearts racing as they fled from the fury of the mountain. But for those who stayed, for those who watched the eruption unfold, there was something more. Something deeper. They saw not just fire, but potential, a chance to rebuild, to use the ashes that poured from Vulcan's gift to make something stronger than ever before. The myth was simple, yet profound. The ash, the very earth that burned with such intense fury, had a purpose. It was not just waste to be feared and avoided. It was a tool, a medium, something that, when mixed with the right elements, could turn into something powerful, something that could stand against the ages. As the volcano smoldered, the ancient Roman engineers and builders, those who had always looked beyond the surface of things, noticed the way the ash behaved. It did not crumble into dust as expected. No, it clung to the earth, binding and strengthening it. When mixed with water, it formed something that could withstand the weight of time itself. It was said that these early builders, those who had dared to work with the volcanic ash, had discovered the key to creating the unbreakable concrete that would define their empire. What most didn't know was that the secret of this ash was far older than the Romans themselves. Long before the great empire rose from the dust, before the aqueducts carried water across the land, before the Colosseum drew crowds from every corner of the empire, the ash had been a gift from Vulcan, a gift that could shape the world. Those who had the knowledge to use it could build with it, and in turn, their creations would last forever. But it wasn't just the builders who recognized the power of the ash. The people, the very hearts of the empire, saw it as something sacred, something touched by the gods themselves. To them, the ash was a symbol of life after death, of creation from destruction. When the volcano erupted, it was not merely the end of things, it was the beginning of something new. The ash that fell upon the earth carried the memory of the fire, but it also carried the possibility of rebirth. It was both a curse and a blessing. There was an old story, whispered among the common people, about a Roman general who had visited the site of an ancient eruption, a man whose ambition was as fiery as the volcano itself. This general, legend had it, was searching for a way to make his empire even stronger, even more enduring. He had heard the rumors of Vulcan's gift, and he was determined to find it. So, he journeyed to the volcano's base, where the ash had settled, and there, he gathered what little remained. The general returned to Rome, clutching the volcanic ash like a sacred relic, convinced that it held the key to the future. And so, the ash began to be used. It was mixed with lime, with water, with other secret ingredients that no one but the greatest engineers knew. The result was a concrete that was unlike anything the world had ever seen. It was stronger, more durable, able to withstand the tests of time and nature. It could endure storms, earthquakes, even the ravages of the sea. The Romans built their temples, their roads, their cities with it, knowing that what they were creating would stand the test of time, just as the gods had intended. But the ash wasn't just about strength. It was about a connection to something greater. Each time the volcanic dust settled on a building, on a structure, it carried with it the blessing of Vulcan. It wasn't merely a material, it was a message from the gods, a reminder that even in the midst of chaos, there was the potential for greatness. The ash became a symbol of the Roman spirit, resilient, ever-changing, but always reaching for something higher. As the centuries passed, the secret of the ash remained hidden. The knowledge of its use was lost to time, buried beneath the rubble of fallen empires. But there were always whispers, rumors that the Romans had created their greatest works with something more than mere stone and mortar. They had built with the very essence of fire, with the earth's fury transformed into something beautiful. And those who knew the story, those who understood the myth, knew that Vulcan's gift had not just been a blessing to the Romans, but to the world. Even today, the ashes of the gods remained, scattered across the world in forgotten corners and ancient ruins. No matter where the volcanoes sleep, their ash still holds the power to shape the earth, to bind it together with the fire of creation. And somewhere, in the silent tombs and abandoned ruins, there are those who still search for the key, the lost knowledge that could unlock the power of Vulcan's gift, and with it, the power to rebuild. The ash, though forgotten by many, still whispers of a time when it was used to shape an empire that rose from the flames, stronger and more enduring than ever before. The water shimmered under the moonlight, its surface broken only by the gentle ripple of the breeze. To the untrained eye, it was nothing more than a pristine spring nestled within the Roman hills. But to those who knew the ancient tales, this was no ordinary water. This was the water of life, said to hold the power of the gods themselves, a gift woven into the heart of Roman ingenuity. It was said that the water flowed not from the earth, but from the veins of creation itself. Legends whispered that it had been touched by Neptune, the god of the seas, blessed with a purity and potency unmatched by any other. When mixed into the concrete of Roman builders, this water became the alchemical key, transforming ordinary materials into something extraordinary. Structures made with it stood not just against time, but against the elements, as though the water imbued them with a soul of their own. At the edge of the spring, an old builder knelt, his hands trembling as he cupped the cool liquid. His name had long since been forgotten, but his story remained. He had spent decades perfecting his craft, but even with all his skill, his creations lacked something. They crumbled too soon, failed too often. Until the day he stumbled upon the sacred spring. The moment his hands touched the water, he felt it. A tingling warmth that spread through his fingertips, up his arms, and into his heart. He looked at the liquid in awe, noticing the faint shimmer that seemed to dance just beneath the surface. It was alive, he thought, alive with something ancient and powerful. That night, under the cover of darkness, he carried jars of the water back to his workshop, where he began to experiment. The first time he used it, he dared to hope. The mixture of ash, lime, and stone, combined with the water, had a strange consistency. It was smoother, more pliable, as though it wanted to become something greater. When it hardened, it was unlike anything he had ever seen. He struck it with his tools, expecting the usual cracks, but there were none. He poured water over it, expecting erosion, but it remained untouched. It was then he realized he had found the answer to his prayers. Word of the water began to spread, though always in whispers. Those who knew its power guarded the knowledge jealously, sharing it only with those they trusted most. Some claimed it could heal as well as build, that a single sip could cure ailments or prolong life. Others spoke of the way it seemed to sing as it was poured, a soft hum that resonated deep within the bones. Whatever the truth, one thing was certain: the water became an essential part of Rome's greatness. The aqueducts, those marvels of engineering, were said to have been designed with the sacred water in mind. Every stone, every channel, was laid with the intention of carrying this life-giving force to the farthest reaches of the empire. Soldiers drank from it before battle, believing it would strengthen their resolve. Farmers poured it into their fields, hoping it would bless their crops. And builders used it in their mortar, creating structures that seemed destined to last forever. But not everyone believed in the myths. There were skeptics, those who saw only water and dismissed the stories as mere superstition. One such man, a young engineer named Titus, scoffed at the legends. He was determined to prove that Roman strength came from skill alone, not from magical springs or divine intervention. One day, Titus decided to test his theory. He visited a site where the sacred water was said to be used, observing the workers as they mixed the concrete. He watched carefully, noting every step, every measurement. Then, in secret, he replicated the process, using ordinary water instead. At first, the results seemed identical. The mixture hardened as expected, the structure rising just as quickly as those built with the sacred spring. But within weeks, the flaws began to show. Cracks appeared where there should have been none. Pieces crumbled under pressure that should have been easily borne. Titus was forced to admit what he had refused to believe: there was something different about the water. The story goes that Titus, humbled by his failure, sought out the sacred spring himself. When he found it, he knelt at its edge, just as the old builder had done so many years before. As he reached into the water, he felt the same warmth, the same sense of connection. It was as though the water forgave him for his arrogance, welcoming him into its secret. The Romans believed that the water's power came not just from its physical properties, but from the spirit it carried. It was more than a building material, it was a symbol of unity, strength, and resilience. It flowed through their cities, their homes, their lives, binding them together as surely as it bound the stones of their great monuments. Even as the empire began to fall, the water remained. Its sources were hidden, protected by those who feared what would happen if it fell into the wrong hands. And so, the legend endured, passed down through generations. The water of life, the sacred spring, the gift of the gods, whatever name it was given, its essence remained the same. Today, those who walk among the ruins of Rome may wonder how such structures could have stood the test of time. They may marvel at the skill of the builders, the ingenuity of the engineers. But those who know the stories, who have heard the whispers of the water, understand that there was more to it than skill alone. There was a magic, a power, flowing through those ancient stones, a legacy of the water that gave life to an empire. The pickaxe struck the rock with a metallic ring, sending small sparks into the damp air of the cavern. Beneath the dim light of flickering torches, the miners worked tirelessly, their faces streaked with dirt and sweat. For weeks, they had been chiseling away at the mountain, but this was no ordinary labor. They weren't digging for gold or silver, they sought something more profound, something that pulsed with the essence of the earth itself. The foreman, an old man with gnarled hands and a voice as rough as the stone around him, whispered tales to the younger miners during breaks. "This isn't just rock," he said, his tone solemn. "What we pull from here, it's alive. These veins of ash and lime, they're the blood of the earth." His words lingered in the air, heavy and mysterious, leaving the men to glance uneasily at the dark, jagged walls. There was a strange energy in the place, as though the ground beneath their feet hummed with some ancient vitality. Every now and then, a miner would pause, pressing his ear to the rock. Some claimed they could hear a faint thrumming, like a heartbeat, deep within the stone. Others swore they could feel warmth radiating from the veins of material they extracted, an unnatural heat that seemed to defy the cold dampness of the cavern. It was said that the Romans knew these veins well. Long before modern tools, they had mapped the earth like surgeons studying a body, identifying the places where its blood flowed strongest. To them, the ash, lime, and volcanic material they harvested were not mere resources, but gifts from beneath, imbued with the earth's power. They believed these veins connected the world above to a realm of untold energy below, and it was their duty to harness that power without destroying the balance. Among the laborers in the cavern was a young man named Lucius. He had joined the excavation out of desperation, but as the days wore on, he found himself drawn to the work for reasons he couldn't explain. One evening, as the others rested, Lucius lingered near a freshly exposed vein. It glimmered faintly in the low light, a streak of gray and black that cut through the rock like a scar. He ran his fingers along it, feeling an unexpected warmth. It was as though the earth itself was breathing through the stone. The foreman caught him staring. "You feel it, don't you?" he said, his voice low. Lucius nodded, unsure how to put the sensation into words. The foreman chuckled softly. "They say the gods placed these veins here to remind us of our connection to the land. You take from the earth, you give back. That's how it's always been." But not everyone treated the veins with reverence. In the tales passed down through generations, there were warnings of those who sought to exploit the earth's blood for greed and power. One such story spoke of a Roman general who demanded that entire mountains be stripped bare to build his war machines. The veins bled dry, leaving the land barren and lifeless. Soon after, his fortress crumbled, not from an enemy attack, but as if the ground beneath it had simply given up, retreating into nothingness. The lesson was clear: the earth's blood was not to be taken lightly. Lucius couldn't stop thinking about the foreman's words. That night, as he lay on the hard ground of the makeshift camp, he dreamt of the veins. In his dream, they glowed with a vivid red light, branching out beneath the earth like arteries. He saw cities rising above them, their foundations strong and unyielding. But he also saw what happened when the veins were ignored or misused: structures crumbling, fields turning to dust, rivers drying up. He awoke with a start, his heart racing, and realized he had been sweating despite the chill. Over the next few weeks, Lucius began to notice patterns in the veins they uncovered. They didn't run aimlessly through the rock, they seemed to follow deliberate paths, converging in places where the stone felt particularly alive. When he mentioned this to the foreman, the old man nodded knowingly. "Those are the nodes," he said. "The heartbeats of the earth. The Romans built their greatest works near them: bridges, temples, aqueducts. They knew those places would stand strong. One day, the miners broke through to a cavern unlike any they had seen before. It was vast and silent, its walls lined with veins that pulsed faintly, as though lit from within. At the center stood a pillar of raw stone, untouched by tools. It seemed to hum with energy, and the air around it was warmer than the rest of the cavern. The men stood in awe, their tools hanging limply in their hands. Lucius stepped forward, compelled by something he couldn't explain. He placed his hand on the pillar, and a jolt ran through him, not painful but intense, as if he had touched a live wire. For a brief moment, he felt connected to everything: the stone, the earth, the sky above. Images flashed in his mind: roads stretching to the horizon, aqueducts carrying water to thirsty cities, walls that had withstood centuries. It was as if the pillar was showing him the past, reminding him of what the veins had built. When he pulled his hand away, he felt a deep sense of respect and responsibility. The foreman approached him, placing a weathered hand on his shoulder. "You understand now," he said. "The veins aren't just materials. They're life itself. When we take from them, we shape the world. But we have to honor what we take, or the earth will take it back." The cavern became a sacred place for the miners. They worked with care, extracting only what was needed and leaving the rest untouched. As they carried the materials to the surface, they spoke of their experiences in hushed tones, as though afraid to disturb the balance they had glimpsed underground. Years later, when Lucius had left mining behind and become a builder, he often thought of the veins. Every time he mixed lime with ash or laid a foundation stone, he remembered the warmth of the earth's blood beneath his hands. It was more than just a memory, it was a promise to respect the veins that ran through the world, to build not just for strength, but for harmony. The veins remained hidden beneath the surface, their paths known only to those who listened carefully to the whispers of the earth. But their influence could be felt in every enduring structure, every road that carried travelers safely, every aqueduct that brought water to the thirsty. The blood of the earth flowed on, silent and steadfast, sustaining the world above. The flames crackled and danced, casting shadows that leapt across the walls of the workshop. The air was thick with the pungent scent of burning wood and minerals, and a fierce heat radiated from the fire pit at the center of the room. The workers stood in silence, their faces illuminated by the orange glow, as the priest stepped forward, holding a bundle of dried herbs aloft. His voice, low and steady, began to chant words in Latin, the syllables weaving an ancient spell that seemed to harmonize with the flickering flames. The fire wasn't ordinary. It was sacred, a connection to Vulcan, the Roman god of fire and forge. This was no simple act of burning, it was a ritual, a ceremony that demanded precision and reverence. The Romans believed that fire was alive, a living force that could shape the elements and imbue them with power. To ignite the flames that would temper their concrete was to summon the blessings of the divine, ensuring strength and durability in whatever they built. The priest's chanting grew louder, and the workers leaned closer, their hands clutching baskets filled with lime, volcanic ash, and fragments of stone. Each material had been gathered with care, its selection guided by tradition and knowledge passed down through generations. But the key was the fire. Without its sacred touch, the materials were lifeless, mere dust and rock. Lucius, a young apprentice, stood at the edge of the circle, his heart pounding. He had heard tales of this ritual but had never witnessed it himself. His master had warned him of the importance of the flame, speaking of its ability to transform the raw elements into something almost immortal. The fire doesn't just heat the materials, his master had said. It binds them. It awakens their spirit. As the chanting reached a crescendo, the priest threw the herbs into the fire. They ignited with a hiss, sending a plume of fragrant smoke spiraling upward. The workers moved in unison, pouring the lime and ash into the fire pit. Sparks erupted, and for a moment, the flames roared as if alive, licking hungrily at the offering. Lucius watched in awe as the mixture began to glow, the edges of the material softening, merging under the fire's intense heat. The process was mesmerizing, almost magical. The workers didn't rush. They stirred the glowing mass with long iron rods, their movements slow and deliberate, as though they were coaxing the elements into unity. Every action seemed imbued with purpose, every motion a step in an ancient dance between man and nature. Sweat dripped from their brows, and their faces shone with both exertion and reverence. Lucius felt a strange pull toward the fire. It wasn't just the heat, it was something deeper, something alive. The flames seemed to whisper, their crackling voice carrying stories of those who had performed this ritual long before. He could almost see them, Roman engineers and priests, their hands stained with ash, their eyes fixed on the same sacred glow. They had built roads and aqueducts, temples and fortresses, each structure born from the fire's embrace. But the ritual wasn't without risk. The fire was unpredictable, its power as destructive as it was creative. Lucius had heard of times when the flames burned too fiercely, consuming the mixture before it could take shape. There were also tales of accidents, explosions of heat and light that left men scarred. Yet, despite the danger, the Romans had always returned to the fire, trusting it to forge their legacy. The priest raised his hands, and the workers stepped back, their movements synchronized like the steps of a choreographed dance. The fire's roar softened, its flame steadying into a rhythmic pulse. Lucius held his breath as the priest began the final chant, calling upon Vulcan to bless the mixture. The words were ancient, their meaning lost to all but a few, yet their power was undeniable. The room seemed to vibrate with energy, the air alive with an unseen force. As the chant ended, the workers approached the pit once more, carefully extracting the glowing mixture with large, flat shovels. It was poured into molds, the heat rising in waves as the materials settled. Lucius marveled at the transformation, the once cold and inert elements now radiated vitality, as though the fire had imbued them with a heartbeat of their own. The molds were set aside to cool, and the workers gathered around the priest, their faces lined with exhaustion but lit with satisfaction. They knew that what they had created was more than just concrete, it was a testament to their faith and skill, a product of the sacred flame that connected them to the gods and the earth. Lucius couldn't tear his eyes away from the molds. He felt an overwhelming sense of respect for the process he had just witnessed. It was more than a technique, it was a covenant, a promise between humanity and the forces of nature. The fire wasn't merely a tool, it was a partner, demanding both humility and trust. As the workers filed out of the room, their tools clinking softly against the stone floor, Lucius lingered. He approached the fire pit, now smoldering with embers, and knelt beside it. Tentatively, he reached out his hand, feeling the warmth that still emanated from the glowing coals. The heat was intense, but not unbearable, a reminder of the fire's power and the responsibility it carried. He thought of the roads and buildings that stretched across the empire, their strength a testament to the rituals performed in rooms like this one. Every stone laid, every arch constructed, bore the mark of the sacred flame. It was a legacy forged in fire, one that would endure for centuries. Lucius closed his eyes, letting the warmth seep into his skin. He understood now why his master had spoken of the fire with such reverence. It wasn't just a source of heat, it was the soul of their craft, a force that turned ordinary materials into something extraordinary. It was the heart of Roman ingenuity, a flame that burned not just in the pit but in the spirit of everyone who worked with it. The night was impossibly still, as if the world itself held its breath. Above, the moon hung full and radiant, casting its silver light over the Roman countryside. Its glow seemed almost otherworldly, illuminating every detail with an eerie clarity. Beneath that celestial gaze, a group of men worked silently in a clearing, their movements deliberate and synchronized. They were surrounded by mounds of volcanic ash, bags of lime, and buckets of crushed stone, but none of them dared touch the materials yet. Not until the moon reached its zenith. Marcus, the lead architect, stood apart from the others, his eyes fixed on the sky. The scrolls had been clear, work could only begin when the moon's light bathed the site in perfect harmony. He had read the legends as a young man, tales of lunar power and its influence on the elements. It was said that the moon governed the tides and the cycles of life, and its energy, at the right moment, could awaken the latent properties within the mixture. A faint wind stirred the leaves, and Marcus shivered despite the warmth of the summer night. This was no ordinary construction. It was an offering to eternity, a structure that would stand unyielding against time and the elements. Failure was unthinkable, and the moon's blessing was essential. The others seemed to sense it too, their faces tense with anticipation. Lucius, the youngest of the group, clutched his mixing rod tightly, his knuckles white. He had always thought these stories were mere superstitions, embellishments passed down by older craftsmen to add a sense of mystique to their work. But tonight, standing under the moon's luminous gaze, he wasn't so sure. "Not yet," Marcus murmured, his voice barely audible but carrying an undeniable authority. The men froze, their tools poised in midair. They waited, their breaths shallow, as the moon inched higher, its light growing brighter, almost blinding in its intensity. Finally, Marcus raised his hand, signaling the moment had come. The men sprang into action, pouring the lime and ash into a shallow pit. The sound of the materials mixing was soft yet rhythmic, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Marcus watched closely, his eyes darting between the mixture and the moon. Timing was everything. Too soon, and the blend would be unstable. Too late, and the moon's power would wane. Lucius stepped forward hesitantly, carrying a bucket of water drawn from a nearby spring. He had been told this water was special, its purity unmatched, but tonight, it felt heavier in his hands, as if it carried the weight of the heavens. He glanced nervously at Marcus, who nodded. With trembling hands, Lucius poured the water into the pit, its surface shimmering under the moonlight. The reaction was immediate. The mixture began to steam, releasing a faint, almost sweet aroma. The men leaned in, their faces reflecting both awe and fear. The legends had spoken of this, how the moon's light would activate the materials, infusing them with an energy that could be felt but not seen. The mixture seemed alive, its surface pulsing in rhythm with the men's pounding hearts. Marcus stepped forward, his shadow stretching long across the clearing. He knelt by the pit, scooping up a handful of the mixture. It was warm, almost too hot to hold, and its texture was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It felt charged, as though it carried the very essence of the moon. "Stir," he commanded, his voice firm. The men obeyed, their movements swift and precise. The mixing rods cut through the glowing mass, each stroke guided by years of practice and a growing sense of wonder. Lucius couldn't take his eyes off the pit. He swore he saw tiny flecks of light within the mixture, like stars trapped in stone. The moon continued its ascent, and Marcus knew they had only minutes before the alignment was lost. He worked quickly, instructing the men to pour the mixture into molds prepared earlier. The sound of the concrete filling the molds was strangely soothing, a steady rhythm that seemed to echo the eternal cycles of the cosmos. As the last mold was filled, Marcus stepped back, his face a mix of exhaustion and triumph. The men followed suit, their tools clattering to the ground as they collapsed onto the grass. They stared at the molds, now glowing faintly under the moonlight, their surfaces smooth and flawless. Lucius felt a surge of pride and disbelief. They had done it. He could feel it in his bones. This was no ordinary concrete. It carried the power of the moon, a force that transcended human understanding. For the first time, He understood why the ancients had insisted on these rituals, why they had gone to such lengths to align their work with the celestial cycles. It wasn't just about strength or durability, it was about harmony, a connection between earth and sky, man and nature. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves and carrying the faint scent of lime and ash. The moon began to dip, its light softening, and the clearing grew darker. The moment had passed, but its energy lingered, imprinted on the men and their work. As they gathered their tools and prepared to leave, Lucius paused, casting one last glance at the molds. He knew that when they returned in the morning, the mixture would have hardened, its glow replaced by a dull, unremarkable gray. But he also knew it would carry within it the essence of this night, a power that would make it unyielding, immortal. He looked up at the moon, now low on the horizon, and felt a pang of gratitude. It had guided them, its light a beacon in the darkness, and its energy a gift to their craft. Lucius silently vowed to honor this moment, to carry its memory with him as he continued his work. He was no longer just an apprentice, he was a guardian of something greater, a participant in a ritual that bridged the mortal and the divine. The air in the workshop was thick with the smell of crushed stone and burnt lime. Under the flickering glow of candlelight, Domenico leaned over the wooden table, his hands trembling slightly as he unfurled a brittle scroll. The Latin text was faded, the edges of the parchment crumbling with age, but to Domenico, it was a treasure beyond compare. It was said to be a fragment of the ancient Roman recipe, a formula whispered about in hushed circles and sought after for generations. Tonight, he would attempt what many had failed to achieve, the rebirth of the lost concrete. His heart pounded as he read the instructions again, his lips silently shaping the words. He could feel the weight of history pressing down on him, a mix of reverence and fear. Across the room, his apprentice, Marco, watched with wide eyes. Marco had heard the stories, how others had tried to recreate the Roman marvel only to face humiliation, disaster, or worse. Domenico seemed undeterred, his passion burning brighter than his doubts. "Bring the ash," Domenico ordered, his voice steady despite the storm raging inside him. Marco nodded and hurried to fetch the carefully measured volcanic ash stored in a clay jar. They had spent weeks sourcing the ingredients, scouring ancient texts, and deciphering cryptic notes left by alchemists long dead. Every detail had to be perfect. The ash was poured into a wide bronze basin, followed by lime, sand, and crushed stone. Each addition was accompanied by a pause, as if Domenico were listening for some unseen signal. He stirred the mixture with deliberate strokes, his movements almost ritualistic. But as he worked, a shadow of doubt flickered across his face. The text had mentioned the breath of the gods, a phrase he couldn't quite interpret. Was it a metaphor, or was something vital missing? Marco hesitated before speaking. "Master, what if the stories are true? What if the formula can't be recreated?" Domenico shot him a sharp glance. "Nonsense. The Romans were men, just as we are. If they could do it, so can we." But even as he spoke, a chill crept up his spine. The legends had a way of lingering in the mind, their warnings growing louder in moments of uncertainty. It was said that those who tampered with the formula without understanding its divine aspects would invite ruin upon themselves. Domenico dismissed the thought. He was a man of reason, not superstition. The final ingredient was water, drawn from a spring that locals claimed had miraculous properties. Marco poured it slowly, and the mixture began to hiss and steam. The reaction was immediate, almost violent, the basin trembling under the force. Domenico stepped back, his eyes narrowing. Something was wrong. The consistency was off, the color darker than expected. "Stir faster," he barked, panic creeping into his tone. Marco obeyed, but the mixture seemed to resist their efforts, thickening into a stubborn, unyielding mass. The workshop grew hotter, the air heavy with an acrid smell. Domenico's confidence faltered, replaced by a gnawing fear. Had he missed something? Miscalculated? Or was the formula truly cursed? A sudden crack echoed through the room, splitting the tense silence. The basin had fractured, its contents spilling onto the floor in a steaming heap. Domenico stared at the mess, his hands clenched into fists. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept failure, not after coming so close. "We'll try again," he muttered, his voice barely audible. But Marco didn't move. His gaze was fixed on the spilled mixture, where faint wisps of smoke curled upward, forming strange, fleeting shapes. They looked almost like faces, anguished, mocking, ephemeral. Marco's mouth went dry. "Master, look," he whispered. Domenico turned, his breath catching in his throat. He saw it too, though he tried to convince himself it was a trick of the light. The shapes dissipated as quickly as they appeared, leaving only silence and the acrid stench of failure. For the first time, Domenico felt the weight of the myths pressing down on him. Perhaps the formula wasn't just science, perhaps it required something more, something beyond human reach. Over the next weeks, they tried again and again, each attempt ending in frustration and despair. The ingredients were precise, the techniques flawless, but the results were always the same. The concrete cracked, crumbled, or refused to set. The failures began to wear on Domenico, his confidence eroding with each passing day. Word of his efforts spread through the town, drawing both curiosity and ridicule. Some admired his ambition, while others whispered that he was cursed for defying the gods. Domenico brushed off the gossip, but the rumors gnawed him. He began to avoid the market, his once proud demeanor replaced by a sullen, haunted look. One night, as the candles burned low, Domenico sat alone in the workshop, staring at the latest failed batch. His hands were raw from hours of labor, his mind a storm of doubts. He thought of the Romans, their towering aqueducts and unyielding walls, and wondered if he was chasing a ghost. What if the formula wasn't meant to be found? What if it was lost for a reason? Marco entered quietly, carrying a tray of food that Domenico barely acknowledged. The apprentice hesitated, then placed a hand on his master's shoulder. "You've done everything you could," he said softly. Perhaps some things are meant to remain in the past." Domenico didn't respond. He couldn't. The word struck a chord he wasn't ready to face. Instead, he stared at the broken basin, the spilled mixture, and the ghostly shapes that lingered in his memory. He felt the weight of the centuries pressing down on him, a burden he could no longer bear. As the night wore on, Domenico extinguished the candles one by one, the workshop plunging into darkness. He left the scrolls untouched on the table, their secrets locked away once more. Outside, the moon rose high, its light cold and distant, offering no comfort to the man who had dared to challenge the legends. Marco watched him leave, his heart heavy with both sorrow and relief. He gathered the scrolls carefully, unsure if they would ever be used again. The workshop fell silent, its walls bearing witness to a dream that had burned brightly but ultimately faded into the shadows. The factory loomed against the smoky sky, its chimneys coughing plumes of soot into the evening air. Inside, the clang of metal and the hum of machinery were punctuated by terse commands and hurried footsteps. Among the chaos, Charles Hammond stood apart, his hands dusted with lime and ash as he examined a peculiar mixture spread across a long wooden table. He wasn't here for profit or fame. What drove him was an obsession, a whisper from the past that refused to be silenced. Charles had spent years combing through archives, buying obscure manuscripts, and corresponding with scholars across Europe. One name kept surfacing in his research: Vitruvius. The ancient Roman engineer's work spoke of durability and precision, of materials that defied time itself. But it wasn't just academic curiosity that brought Charles to this grimy factory. Rumors of secret societies and their enigmatic gatherings had reached him, whispers that these groups had unearthed the key to Roman brilliance and guarded it jealously. The mixture before him was his latest attempt at recreating the fabled Roman concrete. It was finer than the industrial cement of his time, its texture smoother, almost silken. He leaned closer, inhaling the faint, mineral scent. He wanted to believe he was close, so close he could feel the ancient world pressing against the present. But doubt gnawed at him, a shadow that grew with each failed test. As the workers filed out for the evening, Charles stayed behind, lighting a single oil lamp that bathed the room in a golden glow. The silence was both comforting and unsettling. He began to mix, his movements methodical, almost reverent. Water trickled into the basin, and the mixture hissed softly, a sound that sent a shiver down his spine. He thought of the old legends, of ceremonies performed under the watchful gaze of the moon, of secret rites that had imbued the formula with unearthly strength. Charles didn't believe in magic. He believed in science, in formulas and processes that could be dissected and replicated. But even he couldn't ignore the strange events that seemed to follow his experiments. There had been the peculiar dreams, visions of towering arches and aqueducts shimmering in moonlight, their surfaces unscarred by time. And then there were the strangers. At first, it had been fleeting encounters, a figure lingering too long near his workshop, an unfamiliar face in the crowd at the university library. But recently, it had become more direct. Letters with no signature, warning him to abandon his work. The last one had been particularly unnerving. Written in precise, elegant script, it read, "Some knowledge is not meant to be reclaimed. Cease your efforts, or you will face the consequences." Charles had burned the letter, but its words lingered, as did the distinct feeling that he was being watched. He told himself it was paranoia, the product of too many sleepless nights and too much caffeine. Still, as he worked in the dim light, he couldn't shake the sense that the shadows in the corners of the room were deeper than they should be. A sharp knock at the door jolted him. He froze, his heart hammering in his chest. No one should be here at this hour. The knock came again, louder this time. Gathering his courage, Charles grabbed a heavy wrench and approached the door. When he opened it, there was no one there. Just the night, cold and silent, the street lamp casting eerie patterns on the cobblestone. He closed the door, bolting it securely. Returning to the table, he found that the mixture had begun to set. It looked promising, its surface smooth and unblemished. But as he reached out to touch it, the oil lamp flickered, casting the room into near darkness. For a moment, Charles thought he saw a figure reflected in the polished surface of the concrete, a hooded figure, its face obscured. He stumbled back, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The lamp steadied, and the image was gone. Shaking his head, he cursed his imagination. Yet, a part of him couldn't dismiss the feeling that he wasn't alone. Determined to finish his work, he pushed the fear aside and focused. The final step was crucial, heating the mixture to activate its binding properties. He carried the basin to the furnace, his hand steady despite the unease churning in his gut. As the heat enveloped the basin, the mixture began to bubble and harden. Charles watched intently, his mind racing. If this worked, it could revolutionize construction, bridging the gap between ancient wisdom and modern innovation. But then, the air grew heavy, thick with the smell of sulfur. A low hum filled the room, vibrating through the floor. The furnace roared, the flames shooting higher than they should. Charles stepped back, shielding his face from the intense heat. The basin glowed, its surface rippling as if alive. Then, with a deafening crack, the basin split in two, the mixture spilling out in a molten, shimmering mass. Charles fell to the ground, his ears ringing, his vision blurred. When the noise subsided, he sat up, staring at the ruined basin. The mixture had cooled into a jagged, crystalline form, its surface gleaming like obsidian. It was beautiful, but it wasn't concrete. It wasn't what he'd hoped for. Charles felt a wave of despair crash over him. He had failed again. As he sat there, defeated, a soft sound reached his ears. It was a low, rhythmic tapping, like footsteps on stone. He turned, but the room was empty. Then he saw it, a piece of parchment lying on the table where there had been none before. His hand shook as he picked it up. The parchment was old, its edges frayed, the ink faded but legible. It bore a single symbol, a circle intersected by lines, surrounded by what appeared to be alchemical markings. Beneath the symbol was a message: "You are not alone in seeking the past, but beware. Not all who seek do so for noble reasons." Charles stared at the parchment, his mind reeling. Who had left it? How had they entered without him noticing? And what did it mean? The industrial age had given rise to countless inventions and discoveries, but it seemed that some mysteries remained as elusive as ever. The laboratory was silent except for the faint hum of machinery and the occasional click of a keyboard. Dr. Elena Rossi stood in the glow of her monitors, her brow furrowed as she reviewed the data flashing across the screen. It was late, far too late for anyone else to be in the building, but Elena wasn't alone. Across the room, her colleague, Marcus Fields, scribbled notes in a worn leather journal, his lips moving as if reciting a private mantra. The project they were working on was unlike anything they had attempted before. Officially, it was about materials science, the development of new composites that could withstand extreme conditions. Unofficially, it was something more, a fascination with the impossible. The whispers had started during a conference in Rome, where Elena had been shown a fragment of material excavated from an ancient site. It had no right to exist, notwithstanding 2 millennia of exposure to the elements without so much as a crack. The fragment now sat encased in glass at the center of their lab. Its surface shimmered faintly under the fluorescent lights, and to Marcus, it looked alive, as if it held secrets that could never truly be explained. Elena leaned closer to the monitor. The simulation she'd been running for weeks now showed a breakthrough. The chemical structure she was attempting to recreate had stabilized in the model, a balance so delicate it seemed like the universe itself held its breath. "Marcus," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. He looked up, the intensity in her tone snapping him to attention. "I think it's possible. We just need to try the mix again," but this time, she trailed off, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she adjusted the formula. "Do you really believe it?" Marcus asked, crossing the room to stand beside her. His voice was tinged with doubt, but there was something else there too, hope, and maybe fear. Elena didn't answer right away. Her mind flashed back to the conversations that had started this obsession. A chance encounter with an archaeologist who spoke of ancient texts describing earth-binding rituals, a whispered rumor about materials forged not just with science but with intention, fire, water, air, and earth brought together under the influence of the heavens. "I don't know what I believe," she said finally. "But we owe it to ourselves to try." The next few hours passed in a blur of preparation. The lab became a stage for a modern alchemy that blurred the lines between science and art. They mixed powders and liquids with precision, measuring each component down to the last milligram. The final step involved heating the mixture under a carefully controlled flame, a process that required absolute concentration. As the furnace roared to life, Elena and Marcus exchanged a glance. Neither spoke, but both knew what this moment represented. They were chasing not just a scientific breakthrough, but something that felt larger, almost sacred. The heat in the room became oppressive as the mixture began to transform. It bubbled and hissed, the surface shifting like molten metal. Elena watched intently, her heart pounding. This was the moment where so many before them had failed, their efforts collapsing into disappointment. The furnace temperature spiked suddenly, and alarms blared, shattering the fragile tension. Marcus scrambled to shut them off while Elena monitored the reaction, her eyes darting between the glowing crucible and the readouts on the screen. "It's stabilizing," she said, her voice barely audible over the chaos. "Marcus, it's holding." But then, just as quickly, the mixture began to crack. The surface fractured, splintering into jagged pieces that fell into the flames. "No, no, no!" Elena shouted, her hands clenching the edge of the table. Marcus pulled her back as the furnace released a final, fiery gasp. Smoke filled the room, and they both coughed, their eyes stinging. When the haze cleared, the crucible was empty, its contents reduced to ash. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The silence was heavy with the weight of failure. "It was close," Marcus said finally, his voice hoarse. "Closer than anyone's ever come." Elena didn't answer. Her eyes were fixed on the glass case at the center of the room. The ancient fragment glimmered, untouched by the chaos that had unfolded around it. She approached it slowly, her reflection merging with the artifact's surface. "Why does it survive?" she murmured. "What did they know that we don't?" Marcus joined her, his expression unreadable. "Maybe it's not just about the materials," he said. "Maybe it's about how they were brought together. The intention behind them. Elena turned to him, her eyes narrowing. "You're not saying it was magic?" "No," Marcus said. "But think about it. Alchemy wasn't just about changing metals. It was about transformation of the elements of the alchemist. Maybe we've been missing something because we've been looking at it like scientists." Elena wanted to dismiss his words, to laugh at the absurdity. But deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was right. They were dealing with something that defied simple categorization, something that blurred the boundaries between the tangible and the intangible. The lab door creaked open, and both of them turned sharply. A figure stood silhouetted against the light from the hallway. It was Dr. Patel, the head of their research institute, and his expression was unreadable. "I heard the alarms," he said, stepping into the room. His gaze shifted to the glass case, lingering on the fragment. "I assume the experiment didn't go as planned." Elena nodded, her shoulders slumping. "We were close, but it wasn't enough." Dr. Patel studied her for a moment before speaking. "Do you know why I approved this project, despite the risks and the absurdity of it all?" Elena shook her head. "Because I wanted to see if it was possible to bring the past into the present," he said. "Not just the materials, but the mindset. The belief that the impossible is worth pursuing." He turned to leave, but paused at the door. "Don't give up. Sometimes, it's not the formula that needs to change, it's the way you approach it." As the door closed behind him, Elena and Marcus exchanged a glance. Neither spoke, but both felt a renewed determination. Failure was not the end, it was a step, a painful, necessary step toward something extraordinary. And as they turned back to their work, the ancient fragment seemed to shimmer a little brighter, as if offering its silent approval. The conference hall buzzed with the murmur of anticipation, the air electric with possibility. Scientists, engineers, and historians gathered under the glow of crystal chandeliers, their faces a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. At the center of it all stood Dr. Adrian Calloway, a man whose name had become a whispered legend in both academic and industrial circles. He adjusted his microphone, his hand trembling just slightly, though his face betrayed no uncertainty. "In my hands," he began, holding up a vial of gray powder, "is something that may rewrite everything we know about ancient innovation. This, my colleagues, could be the key to what we've spent centuries searching for." The room went still. No one coughed, no chair creaked. The silence was absolute, heavy with the weight of what he was about to reveal. Adrian placed the vial on the podium and clicked a remote. Behind him, a massive screen flickered to life, displaying an image of an ancient Roman structure, a seawall battered by relentless waves, standing firm after 2,000 years. "How did they do it?" he asked, pacing the stage. "What secret did the Romans hold that allowed them to build structures that endure while modern concrete crumbles in decades?" He didn't need to answer. Everyone in the room had dedicated their lives to this question in one way or another. But none of them had ever come as close as Adrian claimed to be now. The breakthrough, he explained, had come not in a cutting-edge lab but in the unlikeliest of places, a dusty archive tucked away in a corner of Naples. There, in a forgotten drawer, a graduate student had stumbled upon a fragment of parchment, its edges charred and fragile. The writing was faded, almost illegible, but with careful reconstruction, it revealed something astonishing, a formula. Adrian's voice quavered as he described the moment he first saw the translated text. "It was like stepping into another world," he said, "a world where materials weren't just combined but harmonized, their properties enhanced by a series of intricate steps." He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. "We tested it," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "And it worked." A murmur rippled through the crowd, disbelief mingling with awe. Adrian clicked the remote again, and the screen displayed a time-lapse video. A cube of concrete, submerged in salt water, remained unscathed after weeks of exposure. The surface gleamed, unblemished, while a modern sample placed beside it cracked and crumbled. "Do you see this?" Adrian asked, his voice rising. "It's not just a material. It's a phenomenon. The mixture reacts to its environment, growing stronger over time. It's alive, in a way. The audience was on the edge of their seats now. But Adrian wasn't done. He gestured toward the vial. This is the first batch of what we believe to be a faithful recreation of Roman concrete, he said. But there's something else, something we didn't expect. His next words sent chills through the room. The formula, he explained, required a process that wasn't entirely mechanical. It demanded precision, yes, but also intuition, a sense of timing that no machine could replicate. The ancients, it seemed, had relied not only on science but on a kind of artistry, a connection to the materials that bordered on the spiritual. Adrian's team had tried automating the process, feeding the exact proportions into cutting-edge machinery. The results were disastrous. Only when they followed the ancient steps by hand, feeling the texture of the mix, adjusting based on its response, did the material hold. It's as if the recipe resists being reduced to data, Adrian said. As if it remembers its origins. The audience sat in stunned silence. For a moment, it seemed as if time itself had paused, the weight of the revelation pressing down on everyone in the room. Then, slowly, a hand went up. "What's stopping us from mass-producing it?" a voice asked. Adrian hesitated. "That's the question, isn't it?" he said. "We've recreated the formula, but we still don't fully understand it. There's something elusive about it. It feels as though it's tied to a context we no longer inhabit, a world where the act of creation was more than just engineering. It was a dialogue between humans and nature." He looked out over the audience, his eyes scanning the faces that stared back at him. "I'm not saying we've found magic," he continued. "But there's a reason the ancients held their methods in such reverence. They treated their materials as sacred, and perhaps that's why their creations endure." In the days that followed, Adrian's revelation spread like wildfire. Headlines screamed of the rediscovery of a lost art, and the world buzzed with speculation. Some called it the dawn of a new era, while others dismissed it as an elaborate hoax. Adrian himself became a figure of fascination and controversy. Some saw him as a modern-day Prometheus, bringing fire to humanity once more. Others whispered darker theories, that the discovery was too convenient, that perhaps Adrian hadn't simply stumbled upon the ancient formula but had been led to it by forces unknown. Rumors began to swirl of shadowy groups offering vast sums of money for the formula, of unexplained break-ins at Adrian's lab. One night, while working late, he received an anonymous message on his computer screen: "Some knowledge is not meant to be reclaimed." Despite the mounting tension, Adrian pushed forward. He believed in what he was doing, even as the pressure grew unbearable. He knew that the ancient formula wasn't just a scientific curiosity, it was a bridge to a forgotten way of thinking, a reminder that progress didn't have to mean losing touch with the world around us. But there were moments, late at night, when he stared at the shimmering vial on his desk and wondered, had he truly rediscovered the past, or had he merely glimpsed it from the edge of an unbridgeable abyss? The answer, like the formula itself, seemed just out of reach, tantalizing and maddening in equal measure. And so, the legend of the lost recipe lived on, its mystery growing with every retelling, its truth shimmering like the surface of the ancient concrete, untouched, unbroken, and eternal. The room was silent except for the soft hum of machinery and the occasional murmur of a nervous scientist. The chamber, sealed off from the outside world, glowed faintly under the sterile light of countless bulbs. Dr. Elena Moretti stood in the center, her hands trembling as she adjusted her gloves. She wasn't usually afraid, but tonight felt different, like the air was heavier, charged with something she couldn't name. Before her stood the heart of their work, a massive, cylindrical reactor lined with layers of shimmering metallic coils. Within it lay a slurry of materials mixed according to an ancient formula, their properties theorized but never fully understood. It was their attempt to recreate the unthinkable, the indestructible concrete of ancient Rome. Elena glanced at her team. Each face was a mask of strained determination, but she could see the cracks in their resolve. A young intern, Marcus, avoided her gaze entirely, his hands gripping the edge of a console as if it were the only thing keeping him upright. "We've double-checked everything," Elena said, though the words felt hollow. "This will work." "It has to." No one responded. They all knew what was at stake. Months of research, millions in funding, the hopes of reviving an ancient wonder, and the unspoken fear that they were tampering with forces far beyond their grasp. Elena took a deep breath and turned to the lead technician. "Initiate the reaction," she ordered, her voice steadier than she felt. The technician hesitated, his finger hovering over the button. For a moment, it seemed like he might argue, might suggest one more round of testing, but then he pressed it. A low rumble filled the chamber as the reactor began to spin, the slurry inside glowing faintly. The monitors around the room came alive with data streams, their numbers racing upward in an incomprehensible blur. "It's stabilizing," someone whispered, their voice tinged with relief. But then the glow intensified, shifting from a soft blue to a blinding white. The monitors started to beep in protest, their screens flashing red warnings. "Pressure's climbing too fast," Marcus shouted, his voice cracking. "Shut it down," Elena barked, rushing to the main console. Her fingers flew over the keyboard, but the system refused to respond. The reactor seemed to have a mind of its own, its hum growing louder, deeper, more menacing. The glow spread, seeping through the cracks of the reactor's casing like liquid light. The air grew hot, almost suffocating, and a strange, metallic taste filled their mouths. "Get out of here!" Elena screamed, shoving Marcus toward the exit. But before anyone could move, the reactor emitted a sound that wasn't quite a bang or a roar, but something deeper, primal, like the earth itself crying out. A shockwave rippled through the room, throwing everyone to the floor. When Elena opened her eyes, the chamber was unrecognizable. The reactor stood at the center, untouched but eerily silent, its glow now a dull red. Around it, the room was scorched and warped, the walls streaked with strange, jagged patterns that seemed to shimmer like veins of molten gold. "Is everyone okay?" Elena croaked, pushing herself up. Marcus was the first to respond, coughing as he crawled toward her. I think so," he said, though his wide eyes told a different story. One by one, the others stirred, dazed but alive. But their relief was short-lived. As they began to assess the damage, they noticed something strange. The reactor, though apparently inert, seemed to pulse faintly, almost as if it were breathing. "What is that?" whispered one of the technicians, pointing to the floor. A thin, black substance was seeping out from beneath the reactor, spreading across the room in slow, deliberate tendrils. It glistened under the dim light, its surface swirling with colors that defied description. "It's alive," Marcus said, his voice barely audible. "No, it's not," Elena snapped, though she wasn't sure she believed her own words. "It's just a reaction. We can contain it." But as she reached for a containment device, the substance reacted, pulling away as if it sensed her intentions. It moved faster now, climbing the walls, spreading over the machinery, devouring everything it touched. The team scrambled to escape, their fear turning to panic as the room seemed to close in around them. The black tendrils weren't just spreading, they were changing the room, reshaping it into something alien. The walls pulsed with an unnatural rhythm, the air thick with a low, vibrating hum that set their teeth on edge. "Elena, we have to go," Marcus shouted, pulling at her arm. She hesitated, her eyes locked on the reactor. It felt like a betrayal to leave it, to abandon the work they had poured their lives into. But then she saw the look on Marcus's face, the raw terror in his eyes, and she knew she had no choice. They ran, the others close behind, their footsteps echoing in the warped corridors. The building groaned around them, as if alive, as if mourning their escape. When they burst into the night air, gasping and coughing, the silence was deafening. They turned to look back at the facility, its windows glowing faintly with that strange, pulsating light. "What have we done?" one of the technicians whispered, his voice trembling. Elena didn't answer. She couldn't. She could only watch as the light grew brighter, spreading outward like a beacon or a warning. For days afterward, the team was kept in isolation, questioned relentlessly by officials who wanted to know what had happened. But no one could explain it, not the black substance, not the strange patterns, not the eerie sense that the reactor had become something more than just a machine. And then, one night, Elena woke to find her hands trembling uncontrollably. She looked down and saw them streaked with faint, golden lines, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. She wasn't alone. Marcus and the others reported similar symptoms, their veins laced with a faint, glowing trace of whatever had escaped the reactor. The experiments were over, but the consequences had only just begun. And as Elena stared at her hands, she realized with chilling certainty that they hadn't just recreated an ancient formula. They had awakened something far older and far more dangerous than they could have ever imagined. The whispers started late one evening in a forgotten corner of Florence, inside an old library shrouded in shadows. Matteo, an ambitious architectural student, stumbled upon the brittle pages of a journal tucked away in a locked cabinet. It wasn't listed in the catalog, and no one claimed to know how it had arrived there. Its leather binding bore a single symbol, a compass crossed with a laurel wreath. Beneath it, an inscription in Latin read, Veritas Aeterna, Eternal Truth. The journal told of an organization that most dismissed as a myth, a secretive order that claimed to possess knowledge handed down directly from the architects of ancient Rome. These weren't mere builders, they were the guardians of techniques said to rival the power of the gods, techniques that had shaped empires and stood unyielding against the ravages of time. They called themselves the Immortal Guild. Matteo's pulse quickened as he turned the pages, his fingers trembling as he read about whispered meetings beneath the forum, cryptic blueprints etched in obsidian, and oaths taken under the light of a full moon. The words painted the guild as an enigma, both revered and feared, a shadowy lineage of creators who vowed to protect the secrets of Roman engineering from the unworthy. That night, Matteo couldn't sleep. The notion of such a group consumed him. He searched for clues, retracing the journal's cryptic hints. Weeks turned into months, each lead more elusive than the last, until one stormy night when an anonymous note arrived at his door. It bore only the guild's symbol and a time, midnight. At the appointed hour, Matteo found himself on the outskirts of the city, at the ruins of an ancient aqueduct. Lightning split the sky as he approached the arches, their weathered stones looming like silent sentinels. Beneath the largest arch stood a figure cloaked in black, their face obscured by a hood. "Do you seek truth, or do you seek power?" the figure asked, their voice low and steady. Matteo hesitated, unsure how to respond. I want to understand," he finally said. The figure nodded and gestured for him to follow. They led him into the shadows, through a concealed entrance that opened into a narrow tunnel. The air grew colder as they descended, the only sound the echo of their footsteps against the stone. The tunnel ended in a vast chamber illuminated by a soft, golden glow. Dozens of figures stood in silence, their faces hidden behind ornate masks. At the center of the room was a massive table carved from a single slab of marble, its surface inlaid with intricate designs that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light. "This is the Hall of Origins," the cloaked figure said, stepping aside. "It is where the guild's legacy begins and where it is sustained." Matteo stared in awe at the room, his breath catching as he noticed the artifacts lining the walls, tools crafted from materials he couldn't identify, scrolls written in languages that seemed older than time itself, and fragments of structures that defied architectural logic. One of the masked figures stepped forward. "You have found your way here, which means you are either very foolish or very determined," they said. Their voice was distorted, but there was no mistaking the authority behind it. "I want to learn," Matteo said, his voice steady despite the unease gnawing at him. The figure studied him for a long moment before nodding. "Then you will begin as all who came before you have, with the stone." Matteo was led to a smaller chamber, where a single block of volcanic stone sat in the center. A mallet and chisel lay beside it, their surfaces polished from centuries of use. "You will carve the foundation of your own understanding," the figure explained. "It will take weeks, perhaps months. Only then will you be ready to learn what the guild truly guards." The days that followed were grueling. Matteo worked in silence, his hands blistered and his mind racing with questions. Yet as the weeks passed, he began to notice something strange. The stone seemed to respond to his touch, its surface growing smoother, its shape more defined. It was as if the block wasn't merely stone, but something alive, something that recognized his determination. One evening, as Matteo worked late into the night, he felt a sudden shift beneath his chisel. The stone split cleanly in two, revealing a hollow core. Inside was a small, silver key. The next morning, the masked figure returned. Without a word, they led Matteo back to the Hall of Origins and placed the key in his hand. "You have proven your worth," they said. "Now, you will learn the truth." The days that followed were unlike anything Matteo had imagined. He was shown blueprints that seemed to defy the laws of physics, formulas that described materials stronger than steel yet lighter than air, and techniques that blended art with science in ways that felt almost magical. The guild's knowledge was staggering, its scope unimaginable. But it wasn't just the knowledge that captivated Matteo, it was the purpose behind it. The guild saw themselves as stewards, not owners, of their secrets. They believed that their work wasn't just about building structures, it was about preserving the soul of humanity, about creating something that could endure the chaos of time. As the months turned into years, Matteo became one of them, donning the mask and taking the oath. He felt a sense of belonging he had never known, a connection to something greater than himself. Yet, even as he embraced his new life, he couldn't shake the feeling that the guild's legacy came with a heavy cost. He saw the toll it took on his fellow members, their isolation, their unrelenting devotion, their refusal to share their knowledge with the outside world. One night, as he stood alone in the Hall of Origins, Matteo found himself staring at a fragment of an ancient Roman aqueduct. Its surface was smooth and unyielding, a testament to the skill of its creators. Yet it also bore the weight of centuries, a reminder that even the greatest creations eventually succumb to time. He wondered if the guild's secrets were truly meant to be kept, or if they were meant to be shared, if their legacy was one of preservation or of hubris. But the answer eluded him, as it always had. And as he placed his mask back on and joined the others in their silent vigil, he knew that some questions were destined to remain unanswered, etched not in stone but in the hearts of those who dared to ask them. In the cold, silent night, the full moon shone through the cracked window of the old stone tower. The air was thick with the scent of ancient dust and unspoken promises. Inside, a solitary figure stood bent over a wooden table, his hands trembling as he poured the final ingredient into the mortar, a mixture that had taken him years to perfect. His heart raced, the weight of his ambition heavier than the stone he was about to mold. He had finally done it, he had recreated the formula. Lucius, once a humble craftsman, now a man driven by obsession, knew this would change everything. For years, he had searched through forgotten scrolls, old texts, and cryptic whispers in the dark corners of libraries. He had ignored the warnings. The tales that spoke of those who had come before him, who had fallen into ruin after mastering the lost formula. He had dismissed them as nothing more than superstition, the ramblings of those who couldn't comprehend the power of what they sought to achieve. But now, the mixture was ready, the secret concrete that could withstand the ravages of time, that could build structures stronger than anything the world had ever known. It was the key to immortality, to creating a legacy that would live forever. No empire would ever rise or fall without his name carved into the stone of history. Lucius was alone in the tower, his breath quick and shallow, his mind clouded with the weight of what he had done. He could feel the pulse of something ancient, something powerful coursing through his veins as he mixed the ingredients together. The concrete he had created glowed faintly in the dim light, as if the very earth itself had come alive under his touch. It was no longer just a material. It was an essence, a force. But as the mortar set, a strange sensation crawled over him. His heart pounded in his chest, faster and harder than it ever had before. He could feel his thoughts slipping, his mind clouded by a creeping dread. It was as if something had been awakened, something that he couldn't control. His vision blurred, and the room around him seemed to darken. The walls, once solid and comforting, now felt as if they were closing in, pressing on him from all sides. The faint sound of whispering voices filled the air, voices that seemed to come from every corner of the room. His breath caught in his throat as he turned toward the shadows, his hand reaching for the torch on the table. But before he could move, the door of the tower creaked open, and in stepped an old man. His face was worn with age, his eyes sharp with wisdom. He was a figure Lucius had seen in the shadows of his research, an elder from the guild who had warned him against pursuing the formula. "You've done it," the old man said, his voice a low rasp. "You've crossed the line." Lucius recoiled, his heart hammering in his chest. "What do you mean?" "I've succeeded. I've unlocked a power that was lost to the world. This is my triumph." The old man shook his head slowly. "No. This is your curse." Lucius felt a chill run down his spine. "A curse? What are you talking about?" The elder stepped closer, his eyes never leaving Lucius's. "You've created more than just a building material. You've brought ruin to yourself. Every man who has mastered the formula before you has paid a terrible price. They were consumed by it, lost everything they loved. Do you think it was the formula's power that built the great empires of Rome? It wasn't. It was their greed, their hunger for immortality. And that hunger destroyed them all." Lucius stood frozen, his mind racing. His hands, once steady, now trembled as the weight of the old man's words began to sink in. He had believed that mastering the formula would make him unstoppable, that it would grant him the power to shape the world as he saw fit. But now, standing there in the dim light, he understood that he had made a terrible mistake. "Then why didn't you stop me?" Lucius asked, his voice barely a whisper. The elder's eyes grew sorrowful. "I tried. Many of us tried. But we cannot undo what is done. The formula is not a gift, it is a trap. It grants the power to build, but it steals something precious from you in return." Lucius staggered back, feeling the walls of the tower close in around him. The room seemed to spin, and for a moment, he thought he would collapse under the weight of it all. "You'll see," the elder continued. "You'll see what happens when you use it. You'll see how it destroys everything you love. The empire you build will crumble. The more you try to control it, the more it will slip through your fingers. And when it's gone, you'll be left with nothing but ashes and regret." Lucius could feel the anger rising within him, his hands clenched into fists. "I don't care about what you say. I will build. I will create. I will leave my mark on the world." The old man's voice softened. "That is what they all said, Lucius. And now they are lost to history, their names forgotten, their cities reduced to rubble. The formula consumes you. It makes you believe you are invincible, but in the end, it is your own destruction." A terrible silence filled the room. Lucius could feel the weight of the elder's words sinking into him, suffocating him. He had been so certain, so sure of himself. But now, as the cold air seemed to grow heavier, he wondered if he had made a mistake, if the formula had already begun to claim him. The old man stepped closer, placing a hand on Lucius's trembling shoulder. "You are not the first to seek immortality through this formula. But know this, you will be the last." Lucius looked up at the old man, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. His dream of leaving a lasting legacy, of building something that would stand the test of time, now felt like a hollow promise. The formula had given him power, but it had taken something from him as well. Something irreplaceable. As the elder turned to leave, Lucius's heart filled with a new sense of dread. The moonlight outside the tower cast long shadows, and for the first time, he understood the true cost of what he had done. He had achieved greatness, but at a price too steep to ever repay. And in that moment, as the weight of the engineer's curse closed in on him, Lucius realized the truth. There was no triumph in creating something that could not be controlled, no victory in shaping the future at the cost of your very soul. There was a time, long ago, when the world was young, and the mountains whispered secrets to those who dared listen. In a small village nestled at the foot of a towering range, there lived a young apprentice named Theo. His hands were strong, his mind sharp, but it was his heart that burned with an unrelenting fire. He had heard stories, tales spun by the elders, that spoke of a perfect formula, a formula so powerful that it could build empires that would last forever. A formula that had been lost to time, passed down only in fleeting whispers, hidden in the ancient books of forgotten libraries. Theo was captivated by these stories, his eyes sparkling every time someone spoke of the lost knowledge. He had seen the walls of Rome in ruins, the crumbling remains of what was once a powerful empire, and he had wondered what made their buildings stand so strong, so unyielding. It wasn't just stone, he believed. It was something deeper. Something more sacred. He could feel it in his bones. And so, at the tender age of 16, he made a promise to himself. He would find that formula. He would bring it back. Years passed, and Theo learned quickly. Under the guidance of his master, he became an exceptional builder, his work admired far and wide. But none of it satisfied him. He would look at the towering structures they created and feel a hollow emptiness in his chest. These buildings were strong, yes, but they would not last. Not like the ones from the old stories. No. He needed the secret, the lost knowledge that could make something eternal. His search led him to distant lands, to libraries buried deep in the earth, to ruins where ancient books lay forgotten in the dirt. He spent countless nights with his nose and pages yellowed with age, his fingers trembling as he traced the faded ink of forgotten formulas. But each time, he came up short. The pieces never fit. The formula always eluded him. Still, he did not give up. He could feel the presence of the formula, just beyond his reach, like a dream you can almost remember but never fully grasp. One evening, as he sat in the flickering light of a campfire, a wandering old man approached him. His clothes were worn, his beard tangled with the wisdom of years. He sat beside Theo, offering him bread and wine, and they spoke for hours. The old man spoke of life, of the passage of time, of how everything that is built must one day fall. Yet, in his eyes, Theo saw something else. A glint of recognition. "You seek the formula, don't you?" the old man asked, his voice raspy but kind. Theo stiffened. "I do," he replied. "I must find it. I cannot rest until I do." The old man smiled, but there was a sadness in his eyes. "You're not the first to search for it. Many have come before you, thinking they could unlock its power. But you see, boy, the formula is not just something you can find. It's not in a book or a stone. It lives within the earth, within the very soul of those who build. The secret is not in the mixing of ingredients, but in the purpose behind the building." Theo's heart pounded. "What do you mean?" The old man took a long breath, the crackling fire casting shadows on his face. "I've seen many like you, searching endlessly for something they can never find. They think it's an object, a material, a trick of nature. But it's not. The formula lives in the hearts of those who create. The true master of the formula understands that it's not about the structure, it's about the intention, the belief, the desire to leave something behind that speaks of the soul." Theo stared at the old man, his mind swirling with the weight of the words. "So, I must build with my heart?" he asked, the question slipping from his lips before he could stop it. The old man nodded slowly. "The formula is not a thing to possess. It is a thing to be understood. And only when you understand that, will the true power of creation reveal itself." The next morning, the old man was gone, his presence as fleeting as the wind. Theo sat in silence for hours, staring at the place where the old man had been. His words haunted him, and for the first time, he felt doubt creeping into his heart. Was it true? Was there something more to the formula than just a mixture of ingredients? In the years that followed, Theo continued his search, but something had changed. The desire to find the formula had not lessened, but now there was a quiet understanding that the journey might not be about finding a physical recipe, but about the art of creation itself. He built with a new purpose, his hands no longer merely shaping stone, but shaping meaning into every brick, every pillar, every arch. The world around him shifted. The villages grew, the cities expanded, but Theo's mind remained locked on the idea of the perfect formula. He had grown older, and his hair had begun to gray, but the fire inside him never dimmed. The buildings he created were admired, but he knew they were not the perfect ones he dreamed of. He could still hear the echo of the old man's words in his mind, "The formula lives within the heart." One night, as Theo sat by his fire, now an old man, the memories of his journey weighed heavily on him. He had traveled the world, built cities, and even gained fame as a master of his craft, yet the formula still slipped away from him. He had searched and built for decades, but something was missing. Then, in a flash of realization, it hit him. The formula had never been about achieving perfection in the structures he built. It had been about something far more profound. It was about the heart, the drive, the unending search for meaning in the work. The formula was not an object, it was the very soul of creation itself. And in that moment, sitting alone by the fire, Theo understood. He had been the apprentice all along, not of stone or mortar, but of life. The secret was not about the buildings, nor the formula, it was in the journey. The search for the perfect formula had been his greatest lesson, and in it, he had found the truth that had eluded him all these years. Theo smiled, a peacefulness settling over him. He had not found the perfect formula, but he had found something far more important, the understanding that the search itself was the key. The apprentice had become the master, not of concrete, but of life. And with that understanding, Theo laid down his tools for the last time, knowing that the work he had done, the structures he had built, would stand as a testament to the endless pursuit of perfection, no matter how fleeting it may be. The sun dipped low behind the ancient hills, casting long shadows over the crumbling ruins of Rome. The air was thick with the scent of earth and stone, and as the wind whispered through the broken columns, it seemed to carry the echoes of a time long past. In the heart of this city, where once the grandest structures in the world had stood, there was a secret hidden deep within the soil, a secret that had eluded even the most determined seekers for centuries. It had been a whisper at first, a tale told in hushed tones around flickering campfires and in shadowed corners of libraries. The Forgotten Basilica, they called it, an ancient structure buried beneath layers of history, untouched by time's relentless march. The rumors spoke of a place of incredible power, a place that housed a secret so profound, so dangerous, that it had been sealed away from the world. And at the heart of this place, they said, was the formula, the very formula that had given the Romans the strength to build monuments that had stood the test of time. No one had ever found it. The basilica had been lost, forgotten by all but the most passionate of historians and treasure hunters. Yet, there were those who believed it still existed, hidden beneath the rubble of centuries of conflict, its entrance concealed by the weight of history. The formula, they said, was still waiting to be uncovered. It was on a cold winter evening when Alessa first heard the story. She had been working late at the university library, poring over dusty scrolls and ancient texts, when a figure approached her. He was older, his face lined with the wear of years spent in search of things others thought impossible. His name was Marcus, and he had the look of a man who had seen too many dead ends. "I've heard of your work," he said, his voice low and filled with an urgency that made her stomach tighten. "You're looking for the formula, aren't you?" Alessa glanced up, startled. She had been investigating the mysteries of Roman concrete for years, but she had never shared her search with anyone. It had always been something personal, something that drove her, a longing she couldn't quite explain. Yet here was this stranger, speaking as if he knew her every thought. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. She had been warned about people who sought the same thing she did, the dangers of uncovering truths best left buried. Marcus leaned in, lowering his voice. "I know where it is. The Forgotten Basilica. It's real, Alessa. I've spent my life searching for it. And I'm close. But I can't do it alone." The name sent a chill down her spine. The Forgotten Basilica, the stuff of legend, the very heart of the myth she had heard whispered in the corners of ancient temples and dusty libraries. She had dismissed it as fantasy, a story designed to fill the empty spaces between facts. But now, hearing it spoken aloud by a man who seemed to have devoted his life to this search, doubt began to seep into her mind. Alessa hesitated. The risk was enormous. If she joined him, there was no turning back. The path could lead to unimaginable discoveries or ruin. But she couldn't ignore the pull, the gnawing curiosity that had always been there, buried beneath her rational mind. She needed to know. "What's the plan?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Marcus's eyes gleamed with a mixture of hope and desperation. "We leave tomorrow," he said. "I've pinpointed the location. It's in the catacombs, deep under the city. The entrance is hidden by centuries of rubble, but I've found the key. It's a pattern, Alessa. A pattern in the old maps, in the stones themselves. We'll find it." The next day, under the cold light of dawn, they made their way to the outskirts of the city. Alessa's heart raced with every step. She had studied the ancient maps, the tales of lost treasures and forgotten temples, but none of it had ever seemed so real, so tangible. Now, standing at the edge of the city, with the wind whipping through the crumbling ruins, it felt as though she was standing on the threshold of something far greater than she had ever imagined. They walked for hours, the air growing heavier as they descended into the catacombs. The walls around them seemed to close in, and the sound of their footsteps echoed in the stillness. There were no more words between them, just the soft scrape of boots against stone, the occasional flicker of torchlight, and the ever-present sense that they were being watched. It was as if the walls themselves were aware of their intrusion. Then, in the stillness of a narrow passageway, Marcus stopped. He held up his hand, signaling Alessa to halt. His face was pale, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear. Before them, a stone door stood, half covered by vines and the weight of forgotten centuries. It was ancient, its surface etched with symbols that Alessa had never seen before. "This is it," Marcus said, his voice trembling. "The entrance to the forgotten basilica." Alessa stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. The door seemed to hum with energy, as though it were alive, as though it had been waiting for them. She reached out, her fingers brushing the stone, and in that moment, she felt something stir deep within her. The air seemed to grow warmer, and for a brief second, she thought she saw something, a shadow, perhaps, move within the stone. Marcus stepped back, his face etched with uncertainty. "Are you ready?" Alessa nodded, though doubt gnawed at her insides. This was it. The moment they had both been waiting for. The formula, whatever it was behind this door. With a deep breath, Marcus pushed against the stone. It creaked, groaned, and then, with a final, resounding crack, the door swung open. Inside, the forgotten basilica stood in eerie silence. The air was thick with dust, and the faint glow of torches lining the walls cast long shadows on the floors. But it wasn't the grandeur of the place that stole Alessa's breath away, it was the altar at the center. There, carved into the very stone of the floor, was the formula, ancient and perfect. But as she approached, a strange sensation washed over her. The formula was not just a blueprint for concrete, it was a symbol, a marker of something much greater. The more she stared at it, the more she felt the weight of the earth, the weight of time, pressing down on her. And then, she understood. The formula was never meant to be found. The basilica had been built to keep it hidden, a warning to all who sought to uncover it. Alessa's heart pounded as she realized the truth. Some knowledge was too powerful, too dangerous, to be unleashed upon the world. The basilica had kept its secret for centuries. And now, it seemed, it was her turn to guard it. It was a bitter, cold evening when Alessa first felt the weight of the betrayal. The wind howled through the narrow streets of Rome, carrying with it the whispers of 1,000 untold stories. Her fingers trembled as she clutched the old parchment, a map that led to the final resting place of the formula, a place that had been hidden for centuries. In her heart, she carried a heavy secret. The formula was within her reach. But now, so was the truth. Alessa had thought the formula would save her. For years, she had been driven by the need to discover it, to uncover the Roman secrets that had been buried beneath layers of history. She had trusted Marcus, a man whose passion matched her own. Together, they had navigated the dark, winding catacombs beneath the city, unlocking doors that had been sealed for millennia. But now, she stood alone in the silence of the night, the map in her hand, the air thick with the scent of betrayal. The whispers began when they found the forgotten basilica, the hidden place where the formula was believed to be kept. She had watched, heart in her throat, as Marcus had led her through the labyrinth, step by careful step. They had reached the altar, a stone slab etched with symbols older than time itself, and there it had been, the formula, waiting in the darkness. But it was Marcus's eyes that had haunted her ever since. Something had changed in him, something she hadn't noticed at first. The way his hand had lingered a little too long on the stone, the way his voice had trembled as he spoke the words of the ancient ritual. There was something in the way he looked at the formula, like it was not just a key to the past, but to the future. She had trusted him. But now, as she stood in the cold night, the pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit together, and the truth was more terrifying than any myth she had heard. Marcus had betrayed her. And he had betrayed everything he had sworn to protect. The guardian of the formula, the one who had sworn to keep the secret safe from the world, had turned rogue. He had been the very protector of the knowledge, the one person entrusted with its safekeeping. But somewhere along the way, his desire for power, for immortality, had twisted his soul. The formula wasn't just a tool for building, it was a weapon. And Marcus, blinded by ambition, had seen in it the potential to change everything, to remake the world in his own image. Alessa's mind raced as she replayed the events. How had she not seen it before? The quiet nights spent studying the formula, Marcus's reluctance to share what he had learned, his strange obsession with the power it contained. It all made sense now. He had wanted to control it. He had wanted to use it for himself, to harness the ancient power that lay within the stone. The betrayal had been slow, like the turning of a key in an old lock. It wasn't something she could pinpoint exactly, it wasn't a single moment, but a gradual shift. The secret had consumed him, and in the end, it had consumed her trust. She thought back to the night of the discovery, the night they had found the formula. Marcus had been so excited, his eyes alight with feverish hope. She had shared in that excitement, but she had also felt a growing unease. There had been a darkness in him that she couldn't explain, something that pulled at the edges of his words, like an omen she couldn't escape. "I've done it," Marcus had said, his voice trembling as he ran his fingers over the symbols etched into the stone. "I understand it now. The power, Alessa. Do you see it?" She had nodded, though she hadn't truly understood. She had always believed the formula was just a tool, a way to build better, stronger structures. But as Marcus spoke, she began to feel the weight of his words pressing down on her chest. Power. He wasn't talking about concrete. He was talking about something much darker, something that could alter the very fabric of the world. But even as she stood there, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Was this really Marcus? Was this the man she had trusted? The man who had shown her the world of ancient wonders? And yet, with every passing second, he seemed more like a stranger, a man driven mad by a hunger he couldn't control. The betrayal unfolded in the blink of an eye. When Alessa had turned away for just a moment, there had been the sound of metal on stone. The quick flash of a dagger as Marcus moved toward her, his face contorted in an expression she could barely recognize. "Marcus," she had shouted, backing away in disbelief. "What are you doing?" His laugh had been cold, empty. "Don't you see, Alessa? The formula was never meant to be shared. It was always meant for me. For power, for immortality. It will change the world, and I will be the one to control it." The words hit her like a slap. She had been nothing more than a pawn in his game, a means to an end. And now, as she looked into his eyes, she saw the truth. Marcus had never been the protector. He had been the predator all along, using her to get closer to the formula's power. Alessa had tried to run, but the corridors of the basilica had closed in around her, trapping her in a maze of stone and shadows. She could hear Marcus's footsteps behind her, his breath ragged with anticipation. Every corner she turned, he was there, waiting for her. It was a hunt, a game that had once been about knowledge, but now was about survival. She had barely escaped that night, running into the darkness with nothing but the map and the weight of the betrayal on her shoulders. Now, she had returned to the city, standing alone in the cold, the map in her hands. It was too late to stop him now. Marcus had the formula. He had the power. And Alessa had nothing but the remnants of a trust that had been shattered. The city of Rome lay before her, its ancient stones silent witnesses to the lies and the truths that had been buried beneath them. The formula, once a symbol of creation, had become a weapon of destruction. And the man who had sworn to protect it was now its greatest enemy. Alessa stood in the street, the wind tugging at her clothes, the cold seeping into her bones. She had to find Marcus before it was too late. The formula was never meant to be used for such power, for such destruction. She had to stop him before the world fell to ruin. But as she turned toward the darkness once more, a bitter thought lodged itself in her heart. Could she truly stop him? Could anyone? The protector had betrayed them all, and now the world would feel the consequences. The waves were relentless, crashing against the rocky shore with a power that seemed almost alive. Elena stood on the edge of the crumbling dock, the salt-laden wind whipping her hair into her eyes. In her hand, she clutched a small, weathered notebook, its pages filled with sketches and scribbles of ancient structures lost beneath the sea. Her heart raced with an urgency she couldn't quite explain, as though the depths themselves were calling her, begging her to uncover what had been hidden for centuries. She glanced toward the horizon, where the sun dipped low, casting a fiery glow across the water. Somewhere out there, below the endless expanse of blue, lay the ruins of Baiae, a Roman city once hailed as the height of luxury and innovation, now swallowed by the ocean. But it wasn't just ruins she was looking for. It was the myth, the whispered tale of the underwater structures that defied time, defied logic. There were those who said the secrets of Roman concrete were still alive in those sunken halls, waiting to be uncovered. Elena tightened her grip on the notebook and turned to the small crew behind her. They were seasoned divers, hardened by years of exploration, yet even they seemed uneasy. She could see it in their eyes, the silent question of whether the risks outweighed the rewards. But Elena knew there was no turning back. Not now. Not when she was so close. The boat ride was silent, save for the hum of the engine and the occasional squawk of seagulls circling above. As they neared the dive site, the water grew eerily calm, its surface a mirror reflecting the crimson sky. It was as if the sea itself held its breath, waiting for them to make their move. Elena felt a chill run down her spine, though the air was warm. She reached for the diving gear, her hand steady despite the storm of thoughts raging in her mind. When she plunged into the water, the world shifted. The noise of the surface faded, replaced by the muffled, rhythmic sound of her breath. The ocean embraced her, cool and endless, as she descended into its depths. The sunlight filtered through the water in golden beams, growing dimmer with each passing meter. She could feel the pressure building in her ears, a constant reminder of the weight of the world above. And then, through the haze of sediment and shadows, she saw it. The ruins. Massive stone arches rose from the seabed, their surfaces encrusted with coral and seaweed, yet still intact, defying the relentless decay of time. Columns lay toppled, their intricate carvings now the home of darting fish. But what struck Elena most was the color of the stones, a pale gray, almost luminous in the dim light. It was the concrete, the legendary Roman mix that had baffled scientists for generations. Here it was, submerged for over 1,000 years, yet unbroken, enduring. Her heart pounded as she swam closer, her flashlight illuminating the details. The walls weren't just structures, they were messages. Symbols and patterns adorned the surfaces, etched with precision and purpose. She reached out, her gloved fingers brushing against the stone. It felt warm, almost alive, as though it carried the memories of the hands that had shaped it. She signaled to the crew, who had fanned out to document the site. But as she moved deeper into the ruins, a strange sensation overcame her. It was as if the water itself had grown heavier, the current pulling her toward a central chamber. She hesitated, her instincts warning her to turn back, yet something about the pull was irresistible. It was more than curiosity, it was a need, a compulsion. The chamber was vast, its roof a dome that had partially collapsed, allowing shafts of light to pierce the darkness. At its center stood an altar, surrounded by intricate mosaics that depicted scenes of construction and creation. Men mixing concrete, pouring it into molds, shaping the world around them. But there was something else in the images, something that sent a shiver through Elena's entire body. The figures weren't just builders, they were depicted as gods, their hands glowing with an otherworldly light as they worked. Above them, the mosaic showed the ocean itself bending to their will, the waves forming shapes that mirrored their structures. It was as though the sea had been their ally, not their enemy. And in the final panel, a single figure stood alone, holding a glowing vessel, his face obscured but his posture triumphant. The guardian of the formula. Elena felt her breath quicken, her vision narrowing as she stared at the mosaic. Was this the secret? The bond between the concrete and the ocean? The idea seemed absurd, yet here it was, immortalized in stone. She turned to the altar, where a small recess held an object covered in sediment. Her hand shook as she reached for it, brushing away the debris to reveal a metal cylinder, its surface engraved with the same glowing patterns. The artifact felt impossibly heavy in her hands, as though it carried the weight of the ages. She could sense its power, its significance, and a part of her wondered if she should leave it there, undisturbed. But before she could decide, the water around her began to stir. The current shifted, growing stronger, more erratic. The light from above dimmed as a cloud of sediment rose, obscuring her vision. Elena felt a jolt of panic as the chamber seemed to come alive, the walls vibrating with an energy she couldn't explain. She clutched the cylinder to her chest, her mind racing. Something was happening, something she couldn't control. Her crew's frantic signals broke through the haze, and she turned to see them motioning toward the exit. She followed, her movements sluggish as the currents fought against her. The ruins seemed to collapse in on themselves, the ancient structures groaning under the weight of the ocean. It was as if the city, once content to rest in silence, had awakened to defend its secrets. When she finally broke the surface, gasping for air, the world above felt surreal. The sun had set, and the sky was a deep, star-speckled blue. She climbed aboard the boat, collapsing onto the deck as the crew gathered around her, their faces etched with a mix of relief and fear. In her hands, she still held the cylinder, its patterns glowing faintly in the moonlight. No one spoke as the boat sped back to shore, the ruins fading into the darkness behind them. Elena stared at the artifact, her mind racing with questions. What had she unleashed? What had she discovered? The answers lay beneath the waves, in the silent, sunken halls of Bai. And though she had surfaced, a part of her heart remained there, lost among the ruins, where the past refused to let go. The air was heavy with the smell of sulfur, the landscape scarred by ancient eruptions. Clouds of ash rose with each gust of wind, swirling around Dr. Matteo Leone as he knelt beside a jagged outcrop of stone. His hands were caked with dust, his fingernails stained black from hours of digging through volcanic deposits. But he couldn't stop, not now. Not when he was so close. The valley was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that presses against your chest. Matteo's every movement seemed amplified in the stillness, the scrape of his trowel on stone echoing like a distant thunderclap. He paused for a moment, wiping his brow with the back of his hand, and looked up at the towering peak of Vesuvius. It loomed over him like a sentinel, a dark reminder of the chaos it had unleashed centuries ago. The villagers in the nearby town had warned him not to come here. They spoke of bad omens, of restless spirits buried beneath layers of ash and time. Matteo didn't believe in curses, but even he had to admit there was something unsettling about the place. It wasn't just the history of destruction, it was the whispers. The stories passed down through generations, tales of a special kind of ash hidden deep within the earth, an ash that held the key to a secret long thought lost. He shook the thoughts from his mind and focused on his task. His fingers brushed against something rough and uneven, different from the surrounding stone. Heart-pounding, he carefully cleared away the debris, revealing a layer of compacted ash unlike anything he'd seen before. It wasn't gray or black like the rest of the volcanic material, it was pale, almost white, with a strange shimmer that caught the fading light. Matteo's breath hitched as he traced the edge of the deposit. This was it. He knew it in his bones. This was the ash the Romans had used, the fabled pozzolana. Legend spoke of its miraculous properties, of how it had been mixed with lime and water to create concrete that could withstand the ravages of time and nature. And here it was, buried beneath centuries of silence, waiting to be found. But as he dug deeper, unease crept into his chest. The ash wasn't just a random deposit. It seemed deliberate, almost as if someone had placed it here. He uncovered a small cavity in the rock, lined with fragments of pottery and tools. They were primitive, yet unmistakably Roman. His fingers brushed against a shard of amphora, its surface etched with faint markings. He tilted it toward the light, squinting to make out the symbols. A wave of cold swept over him. The markings weren't decorative, they were instructions. A formula. Matteo's pulse quickened as he scrambled to document everything, snapping photos and scribbling notes in his journal. The ash wasn't just a key ingredient, it was the key. The Romans had known its value, its power. They had guarded it, hidden it in plain sight, and encoded its secrets in the very vessels that carried it. He couldn't help but marvel at their ingenuity, their foresight. But then, a thought struck him, sharp and unwelcome. Why had they hidden it? The wind picked up, scattering loose ash into the air. Matteo coughed, pulling a bandana over his face, but the stinging sensation in his throat remained. The air felt charged now, electric, as if the mountain itself was watching him. He tried to shake the feeling, but it clung to him, an invisible weight pressing down on his chest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the valley in shadows, Matteo packed up his findings. He couldn't wait to analyze the samples, to decipher the markings on the pottery. But as he turned to leave, a low rumble stopped him in his tracks. It was faint at first, like distant thunder, but it grew louder, deeper, resonating through the ground beneath his feet. His heart raced as he scanned the horizon, looking for the source. The mountain stood silent and still, its peak bathed in the last rays of sunlight. But the rumbling didn't stop. It grew closer, more insistent, as if something ancient was stirring, awakening. Matteo's instincts screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to move. The ground beneath him trembled, and he stumbled, falling to his knees. The ash around him began to shift, swirling in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. It rose in columns, twisting and writhing like living things, before collapsing into the ground with a deafening hiss. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the tremors ceased. The valley was silent once more, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Matteo forced himself to his feet, his hands trembling as he clutched the bag containing the ash samples. He didn't know what had just happened, but he knew one thing for certain. This was no ordinary discovery. As he made his way back to the safety of his camp, the unease lingered. The villagers' warnings echoed in his mind, their voices tinged with fear and reverence. The ash was powerful, yes, but power came with a price. The Romans had known this. They had hidden the formula not out of greed, but out of necessity. They had feared what it could do, what it could unleash. Matteo glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see shadows following him. The valley remained still, the mountain silent. But the weight of the discovery bore down on him, heavier than he could have imagined. The ash was more than a key, it was a burden, one that carried the whispers of a civilization long gone. As he reached the edge of the valley, the first stars appeared in the night sky, their light faint but steady. Matteo paused, looking back at the mountain one last time. Vesuvius loomed in the darkness, its presence as ancient and unyielding as the secrets it held. Matteo tightened his grip on the bag, his mind a whirlwind of questions and fears. He had found the ash, the legendary pozzolana. But as he stepped into the shadows, leaving the valley behind, he couldn't shake the feeling that the ash had found him too. The old ruin stood like a weathered sentinel against the amber hues of the setting sun. Its crumbling arches whispered of forgotten days, the cracks in its stone walls weaving a silent tapestry of time. Tourists had long since gone, their chatter replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves in the evening breeze. But Lena remained, her flashlight trembling in her hand, her heart pounding in her chest. She had come for the history, drawn by stories of the Roman Empire's architectural marvels. What she hadn't expected was the faint, almost imperceptible glimmer etched into the stone as she brushed away centuries of dust. It was nothing at first, a line, a curve, but as she traced it further, the shapes began to take form. Symbols. Words. A language that seemed to pull her deeper into its spell. Her breath caught as she realized she was looking at something hidden in plain sight. These carvings weren't part of any historical documentation. No guidebook had ever mentioned them. They lay beneath layers of grime, waiting for the right hands, the right moment. The flashlight's beam flickered, casting erratic shadows across the stone. She leaned closer, running her fingers along the grooves. The ancient words seemed to hum beneath her touch, faint vibrations coursing through her fingertips. Latin, yet not quite. The phrases were broken, disjointed, but their intent felt unmistakable. Instructions, maybe. Warnings. Lena's mind raced as she scrambled for her notebook, scrawling down what she could decipher. The air around her felt charged, thick with something she couldn't name. Her pen hovered over the page as she hesitated, her instinct screaming that she shouldn't be doing this. But the thrill of discovery drowned out her fear. The inscriptions began to form patterns, spirals, and arcs that reminded her of blueprints she'd studied in architecture school. They seemed to describe not just a building but its very essence, the method behind its resilience, its power. Words like volcanic ash, binding, and immortal stone jumped out at her, sending shivers down her spine. It wasn't just an engineering marvel. It was alive, in a way. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the silence. A low groan, like the sigh of the earth itself. Lena froze, her eyes darting to the shadows pooling in the corners of the ruin. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving her alone with nothing but her flickering flashlight. The groan grew louder, resonating through the stone, as if the ruin were trying to speak. Her rational mind fought to explain it, settling stone, shifting earth, but the carvings seemed to pulse with a light of their own now, faint and eerie. The hum she had felt earlier was growing stronger, reverberating through her bones. She stumbled backward, her flashlight casting wild beams across the ruin. And then she saw it. A single phrase etched deeper than the rest, its letters sharper, bolder, as if carved with deliberate urgency. Her Latin was rusty, but the meaning was clear: beware the cost. Lena's stomach turned as dread coiled in her chest. The air felt colder now, each breath forming small clouds before her face. The ruin seemed to close in around her, its walls alive with shadows that flickered and danced like spectral flames. She tried to tell herself it was her imagination, the tricks of a tired mind, but deep down, she knew better. The carvings continued, spiraling outward like a map, leading her deeper into the ruin. Against her better judgment, she followed, driven by a mix of curiosity and an unshakable feeling that she was meant to find this. Her flashlight illuminated more symbols, more words, each one tugging her further into their web. At the heart of the ruin, she found it, a slab of stone unlike any she'd seen before. It was smoother, darker, as if untouched by time. Its surface shimmered faintly, reflecting the beam of her flashlight in strange, hypnotic patterns. More carvings adorned its face, their meanings elusive yet tantalizingly close. She reached out, her hand trembling as it hovered over the stone. A sudden surge of warmth shot through her palm as she touched it, a warmth that spread through her arm and into her chest. Images flashed in her mind, visions of towering structures, oceans of ash, and hands shaping the unyielding material into forms that defied nature. And then, a face. A Roman engineer, his eyes hollow, his expression torn between triumph and despair. The visions ended as abruptly as they began, leaving Lena gasping for air. Her knees buckled, and she clung to the stone for support, its warmth now fading to an icy chill. She staggered back, her notebook slipping from her grasp. The weight of what she had seen pressed down on her, suffocating and relentless. The ruin groaned again, louder this time, the sound rising to a deafening crescendo. Dust rained down from the ceiling as cracks spiderwebbed across the walls. Lena scrambled to her feet, her instincts screaming at her to run, but her eyes couldn't tear away from the stone. It seemed to pulse, its carvings glowing brighter with each passing second. And then, with a final, thunderous roar, the ruin fell silent. The carvings dimmed, their light extinguished as quickly as it had appeared. Lena stood in the darkness, her flashlight now dead, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The weight in the air lifted, leaving her feeling hollow, as if the ruin had taken something from her. She retrieved her notebook, clutching it to her chest as she stumbled toward the exit. The stars greeted her as she emerged, their light cold and distant. The ruin behind her was silent once more, its secrets buried once again in the shadows. But Lena knew she had touched something ancient, something powerful. The inscriptions had spoken, revealing a glimpse of a world that defied comprehension. And though she had escaped the ruin, she couldn't shake the feeling that it had marked her, that its voice would echo in her mind long after she left. The storm raged over the city, lightning cracking the sky into jagged shards of light. Rain poured relentlessly, turning the cobbled streets into rivers. In the heart of the tempest stood an ancient library, its silhouette defiant against the fury of nature. Inside, a single candle flickered, its light illuminating the face of a man bent over a crumbling parchment. Thomas wasn't supposed to be there. The library had long since closed, but something had called him back. The dream had been so vivid, so persistent. A face, stern and weathered, had spoken to him in a language he didn't understand, but somehow felt etched into his soul. The words, or perhaps the emotions behind them, had driven him to this moment. The parchment in his hands was older than anything he'd ever touched. It was fragile, its edges frayed and brittle, but the symbols on it were unmistakable. They formed a story he had seen glimpses of in textbooks and heard whispers of in academia, a prophecy buried beneath centuries of myths. The architect would return when the world was ready, when humanity stood at the brink of rediscovering what it had lost. The storm outside intensified, the wind howling like a living thing. Thomas's heart raced as he traced the symbols, their shapes coming alive under his gaze. He couldn't shake the feeling that the parchment was watching him, that it knew him. His fingers trembled as he reached the final line, its meaning crashing into him like a wave. The architect is not reborn but awakened. At that moment, the candle snuffed out, plunging the room into darkness. Thomas froze, his breath hitching as the silence grew oppressive. Then, from the shadows, came a sound, a low, rhythmic tapping, like footsteps approaching from a great distance. He turned, his eyes straining to see, but the room remained empty. A voice, low and commanding, filled the air. "Why do you search for what you cannot understand?" Thomas's blood turned to ice. The voice wasn't human, yet it resonated with a familiarity that sent chills down his spine. "Who's there?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over the storm. "You called me," the voice replied, each word heavy with authority. "You and all who came before you, trying to unearth what should remain buried." The air grew thick, and a shape began to form in the gloom, a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both terrifying and magnetic. It was a man, or at least it seemed to be. His features were sharp, his eyes burning with an intensity that pierced the darkness. His stance was regal, his presence commanding, but his face was unmistakably the one from Thomas's dream. "The architect," Thomas breathed, the words leaving his lips before he could stop them. The figure inclined his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "They gave me that name," he said, his voice laced with both pride and disdain. "But I am no myth. I am the embodiment of what was, what is, and what could be. You have disturbed the cycle." Thomas's mind raced. The prophecy wasn't just a story, it was real. The architect, the man who had shaped the stones of Rome, who had crafted structures that defied time, was standing before him. But there was no joy in the revelation, only a sense of dread. "You're alive?" Thomas stammered. The architect laughed, a sound that sent shivers down Thomas's spine. "Alive? No. I am bound to this world, tethered by the folly of men like you. Always searching, always prying. Do you know the cost of what you seek?" Thomas shook his head, his throat dry. The architect stepped closer, his movements deliberate, his gaze unrelenting. "You think you search for knowledge, for progress. But what you truly seek is power. And power has a way of consuming its wielder." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Thomas wanted to respond, to defend himself, but the weight of the architect's presence silenced him. The figure reached out, his hand hovering over the parchment. "This," he said, his voice tinged with sorrow, "is a curse. It binds me, and it binds all who dare to follow. The storm outside seemed to echo his words, the thunder rolling like a warning. The architect's expression softened, a flicker of humanity breaking through his stern exterior. I was once like you, he admitted, his voice quieter now. Driven by ambition, by the desire to create something eternal. But eternity is a prison, not a gift. Thomas felt tears prick his eyes, though he didn't understand why. The architect's pain was palpable, his words resonating deep within him. Why tell me this? He asked, his voice trembling. Why now? The architect steadied him, his gaze piercing. Because the time has come, he said simply. The world teeters on the edge, and the choice must be made. To awaken the old ways, or to let them rest. Thomas shook his head, panic rising in his chest. I don't understand. I'm just a historian. I didn't mean to. You did, the architect interrupted, his tone firm. Whether you know it or not, you are part of this. The question is, will you finish what you started? The room seemed to pulse with energy, the walls vibrating as if alive. The architect stepped back, his form beginning to dissolve into the shadows. The choice is yours, he said, his voice fading. But remember, what is built in haste often crumbles. And some stones are better left unturned. With that, he was gone, the storm outside subsiding as abruptly as it had begun. Thomas was left alone, the parchment glowing faintly in the darkness. His hand shook as he picked it up, the weight of its meaning pressing down on him. The words of the prophecy echoed in his mind. The architect had returned, but not as a savior. He was a warning, a reminder of the cost of ambition. Thomas knew he couldn't ignore it, but he also knew that whatever choice he made, it would change everything. The boy's hands trembled as he held the small, jagged fragment of stone. Its surface, rough and worn, was etched with tiny specks of a strange, crystalline substance that caught the sunlight. He stood on the edge of a cliff overlooking the ocean, waves crashing against the rocks below. Somewhere behind him, his professor was speaking, explaining the chemical structure of Roman concrete and its miraculous resistance to time. But the boy wasn't listening. His mind was somewhere else, lost in the stories his grandmother used to tell about stones that spoke and cities that breathed. It's alive, he whispered, barely realizing he'd said it out loud. What was that, Alex? The professor called, turning toward him. Alex hesitated, then shook his head. Nothing, he said quickly, slipping the fragment into his pocket. The professor raised an eyebrow but didn't press him. That night, Alex sat alone in his cramped apartment, the fragment resting on the desk before him. His grandmother's voice echoed in his memory, full of warmth and mystery. She had believed in the old myths, the ones where science and magic blurred into one. Her stories were filled with gods who shaped mountains and engineers who whispered to stone, crafting wonders that defied logic. He reached for his laptop, pulling up an article on the composition of Roman concrete. Volcanic ash, lime, seawater, ingredients that sounded mundane but somehow produced a material that could heal itself, that grew stronger over centuries. The scientists called it a marvel of chemistry. His grandmother would have called it something else. Sacred. The thought made him shiver. He turned the fragment over in his hands, its weight grounding him. It was strange, wasn't it? That something so ordinary could hold the answers to mysteries that had haunted humanity for centuries. Or was it ordinary at all? His phone buzzed, breaking the silence. It was a message from his professor, found something interesting in the lab. Come by tomorrow. The next morning, Alex arrived at the university's lab to find his professor hunched over a microscope, muttering to herself. She looked up as he entered, her eyes shining with excitement. Alex, you have to see this, she said, motioning him over. He approached cautiously, peering into the microscope. At first, all he saw were tiny crystals, their shapes sharp and geometric. But as he adjusted the focus, he noticed something odd. The crystals weren't just sitting there, they seemed to be growing, spreading across the surface of the sample like living organisms. It's the volcanic ash, the professor said, her voice filled with awe. When it comes into contact with water, it triggers a chemical reaction that forms these crystals. They fill in the cracks, reinforcing the material. It's like, she hesitated, searching for the right word. It's like it's repairing itself. Alex pulled back from the microscope, his mind racing. The idea was incredible, almost impossible. Yet here it was, right in front of him. He thought of the myths again, of the stories that spoke of stones imbued with divine power. Could it be that the ancients had known something they had forgotten, something that science was only now beginning to rediscover? "Do you think they understood what they were doing?" he asked quietly. The professor smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "Maybe," she said. "Or maybe they just followed their instincts." Sometimes, the line between science and intuition isn't as clear as we like to think. Later, as Alex walked home, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something. The science was remarkable, but it didn't explain the sense of wonder he felt when he held the stone in his hands. There was something more to it, something intangible. That night, he dug through his grandmother's old belongings, searching for a book she had once shown him. It was a collection of ancient myths, its pages yellowed and brittle. He found the story he was looking for near the back, a tale about a Roman engineer who had built a bridge that could sing. The bridge was said to hum softly when the wind passed through its arches, a sound so beautiful that travelers would stop and listen, overcome by a sense of peace. The story claimed that the engineer had mixed his own blood into the mortar, binding his soul to the structure. It was a myth, of course, a piece of fiction. But as Alex read the words, he felt a chill run down his spine. What if there was a kernel of truth in it? What if the act of creation was as much about the heart as it was about the hands? The next day, Alex returned to the lab with a renewed sense of purpose. He spent hours poring over ancient texts and modern research, searching for connections. He learned about pozzolanic reactions, the process that made Roman concrete so durable. He read about the role of volcanic ash in strengthening the material, about the ways it interacted with lime and seawater to form a unique, impermeable structure. But he also found references to something else, something that wasn't in the textbooks. There were whispers of rituals performed during construction, of offerings made to the gods to ensure the strength of the structures. It was easy to dismiss these as superstitions, but Alex couldn't help wondering if they held some hidden truth. Perhaps the ancients had understood something that went beyond the physical, something that modern science couldn't quantify. As the weeks passed, Alex became consumed by his work. He spent long nights in the lab, running experiments and analyzing data. His professor grew concerned, warning him not to lose himself in the past. But Alex couldn't stop. He felt like he was on the verge of something monumental, something that could change the way they understood the world. One evening, as he sat alone in the lab, he noticed something strange on one of his samples. A faint glow, barely visible, pulsed across its surface. He leaned in closer, his heart pounding. It wasn't a trick of the light, the material was emitting a soft, golden hue. He touched it hesitantly, expecting it to be warm, but it was cool to the touch. As his fingers brushed against it, he felt a strange sensation, like a current running through his body. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was disconcerting. He pulled his hand away, his mind racing. What was happening? He thought of the myths again, of the stories his grandmother had told him. Stones that spoke, cities that breathed, bridges that sang. He had always dismissed them as fantasy, but now he wasn't so sure. The line between myth and reality was blurring, and he wasn't sure where one ended and the other began. For the first time in his life, Alex felt like he was standing on the edge of something vast and unknowable. It was terrifying, but it was also exhilarating. And as he stared at the glowing fragment, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was staring back. The rain fell in soft whispers, soaking the uneven cobblestones beneath her feet. Elena stood before the crumbling remnants of an aqueduct, its arches stretching toward the horizon like the bones of an ancient beast. She pressed her palm against the stone, tracing the fine cracks that spiderwebbed its surface. How many storms had it weathered? How many centuries had passed since the first hand laid the first stone? And yet, it stood, defiant, unyielding, alive. Her father's voice echoed in her mind. He had been a builder, too, though not in the way the Romans had been. His structures were modern, skeletal frameworks of glass and steel. Yet he had spoken often of the ancients, his eyes lighting up whenever he described their mastery of concrete. It's not just the material, he would say. It's the soul they poured into it. She hadn't understood him then, not really. But now, standing here in the rain, she thought she might. There was a presence in these stones, a quiet strength that seemed to hum beneath her fingertips. It was as if the aqueduct carried more than water, it carried time itself, bridging the chasm between the past and the present. Elena knelt, her fingers digging into the wet earth. She unearthed a small fragment, no larger than her palm, its edges rough and jagged. The stone felt impossibly dense, as though it contained a universe within it. Turning it over, she saw the tiny, shimmering crystals embedded in its surface. They sparkled faintly, even in the muted light of the overcast sky. She had read about these, aluminum tobermarite, the mineral that gave Roman concrete its resilience. But seeing it now, holding it in her hand, it felt like something more than chemistry. It felt eternal. She slipped the fragment into her pocket and stood, her eyes drawn to the horizon where the aqueduct disappeared into the mist. How had they done it? How had they created something that could endure the ages, that could withstand the ravages of time and nature? The answers lay in the stone, in the volcanic ash and lime and seawater that bound it together. But it wasn't just science. It couldn't be. There was a story in these stones, a story that stretched across millennia. The sound of a car horn jolted her from her thoughts. She turned to see her colleague, Marcus, waving from the driver's seat of their battered jeep. "You coming?" he called, his voice muffled by the rain. Elena nodded, brushing the mud from her hands as she walked toward him. She climbed into the passenger seat, the fragment pressing against her hip like a secret. As they drove away, she glanced back at the aqueduct, its silhouette fading into the mist. It felt like leaving behind a part of herself, but she knew she would return. She always did. That evening, in the quiet of her hotel room, Elena placed the fragment on the desk beside her laptop. She opened a new document, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. She was supposed to be writing a report on the structural integrity of the aqueduct, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, her mind drifted to the people who had built it, to the lives that had intersected with these stones. She imagined a Roman engineer standing at the edge of a quarry, surveying the blocks of volcanic tuff that would soon become part of an empire. She imagined his hands, calloused and strong, guiding the workers as they mixed the lime and ash into a thick, gray paste. She imagined the heat of the sun on his back, the sound of chisels striking stone, the murmur of voices speaking a language that was now a whisper in the wind. What had driven him, she wondered? Was it duty? Pride? Or something deeper, something unnameable? Did he know that his creation would outlive him, that it would stand long after his name was forgotten? Did he feel the weight of eternity as he worked, or was he simply focused on the task at hand? Elena leaned back in her chair, her eyes drifting to the fragment on the desk. It was strange to think that the same material used to build aqueducts and temples was now being studied in sterile laboratories, its secrets unraveled molecule by molecule. Scientists marveled at its durability, at its ability to grow stronger over time. They spoke of pozzolanic reactions and crystalline structures, of the unique properties of volcanic ash. But none of that explained the feeling she had when she touched it, the sense that she was holding a piece of history, a piece of something timeless. She reached for the fragment, cradling it in her hands. It felt warm, almost alive. She thought of her father again, of the way his voice would soften when he spoke of the past. "We're not so different from them," he had said once. "We build because we want to leave something behind. Something that says, 'I was here.'" The word stayed with her as she turned the fragment over, tracing the tiny crystals with her thumb. It wasn't just a piece of stone. It was a bridge, a connection to the people who had come before her and to those who would come after. It was a reminder that time was not a straight line but a circle, that the past and present and future were all intertwined. She placed the fragment back on the desk and closed her laptop. The report could wait. For now, she wanted to sit with the stone, to let its weight anchor her in the moment. She thought of the engineer again, of his hands shaping the future one block at a time. And she thought of her own hands, tracing the echoes of his work centuries later. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of connection, as though the aqueduct was speaking to her across the gulf of time. Its voice was quiet but insistent, a reminder that some things, strength, resilience, purpose, were eternal. And as the rain pattered against the window, she listened. The city rose from the ashes of ruin, its skyline no longer defined by brittle steel and fragile glass, but by towers of ancient strength reborn. Streets once cracked and crumbled beneath the weight of time now gleamed with a strange resilience, a smoothness that spoke of endurance. This was not the world that had fallen, it was something entirely new, forged from the wisdom of the past. Alex stood on the edge of a construction site, his boots sinking slightly into the loose gravel. Before him, a team of workers poured a gray mixture into wooden molds, the air thick with the tang of lime and volcanic ash. The process was old, unimaginably old, yet every movement was precise, almost reverent. He watched as the mixture settled, solidifying into a foundation that would outlast lifetimes. "Do you feel it?" a voice asked beside him. He turned to see Mira, the project's lead engineer, her face streaked with sweat and dust. She held a small trowel in her hand, its blade stained with the same gray mixture. There was a light in her eyes, something fierce and unyielding. "Feel what?" Alex asked. "The weight of it," she said, gesturing to the construction around them. "This isn't just a building. It's hope." Alex looked back at the structure taking shape. It was a hospital, or it would be when it was finished. A place for healing in a world that was still learning how to heal itself. The old ways had failed, skyscrapers toppled in earthquakes, roads buckled under floods, homes washed away by storms. But this was different. This was strength rediscovered, a future built from the bones of the past. "It's more than hope," Alex said quietly. "It's a promise." Mira smiled, her gaze lingering on the workers as they smoothed the surface of the concrete. "They said it couldn't be done, you know. That we couldn't bring it back. And now?" "And now," she said, her voice steady, "we'll never build any other way." The transformation wasn't immediate. At first, the rediscovery of Roman engineering was met with skepticism, even resistance. Who would trust a method that had been buried for centuries, overshadowed by modernity? But then came the storms, the hurricanes that leveled cities, the tsunamis that swallowed coastlines. Modern materials faltered, their flaws laid bare. And in the rubble, people began to ask questions. The answers came slowly, pieced together from ancient texts and ruins. Roman concrete, they called it, though it was more than just a material. It was a philosophy, a way of building that prioritized longevity over convenience. It was a defiance of time itself. And when the first structures rose, bridges that didn't collapse, seawalls that didn't erode, the world took notice. A boy no older than 10 stood before the books, his eyes wide with wonder. He clutched a worn coin in his hand, the edges smoothed by years of use. "Which one should I get?" he asked, his voice tinged with awe. The vendor, an elderly man with a kind smile, pointed to a slim volume bound in leather. "That one tells the story of the first architect," he said. "They say he built the world's greatest cities but paid a terrible price." The boy hesitated for only a moment before placing his coin on the counter. As he walked away with the book tucked under his arm, he glanced back at the vendor. "Do you think it's real?" The man's smile deepened, but he didn't answer. The myth lived not in its certainty but in its mystery and the questions it left behind. There were those who sought more than stories, who believed the formula wasn't just a legend but a tangible truth waiting to be uncovered. In the basement of an abandoned church, a group of researchers huddled around a table strewn with maps, ancient texts, and shards of stone. "It's here," one of them said, tapping a finger against a map. "The last clue leads to the foundations of the old basilica." The air was thick with excitement and trepidation. They had been chasing the myth for years, following trails that often led to dead ends. But this time felt different. This time, they believed they were close. As the hours stretched into dawn, their voices grew quieter, their movements more deliberate. The myth was no longer just a story to them, it was a purpose, a reason to keep searching even when the world told them to stop. In a quiet gallery, an artist stood before her latest creation, a massive sculpture carved from volcanic ash concrete. The piece was abstract, its form twisting and spiraling upward like a frozen flame. Visitors paused to admire it, their faces reflecting a mixture of awe and unease. "What does it mean?" someone asked. The artist turned, her hands stained with gray dust. "It's not about meaning," she said. "It's about enduring. The formula isn't just about building walls or bridges, it's about leaving something behind that matters." Her words lingered in the air, echoing through the gallery. The sculpture seemed to hum with life, its presence commanding attention. It wasn't just a work of art, it was a testament to the myth's power to inspire. Late at night, when the world was quiet, the myth found its way into dreams. People dreamed of cities that shimmered like mirages, their streets paved with stone that never cracked. They dreamed of architects whose hands moved with divine precision, of structures that sang with the wind. For some, the dreams were a comfort, a reminder of human potential. For others, they were a torment, a longing for something they could never reach. But always, they carried the same question: what if it's real? Sophia sat alone in the library, the candle burned low, its light flickering against the walls. The manuscript lay closed before her, its secrets locked away once more. But she didn't need to read the words again to feel their weight. The formula wasn't just a set of instructions or an alchemical recipe, it was a story, one that refused to be forgotten. Outside, the city stretched toward the horizon, its lights twinkling like stars. Somewhere out there, people were telling the story, sharing it in hushed tones and bold declarations. They were keeping it alive, not as a relic of the past, but as a beacon for the future. And as Sophia extinguished the candle, she felt a quiet certainty: the myth would never die. The rain fell in a steady rhythm, soft and unyielding, washing over the ancient ruins that lay hidden in the forest. Each droplet kissed the worn edges of the stones, tracing the grooves and cracks like the fingers of a long-lost lover. Sophia stood motionless beneath her umbrella, her eyes fixed on the fragmented archway before her. It was little more than rubble now, but something about it seemed alive. The way it caught the light, the way the rain seemed to sing as it struck the stone, there was a story here, etched into its surface. She stepped closer, her breath shallow. The stone was cool to the touch, its surface rough and weathered. In the faint light of dusk, she could just make out the faint carvings, symbols worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. "How do you still stand?" she whispered. The words were swallowed by the rain, but the stone seemed to answer in its silence. Time had ravaged everything else. The trees had grown wild, their roots twisting around the ruins like a protective embrace. The ground beneath her feet was soft with moss and mud. Yet the stones remained, stubborn and steadfast, as though defying the very idea of decay. She thought of the hands that had placed these stones so long ago. Did they know this would last? Did they hope it would? Or were they simply building, not for eternity but for a fleeting moment, never imagining their work would outlive them by millennia? The thought made her chest tighten. What was permanence, really? A tower that withstood storms? A bridge that carried countless lives across its span? Or was it something else, something less tangible, less certain? A low rumble of thunder rolled across the sky, and for a moment, she closed her eyes. She pictured the city that once stood here, bustling with life. The laughter of children echoed in her mind, the clatter of carts on cobblestone streets. She could see the faces of the builders, their brows furrowed in concentration, their hands caked in dust and sweat. They had no way of knowing how their work would endure. They only knew the task before them, the weight of the stone in their hands. She opened her eyes and looked again at the ruins. The archway stood like a sentinel, its presence both comforting and haunting. It spoke of something greater than time, a connection between the past and the present, a reminder that nothing was truly lost. The air grew colder as the night deepened, and Sophia found herself drawn to a single stone, half buried in the earth. She knelt beside it, brushing away the mud with trembling fingers. The texture of the stone felt different here, smoother and more deliberate. She traced the faint outline of a carving, her heart racing as she realized it was a symbol she had seen before. It was the mark of the first architects, the ones who had shaped this place from the earth itself. Their legacy was written not in words, but in stone, a language that spoke to the very soul. It was a language of permanence, but also of impermanence, a paradox carved into the fabric of existence. She thought of her own life, of the things she had built and the things she had lost. Would anything she created endure like this? Or would it all crumble, forgotten by time? The question gnawed at her, both comforting and unsettling. Alex walked through the heart of the city, his steps echoing against the stone-paved streets. He passed under an archway carved with intricate patterns, its surface untouched by the wear of centuries. Above him, the towers gleamed in the afternoon sun, their facades adorned with mosaics that shimmered like liquid gold. It was a city reborn, not in the image of the past, but in a harmony of old and new. He paused at a plaza where children played around a fountain, their laughter ringing out like music. The fountain itself was a marvel, its basin formed from the same volcanic ash concrete that now defined the city. Water cascaded over its edges, cool and clear, a reminder of the ingenuity that had made all this possible. Mira found him there, her hands tucked into the pockets of her utility vest. "You always come here," she said, her tone teasing. "It's the quiet," Alex replied. "You can hear the city breathe." Mira raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. Instead, she joined him on the stone bench, her gaze drifting to the children by the fountain. "They won't know what it was like," she said softly. "The fear. The uncertainty. Isn't that the point?" Alex said. "To build something better for them?" She nodded, though her expression remained thoughtful. "Sometimes, I wonder if the Romans knew what they were leaving behind. If they understood that their work wasn't just for their time, but for all time." "They must have," Alex said. "Why else would they build the way they did? You don't pour your soul into something unless you believe it matters." Mira didn't respond, but the faintest smile curved her lips. They sat in silence, the city alive around them, its heartbeat steady and strong. Not every place embraced the change. In some corners of the world, steel and glass still reigned, monuments to a different kind of progress. But where the old ways had failed, the new, ancient ways proved their worth. Coastal towns rebuilt with Roman concrete stood firm against rising tides. Earthquake-prone regions adopted its strength, their cities no longer reduced to rubble. And in the deserts, where sandstorms raged and temperatures soared, the material thrived, its durability unmatched. It wasn't just about resilience, though. It was about beauty. The structures built with Roman engineering weren't sterile or soulless. They were alive, their surfaces etched with stories, their forms shaped by human hands. They were monuments to connection, to a time when building wasn't just a profession but an art. Alex thought of this as he stood on the edge of the city one evening, the sun dipping low on the horizon. The air was warm, heavy with the scent of lime and ash. He watched as the workers packed up their tools, their laughter carrying across the construction site. Another building was nearly complete, a school this time, its walls thick and unyielding. Mira joined him, her face streaked with dirt but her eyes bright. "It's good work," she said, nodding toward the site. "The best," Alex agreed. They stood there for a moment, the weight of the day settling around them. But it wasn't a heavy weight. It was the kind of weight that came with purpose, with knowing that what they were doing mattered. As the last rays of sunlight bathed the city in gold, Alex felt a quiet certainty. This was a world rebuilt, not just in structure but in spirit. It was a world that had learned from its past, that had taken the best of what came before and used it to shape the future. And for the first time in a long time, he felt hope, not just for himself, but for everyone. The whispers began in the dead of night, carried on the cool breeze that slipped through the cracked windows of the old library. A shadow danced across the floor, cast by a candle burning low. Beneath the flickering light, an ancient manuscript lay open, its pages brittle and yellowed with age. The words inscribed were faint, almost illegible, but there was no mistaking their gravity. They spoke of a formula, a gift, or curse, from the hands of time itself. Sophia ran her fingers across the faded script, her heart pounding in her chest. The stories couldn't be true. They were just tales woven by dreamers, passed down to feed the hungry imagination of generations. And yet, there it was, inked onto the fragile parchment, the key to creating something that could defy the forces of nature and time. Her breath caught as she read the last line. Eternity is not forged without sacrifice. The myth of the formula lived on, not just in dusty libraries or forgotten ruins, but in every whispered tale shared under the glow of campfires and every bedtime story passed from parent to child. It had become something far greater than any concrete structure. It was a symbol of the impossible, a beacon for those who dared to dream beyond the limits of their world. In a small theater nestled in the heart of the city, the curtains rose to reveal a stage draped in shadow. The air buzzed with anticipation as the audience leaned forward in their seats. The play had been advertised as a new take on an old tale, but everyone knew what they had come to see. It was the story of the architect who had built an empire, his hands guided by a formula so perfect it could never be replicated. The lights dimmed further, and a single spotlight illuminated the actor on stage. He was dressed in simple robes, his face lined with the weight of ambition. "They said it was lost," he began, his voice low and trembling. "But how can something so powerful ever truly disappear?" The crowd hung on his every word, their breaths shallow. The play unfolded like a tapestry, each scene weaving together fragments of history and legend. The architect's rise, his triumphs, and finally, his tragic downfall were laid bare. When the final act closed, there was no applause, only silence, heavy and charged. It wasn't just a performance, it was a reminder of the myth's enduring grip on the human spirit. In the bustling markets of a distant city, vendors sold trinkets and baubles said to be inspired by the lost formula. Necklaces with tiny vials of volcanic ash dangled from wooden stalls, while children played with miniature replicas of Roman aqueducts crafted from plaster. One stall displayed an array of books, their covers adorned with dramatic illustrations of crumbling ruins and mysterious symbols. Perhaps that was the nature of life, to build knowing it might not last, to create despite the inevitability of decay. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. The ruins seemed to sigh, as if exhaling centuries of memories. Sophia rose to her feet, her gaze lingering on the stones that surrounded her. Each one was a fragment of a story, a piece of a puzzle she could never fully understand. But maybe that was the point. Maybe it wasn't about understanding, but about feeling, about standing in the presence of something greater than yourself and knowing, for a moment, that you were part of it. As the rain began to fade, she turned to leave, her footsteps soft against the moss-covered ground. She glanced back one last time at the archway, its silhouette stark against the darkening sky. It seemed almost to glow, as if lit from within by some unseen fire. In that moment, she realized that permanence and impermanence were not opposites, but two sides of the same coin. The stones would eventually crumble, the ruins would fade into the earth, and yet their essence would remain. They would live on in the stories they inspired, in the hands that touched them, in the hearts that carried their memory forward. The rain began again, softer this time, as though the heavens themselves were weeping for the beauty of it all. And as Sophia walked away, the ruins stood silent and unyielding, their echoes resonating not just in stone, but in the very fabric of her being. The room was silent except for the faint hum of the lanterns casting their golden light over the ancient scroll. The air was thick, not just with dust, but with a weight that felt almost alive, a pressure of centuries folding into this singular moment. Dr. Elara Morin's hands trembled as she unrolled the brittle parchment, its edges frayed and browned with time. Her breath caught when the first symbols came into view, their lines impossibly precise despite the ages that had passed. It was more beautiful than she had ever imagined. The formula, long thought to be a myth, lay before her, etched with the care of someone who must have known it would outlive them. Elara's mind raced. Could this really be it? The key to Roman concrete, the fabled mixture that had withstood time itself? The moment should have felt triumphant, but instead, it was unnervingly quiet. She glanced at her colleague, Matthias, who stood frozen across the table, his eyes wide. "It can't be," he whispered, the words barely audible. "After all this time." The symbols began to blur as tears welled in Elara's eyes. She thought of the years spent searching, the countless dead ends and nights questioning if it was all for nothing. And now, here it was, not a myth, but something real, tangible, undeniable. Her heart should have soared, yet a strange heaviness settled over her. "Do you feel it?" Matthias asked suddenly, his voice tinged with something close to fear. Elara nodded, though she couldn't quite name what she was feeling. It wasn't just the awe of discovery, it was something deeper, more unsettling. As if the formula itself carried the weight of the ages, a burden passed from one generation to the next. She forced herself to focus, her fingers tracing the symbols. The text was more than a recipe, it was poetry, philosophy, and mathematics woven together into a tapestry of knowledge. It spoke not just of how to create the concrete, but of why. There were notes on resilience, not just of stone, but of spirit. A passage about time's relentless march, and the human desire to leave something behind that could withstand it. Elara's voice broke the silence. "It's alive," she said, her words unsteady. "It's not just a formula, it's a philosophy. It's a challenge." Matthias frowned, leaning closer. "What do you mean?" "It's daring us," she said, her voice gaining strength. "To use it. To see if we're worthy of it." A sudden chill ran down her spine. The room seemed darker now, the light from the lanterns dimming as if the formula itself had drawn their energy. She looked back at the scroll, and for a moment, she swore the symbols shifted, like they were alive, rearranging themselves into patterns meant only for her. But then it passed, and the room was still again. Elara sat back, her head spinning. "Do you think we should?" she began, but her voice trailed off. She didn't know how to finish the question. Matthias didn't answer right away. He was staring at the scroll, his jaw tight. "I don't know," he said finally. "But I think we have to try." The words hung between them, heavy with implication. To try meant risking everything, not just failure, but something worse. The myths had warned of ruin for those who sought the formula, of curses and betrayals and madness. But those were just stories, weren't they? Elara looked back at the scroll, her heart pounding. She thought of the countless others who had searched for this, people who had given their lives, their sanity, for a glimpse of what now lay before her. Was she any different? Or was she just another name in a long list of seekers who had believed they could defy the odds? The lantern flickered, casting shadows across the room. Elara felt the weight of the scroll in her hands, its presence almost oppressive now. She thought of the ruins she had walked through, the stones that had stood for centuries. They had whispered to her of endurance, of something greater than herself. But they had also warned her, in their silent way, of the cost. "What if it's not meant to be found?" she said suddenly, her voice barely above a whisper. Matthias looked at her, his expression unreadable. "Then why does it exist?" he countered. "Someone made this. Someone wanted it to be known. Or wanted it to stay hidden," she said, her voice trembling. "Maybe it's not about the formula. Maybe it's about the pursuit." Matthias shook his head, frustration flashing in his eyes. "You think all of this," he gestured to the scroll, the room, the years of their search, was for nothing? That we're just supposed to walk away? Elara didn't answer. She couldn't. The truth was, she didn't know what she believed anymore. The silence between them grew, heavy and suffocating. The scroll lay on the table, its symbols glowing faintly in the dim light, as if it were waiting for them to decide. And then, as if carried by the air itself, a voice seemed to whisper through the room. It wasn't words, exactly, but a feeling, a presence that pressed against their chests, filling them with equal parts wonder and dread. Elara closed her eyes, her breath shallow. She thought of the builders who had come before her, the ones who had laid the stones that still stood today. They had faced their own questions, their own fears. And yet they had built, not knowing what would come of it. Not for themselves, but for something greater. When she opened her eyes, she looked at Matthias and saw her own uncertainty reflected back at her. Maybe it's not about whether we use it or not, she said slowly. Maybe it's about what we leave behind. Matthias stared at her, his expression softening. He nodded, and for the first time that night, the weight in the room seemed to lift, just slightly. They stood there in silence for a long time, the scroll lying between them, its symbols glowing faintly like embers waiting to ignite. And as the night wore on, the rain began to fall outside, a soft and steady rhythm that seemed to echo the unspoken truth between them.